Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 3DK. Chapter 78 Boarding the Thriller Bark. Yo ho ho ho. Kebruk was extremely excited when he saw a living person coming. It's been so long since I saw a living person. I was so moved that I almost cried. Although I don't have any eyes at all. Standard Brook style cold talk. Although Oguro had already mentioned that Brook was a living skeleton, Nami and others were shocked when they saw him for the first time. The devil fruit is really magical, it can even change life and death. Robin couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Brook suddenly rushed to Robin and smiled obscenely. Hey, miss, can you let me see your underwear? Even after so many years of death, his lustful nature has not changed. Boom. Brook's figure suddenly flew out and hit the deck hard, with several cracks appearing on the bones. Oguro put down his right leg and said coldly, I don't care if you were an old pirate from decades ago. This is not a place for you to have fun. Apologize to my companions immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind taking your body to see Laboon. Being lustful is not a problem, but if you dare to act like a gangster, don't blame me for being rude. It was probably the first time that someone loved him so much, and Robin was slightly stunned. Then a gentle smile appeared on his face. This is the feeling of having something to rely on, right? It's really good. You said Laboon. Do you know Laboon? Brook jumped up suddenly, staring straight at Oguro with his two empty eyes. Oguro pointed at Robin and said coldly, apologize first. I'm so sorry, I was the one who offended. Without saying anything, Brook gave Robin a big gift. After Robin waved his hand to forgive him, Oguro's face looked better. He said calmly, we were entrusted by Laboon in Shuangzi Gorge to rescue you. Then, Oguro told a complete story about Laboon crashing into the Red Earth continent every day, trying to reunite with the Lumba pirates. Brook immediately let out a whimpering cry. Laboon, we broke our promise. We let you down. Upon seeing this, Nami asked Oguro in confusion, Master Oguro, didn't you say that he was trapped? I think he can move freely. Upon hearing this, Brook took the initiative to explain, this lady, Moonlight Moria has a very special ability. He can control people's shadows. My shadow was taken away by him. If I appear in the sun now, I will die directly. Nami suddenly realized, so that's it. Then she smiled and said to Brook, hee hee. Then you are so lucky. Lord Oguro is going to deal with Moria. Brook was overjoyed, really. Thank you so much. But then he worried and said, but Moria is very powerful. He is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It is said that he is a rare super strong person in the entire Great Waterway. Are you sure? As soon as these words came out, Nami couldn't hold back her laughter on the spot. While Brook looked confused, Robin smiled and said, before, one of the 7 warlords of the sea died in the hands of Lord Oguro. 2 days ago, we had a battle with Marine General Aokiji, and there was no winner. What? The people of Brook were dumbfounded. 7 warlords of the sea appeared very late, and Brook had no idea. But General Marine knows it very well. In his day, General Marine was the famous cyborg Sora. That is now the World Government Fleet Admiral. If he can fight on an equal footing with General Marine, Moria will certainly be no problem. Oguro waved his hand and said, okay. Let's get it done quickly. Amir Moria is at the bottom of the 7 warlords of the sea, and is not worthy of Oguro's attention at all. Brook boarded the Desert Rose and took charge of guiding the way, and the group headed towards Moria's base camp, Thriller Bark. Thriller Bark. Because it was so huge, Nami and others thought it was an island at first. Everyone, be careful, Brook said seriously, this ship is full of zombies from Moria. You need to use salt to restrain them. You go deal with Moria, leave the zombies to me. For so many years, Brook has been trying to get his shadow back. So I prepared a lot of salt. As if to confirm Brook's words. As soon as he finished speaking, the land in front of him bulged up one after another, and all the densely packed zombies came out. Tisk, it's really disgusting. Matsumoto Rangaku frowned with disgust on his face. Several other people had similar expressions. Playing with the living and the dead, Lord Soul King, this person will never be forgiven. Surprisingly, Yamada Hanataro, who had always been unknown, suddenly spoke up and was extremely excited. Oguro understood him. As a doctor, seeing these randomly transformed zombies, his bottom line and principles have been completely trampled on. Don't worry, Oguro said with cold eyes, when I came here this time, I never thought about sparing his life. If Moria, who once competed with Kaido, can still be considered a hero. Today's Moria is a complete scumbag. Killing and digging graves in order to create an army of zombies shows no humanity at all. Dozens of zombies rushed over. They were all the lowest level zombie soldiers, and even ordinary sailors with weapons could handle them. Brook shuttled among them, waving his hand and scattering a large amount of sea salt. The zombies instantly fell to the ground, and their shadows returned to their masters one after another. The group of people came to a huge castle without any obstruction. This is Moria's base camp, Brook said seriously. In the castle, a pink-haired gothic Lolita was listening to the ghost's report. Someone dares to invade Lord Moria's territory. Let Absalom arrest the person immediately. The girl is one of Moria's 3 weirdos, the ghost princess Perona. Paramesha devil fruit, ghost fruit ability user. Take charge of animal zombies and scary zombies. The entire castle is under the watchful eye of her ghost. Absalom is also one of the 3 weirdos. Paramesha devil fruit, transparent fruit ability user. Take charge of zombie soldiers and zombie generals. He is responsible for all external defenses. After receiving Perona's notice, Absalom summoned all zombie soldiers to surround Oguro and others. At the same time, the fruit ability is activated, the whole person becomes transparent, and quietly follows the zombies. In the castle hall, Oguro and his party were surrounded by hundreds of zombies as soon as they entered. I may not be able to handle this amount. Although Brook prepared a lot of sea salt, he only had 1 pair of hands after all. It is still difficult to deal with hundreds of zombies at the same time. It doesn't matter. Leave this to me. Kuchiki stepped forward and pulled out Soda no Shirayuki. Ling Wu. Soda no Shirayuki. Chapter 79 Paramesha Transparent Fruit. Draw the delicate Soda no Shirayuki on the ground. First dance Yubai. There was a flash of white light, and most of the hall was covered in ice. The hundreds of zombies were frozen from the waist down, trapped in place and unable to move. Purify them now. Kuchiki Rukia put away Soda no Shirayuki said. Yo ho ho. It's really amazing. It seems that I can get my shadow back soon. Brook excitedly purified all the zombies in the hall. This was his first time fighting such an easy battle. Absalom, who was hiding behind the zombies, was shocked when he saw this. If he hadn't escaped quickly just now, he would be trapped inside now. Absalom looked at Oguro with a solemn expression. That's the noble master, said Oguro, who has a bounty of 200 million belly. I didn't expect such a big shot to come. He immediately turned around and summoned one of Perona's ghosts. Hurry up and inform Lord Moria. The person coming is the noble master, said Oguro. I will find a way to stop them first. Absalom is not arrogant enough to defeat Oguro and the others. Just block it a little and wait for Lord Moria's reinforcements. The ghost nodded and walked away through the wall. They are undoubtedly the fastest in delivering messages regardless of physical obstacles. Looking back at Oguro and others who were walking into the corridor, Absalom did not take action rashly, but quietly passed through the secret passage and blocked the way. Everyone was stopped in a place that looked a lot like a banquet hall. A tall man, covered in heavy golden armor and holding a nearly 3-meter straight sword in his hand, almost blocked half of the road. To his left was a man of average build, dressed in a standard pirate outfit, holding a bottle in his hand and drinking. On the right is a woman with pink braids, thick lips, and a strong figure. Without exception, the faces of these 3 people were a strange green-black color. Zombies again. Nami frowned slightly, but this time, Brook quickly shouted, Miss Nami. These are not ordinary zombies. They are zombie generals. Their strength is very terrifying. These 3 zombie generals all maintain complete human forms and are transformed from the corpses of dead strong men. Moreover, every zombie has been injected with shadow by Moria's fruit ability, making them far more powerful than ordinary zombie soldiers. TCH. Nami looked disdainful upon hearing this. Very powerful. Can he be as powerful as Lord Oguro? Well, Brook was speechless. If you say that, we won't be able to talk for the rest of the day. Snort. Absalom, who was hiding in the dark, thought to himself. This is the zombie general carefully prepared by Lord Moria. Even if you are a big pirate with a bounty of 200 million, you can't defeat them unscathed. Because of the world government's concealment, poor Absalom still doesn't know that Oguro and his party can defeat General Marine. Go, invincible zombie general. Secretly giving an order, the three zombie generals immediately pounced on Oguro and others. Because these three zombies all use the shadow of their original bodies, they retain their original qualities when they were alive. The only female zombie inside is named Lola, who was once the captain of the Rolling Pirates. As soon as she saw Oguro, her eyes immediately lit up. What a handsome boy, do you want to marry me? Laura's habit is to propose marriage to men when she meets them. I was rejected a total of 4,451 times in the original timeline. It's true that the more frustrated you become, the more courage you get. However, this time, Oguro didn't respond at all, and the expressions of the women around him changed instantly. Shameless guy, watch me send you to hell. Kuchiki Rukia pulled out Sota no Shirayuki fiercely. Matsumoto Rangaku also said coldly, no. Leave it to me, I will definitely let him taste what life is worse than death. However, the two of them did not wait for the discussion to come to a result. Just hearing a roar, Laura's figure smashed through the wall of the castle and fell to an unknown place outside. Sui Feng dusted Laura's shoes in disgust and said, this kind of rubbish that has dirtied the eyes and ears of Lord Soul King, what nonsense can you talk to her? Absalom was completely stunned. Although Lola's strength is not at the top among zombie generals, she is definitely not weak either. He actually couldn't even withstand a single move from the opponent. These guys are much stronger than I thought. I have to think of other ways. Relying on the fruit's ability, Absalom quietly touched Oguro's side. And the moment he saw Nami, he felt as if his heart had been hit. Isn't this the bride I've been looking for? As a hungry ghost of lust, Absalom has been out inspecting goods on the pretext of looking for a suitable bride. Although it was a year earlier than the original timeline, Absalom still fell in love with Nami at first sight. Compared to strong girls like Robin, he prefers softer girls like Nami. I snatched this girl away for a wedding. It can delay time and realize my dream of many years. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Absalom was very pleased with his plan. At this time, Kuchiki Rukia and Matsumoto Rangaku had already fought against the zombie general. Second dance by Lien. A blast of cold air instantly froze half of the armored zombie's body, and he fell to the ground as he was unable to move. Bakudo's 33 flashes of mouth. Matsumoto Rangaku also used Kido, and 3 beak-shaped beams instantly hit the pirate zombie's arms and waist, directly pinning him to the wall. Although these two were great pirates who were famous in the Great Channel during their lifetime, now they are forcibly controlled by Moria using the fruit ability, and their strength may not be even half of their peak. He was soon completely suppressed by the two of them. Brooke saw the right moment and rushed forward with sea salt to purify the two zombies. Oguro shook his head secretly. Mariah has truly fallen. With these zombies, he actually wants to take revenge on Kaido. I'm afraid that just sending one of the 3 disasters will crush his zombie army. At this time, everyone's attention was attracted. Good opportunity. Absalom grinned, quietly came up behind Nami, and stretched his sinful hands towards Nami's slender waist. He could even smell the faint fragrance of Nami. Brush. A cold light suddenly fell from the sky and hit Absalom's hands. Absalom shrank suddenly and jumped back several meters. At this moment, a red light flashed in Oguro's eyes, staring in the direction of Absalom. No wonder I've always felt like there were prying eyes nearby from the beginning. It turns out there really is a mouse hiding nearby. Let me think about it. You should be Absalom who was under Moria and ate the Paramesha transparent fruit. That's why we haven't found any trace of you. Chapter 80 The Whereabouts of the Transparent Fruit. Upon hearing that it was a transparent fruit, Nami immediately rushed behind Oguro. After all, when it comes to transparent people, the first thing that pops up in most people's minds is not a good thing. And invisible means unknown, and human beings' greatest fear often comes from the unknown. Absalom didn't panic at all when Oguro revealed his identity. Anyway, if he ate the transparent fruit, no one would be able to spot him. As long as you be careful and don't make any noise, none of these guys in front of you can do anything to you. He glanced at Nami unwillingly. The only flaw is that I couldn't take away this perfect bride. But it doesn't matter, you can still find another chance. As long as they enter this castle, no one can escape from Lord Moria. Absalom smiled and slowly moved back. However, the moment he raised his foot, Oguro's eyes flashed, and he slashed with a sword. Has it been discovered? How is it possible? Absalom jumped to the side in horror, barely dodging the blow. The next moment, a gust of wind sounded above his head. Sui Feng's figure arrived almost at the same time, and his right leg slashed towards the top of his head. Windmill. Boom. Absalom landed on his face, and his figure was immediately revealed. Only then did everyone see his appearance clearly. Because he was transformed by Hogbark, his jaw was replaced by a lion's and his skin was replaced by an elephant's. The arms are also equipped with artillery devices. The entire body has almost completely abandoned the human form. However, Oguro's attention was on another thing. He looked at Sui Feng in surprise and said, Sui Feng, your domineering power has awakened. Absalom's movement just now was very light, and he only noticed it based on his knowledge, color and domineering aura. Sui Feng can accurately find his location, so he must have awakened his arrogance. Sui Feng also showed a smile, Lord Healing King. Fortunately Sui Feng lived up to his command. Which one is the captain, among the others practicing hockey together, or Sui Feng who succeeds first? Oguro nodded with satisfaction, but at the same time he did not forget to urge, don't relax. There is still an armed hockey next. When you master two-color hockey at the same time, even Logia fruit users will not be your opponent. Yes, Sui Feng said seriously. Having fought against Aokiji, she knows the importance of dominance best. The ability to elementalize is too shameless. Without the ability to restrain, even a captain-level Shinigami would be difficult to suppress. Hearing that Sui Feng had awakened a kind of domineering power, Kuchiki, Rukia and others looked envious. At the same time, it also strengthened their determination to practice hard. Only in this way can they get more attention from Oguro. Lord Spirit King, how should we deal with this person? Matsumoto Rangaku glanced at Absalom who was unconscious and asked Oguro. Kill him. Oguro didn't hesitate at all. He would have to be aware of death if he attacked his companions. Fortunately, no one was stupid here. Matsumoto took out the gray cat and stabbed Absalom in the throat. Yi Ming Song True Thorn. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, stabbing Matsumoto Rangaku with a black knife in his hand. The sharp sound of breaking through the air clearly demonstrates the power of this move. Clang! Kuchiki Rukia Shunpo stepped forward, and the Soda no Shirayuki in his hand firmly blocked the blow. The attacker turned over and fell down. He was a man wearing a kimono. Wano Country, Swordsman Ryoma. Oguro narrowed his eyes. Brooke's shadow was on this zombie. Puff! Without Ryoma's obstruction, Absalom's throat was completely penetrated. This zombie general, whom he regarded as his trump card, failed to save his life after all. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded. Ding! An ownerless soul has been detected. Do you want to absorb it? Absorb. Soon, Oguro had a translucent devil fruit in his hand. Paramesha transparent fruit. This devil fruit can be exchanged for an epic lottery ticket. After thinking for a moment, Oguro thought of the whereabouts of this devil fruit. CP9, Khalifa. After all, this devil fruit is jokingly called a man's dream by Sanji, and its usage is somewhat obscene. Then leaving it to a woman is naturally the best choice. And Khalifa and the others are engaged in intelligence work. If they had the power of transparent fruits, they could save at least half of their efforts during infiltration searches and other operations. When we get back, let someone send her there. Oguro made a decision, but before that, he had to deal with the obstacle of Long Ma. Ryoma sheathed his sword gracefully and said to Kuchiki Rukia, ho 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 ho. This beautiful lady, can you let me? Bang! Before anyone else could react, Brooke had already rushed forward, and the crutch sword in his hand directly pierced Ryoma's mouth. Oh my god, shut up. Brooke was horrified. As soon as the zombie opened his mouth, he knew it was definitely his shadow. Then it's obvious what the zombie is going to say next. He didn't dare let the zombie finish his sentence. I was almost broken into pieces when I said something at sea before. If this happened again, he would probably be really broken. At this moment, his strong desire to survive caused him to explode with combat power far beyond his own. At the moment when Ryoma didn't react, he actually stopped him from continuing to speak. Ryoma immediately drew his sword to fight back. As soon as his hand grasped the hilt of the sword, a bag of sea salt hit his head instantly. After his body twitched for a moment, a shadow quietly separated from under Ryoma and merged into Brook's body. Yo ho ho, my shadow is finally back. Brook danced happily. Oguro picked up Ryoma's sword. Black Knife Chu Shui, one of the 21 tools of the Great Knife, the national treasure of Wano. Although you can't use it yourself, you can take it back and give it to your subordinates for future use. Putting away the knife, Oguro asked Brook, "Brook, your shadow has been found. Are you going to wait for us outside, or are you going to find Moria with us?" Brook said without hesitation, "I'll go with you. Mariah has tortured me for so many years, I must see him go to hell with my own eyes." At this time, deep in the castle, a huge and fat figure was sitting on a chair, listening to Perona's report. Moonlight Moria, the once heroic man, is now a pot-bellied otaku. Hehehehe, Your Majesty, said Oguro. I heard that they successfully escaped from Aokiji. Quote, if you use his shadow to make a zombie, it will definitely be the best masterpiece. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moria naturally has eyes in the world government. It's a pity that his level of informant is not high enough, and the information he came into contact with was whitewashed by the world government. What he is thinking about right now is how to deal with Oguro, a junior pirate. Chapter 81, The Terrifying Ghost of Negativity. The world government's theory is that Oguro and his party were defeated by Aokiji and barely escaped from the Buster Call to save their lives. Therefore, Sid Oguro's bounty was also increased to 400 million belly. But all this is just for the face of world government. The real senior executives all know that Oguro and the others are tied with Aokiji. If the bounty is determined based on the actual battle situation, Oguro is worth at least 1 billion baileys. I wonder if Mariah will be so angry that she will scold her when she knows the true situation. Anyway, now he is full of confidence and wants to transform Oguro into his #1 zombie warrior. At this time, a ghost of Perona floated in and muttered to Perona. Perona's expression suddenly changed after hearing this. Lord Moria, they killed Absalom. Upon hearing this, Moria's face instantly darkened. For Moria, companions are the only existence he cherishes. But now, one of his partners is dead. Sighed Oguro. Moria's hair stood in the sky, and his whole body was filled with anger. I will definitely kill you. On the other side, Oguro and others continued to walk deeper into the castle. Along the way, various mechanisms in the castle were activated by Moria, trying to separate Oguro and others and defeat them one by one. It's a pity that this little trick is like a joke in front of Oguro and others. Zombies blocking the road. Purify it directly. Institutional obstruction. Pierce them all. In the face of absolute strength, these institutions can't even be used to kill time. Not far away, everyone heard an angry roar. Sighed Oguro. Die. In an instant, a shadow suddenly shot out from the depths of the corridor, stabbing Oguro like a spear. Shadow Horn Gun. Although it is a shadow, the penetrating power of this move is no worse than that of an ordinary famous sword. Clang. Oguro remained motionless, and Kuchiki Rukia stood in front of her, firmly blocking the blow with Soda no Shirayuki. The shadow receded like a tide, and Mariah's figure walked out of the corridor. At nearly 7 meters tall, he looked like a giant in front of Oguro and others. At this time, the giant was staring at Oguro with a ferocious face. How dare you kill Laozi's companions? Do you know that you are seeking death? Who is he? 7 warlords of the sea personally recruited by the world government. A great pirate with legal rights to plunder. As a result, someone actually killed his companion in front of his home. What is the difference between this and a direct slap in the face? Without waiting for Oguro to respond, Moria began to activate his fruit power crazily. Shadow Horn Spear formation. Countless dark shadow spears rose from all the shadows in the room, stabbing at Oguro and the others. Keep Nami and Robin behind you. Oguro waved his right hand, and the armed haki covered the Zanpakuto, and the blade turned into a cold light, instantly shattering the surrounding shadow guns. Needless to say, Sui Feng and others, these shadow spears could not threaten them at all, and they were cut into 2 pieces as soon as their heads emerged. Although Brook was slightly less powerful, he was rich in experience. He successfully jumped out of the range of the gun array after catching 2 shadow spears with his crutch sword. The moment the gun array was defeated, a black figure suddenly jumped out from the corner and killed Nami and Robin. This is a body made of shadow, the outline of which is the same as Moria. Shadow Warrior, a clone created by Mariah using his fruit power. Robin reacted quickly, immediately crossed his arms and activated his fruit ability. 30-round flower suspended. Facing the 7 warlords of the sea, Robin didn't dare to hold back at all, and went all out from the start. 30 arms suddenly sprouted from the Shadow Warrior's body, tightly grasping his neck, arms and feet. Then 30 hands pulled hard behind him. According to past experience, even if this move twists the enemy's spine, it can completely block his movements. But this time, Robin miscalculated. The moment the 30 rounds of flowers exerted their strength together, the Kagemusha's body was like smoke, and these 30 hands passed directly through the body without having any effect at all. Moria's Shadow Warriors are made of shadows and have no entity themselves. Pure physical attacks like Robin's can't hurt it at all. Instead, the Kagemusha's palm struck Robin like a mountain bearing down on him. The terrifying pressure made Robin break into a cold sweat. If you dare to kill my companion, I will let you taste the same. Moria's eyes showed bloodthirsty light. Court death. Oguro roared, and Shunpo dodged his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the top of the Kagemusha's head. Holding the Zanpakuto element high in the right hand, invisible armed domineering energy quickly wrapped around it, and the blade seemed to be soaked in ink, as black as an abyss. Armed color dragon slaying, the fierce sword pressure fell from the sky, like a divine punishment sent by God, cutting off everything. Puff! The armed domineering force perfectly restrained the Shadow Warrior. The huge figure began to break apart from the top of his head, and suddenly exploded under the pressure of the sword, turning into a wisp of flying ash. Moria showed a look of surprise. Armed and domineering, there is such a strong person in this paradise. After all, he is a man who has fought with Kaido. Of course, Moria is very familiar with hockey. This kind of people can be said to be everywhere in the New World, but they are rare in the paradise. Moria murmured in her heart for no reason. These people don't seem so easy to deal with. You guys, how dare you mess around on Lord Moria's ship, just to see how good I am for you. At this time, a clear female voice suddenly came from above everyone's heads. I saw Perona floating on the ceiling, surrounded by several ghosts of different shapes. She pointed at Brook, who was closest to her, and roared, "Negative ghost." Several ghosts immediately rushed towards Brook. Brook dodged again and again, stabbing the ghost with the crutch sword in his hand. It's a pity that these ghosts are all incorporeal, and his sword has no effect at all. Finally, a ghost passed through his body smoothly. Brook's body froze, and then he knelt down on the ground and began to talk endless thoughts. I'm sorry, I'm just a useless skeleton. I should bury myself in a deserted corner. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Oguro, who had always been at ease, turned a little pale. On this thriller bark, Oguro always thought that the most terrifying thing was not Captain Moonlight Moria, but this Princess Mononoke Perona. Her fruit ability is completely bugged. The negative ghost is powerless against anyone, a completely conceptual level of ability. As we all know, the concept God is the real God. Everyone, be careful, you must not be touched by her ghost. Otherwise, you will lose your fighting spirit immediately. Oguro warned everyone directly. Everyone immediately became extremely vigilant. There is no other reason. Although there is no danger in losing fighting spirit, looking at Brook's decadent look and talking about wanting to become a bug, it is completely social death. Chapter 82 The Decadent Moria. Perona, good job. Looking at everyone who was in a hurry because of the negative ghost, Moria praised him. Suffer death. Oguro. Moria waved his hands, and the huge shadow instantly split into countless black bats, surrounding Oguro. Ha, you really treat me like a weakling. Oguro sneered and chanted the Shikai language in a low voice. Croon. Gray cat. Sand. The blade instantly turned into a plume of smoke, covering all the bats. Cat Rondo. The smoke and dust swept across quickly, like a whirlwind composed of blades. All the bats were dismembered instantly and turned into shadows again. Damn it! What kind of ability is this? Moria cursed angrily, and the whirlwind that almost filled the entire corridor was approaching. He slapped his hands on the ground without hesitation. Shadow Warrior. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only a clone made of shadow. In addition to cooperative combat, the most important function of Moria's Shadow Warriors is that they can swap positions with the main body. It can be said that the tactics are very high. It's a pity that he was ruined by Mariah. What a shadow mage! What kind of zombies do you have to play? In the final analysis, he was still discouraged by Kaido's blow, and completely lost the courage to confront the opponent head-on. I accept your shadow. After switching places with Kagemusha, Moria appeared directly behind Oguro. He held a huge pair of scissors in his hand and cut quickly towards Oguro's shadow on the ground. Kagekiri. However, before the scissors touched the shadow, Oguro's figure disappeared from his eyes. Mariah, you have really become weaker. You don't even know how to hide your breath. Oguro flew into the air, his eyes flashed red, and he was full of domineering power. Moria's small movements could not escape his perception at all. The Zanpakuto in his right hand was immediately chopped down. One sword-style long Shang Tianyuan. The huge sword pressure condenses on the blade, like a lifelike swimming dragon. As the blade was cut down, the pressure of the sword instantly surged into a huge flying dragon, roaring and falling from the sky. The flying dragon carried unparalleled pressure, as if it wanted to tear apart everything around it. The air screamed and the earth shook. The rolling dragon's power makes even the sky change color. This terrifying knife rushed straight towards Moria. In a daze, Moria seemed to see another similar figure. A blue dragon, flying through the clouds and mist, easily destroyed his team. Damn BD. Don't try to take away everything from me again. The stimulated Mariah went crazy instantly, and countless shadows on the thriller bark came from all directions, all converging on Mariah. Shadow Collective. More than 1,000 shadows were integrated into Moria's body. His figure instantly grew several times, and his strength skyrocketed. Go to hell, Kaido. Shadow aggregation is Moria's ultimate trick. While it is powerful, it also requires extremely high mental strength. Moria, who had absorbed more than 1,000 shadows, was obviously a little delirious. He even mistook Oguro's sword moves as Kaido himself. The angry Moria waved his fist towards the dragon-shaped sword. The terrifying force caused a semi-vacuum zone to be formed around the fist. In his current state, he can even sink an island with one punch. Boom! The two collided fiercely, and the terrifying shock wave directly penetrated the fog surrounding Thriller Bark, and the sunlight poured in. The huge castle collapsed with a roar, leaving a huge crater. Perona floated in the air, staring nervously at the center of the smoke. She is now in the state of a ghost clone and is not affected by these shock waves. When the smoke and dust cleared, Oguro still stood in the air, his body unstained by dust. The special effect of the Spirit King's great command is to maintain dignity at all times. Mariah stood in the pit, swaying and seemed to be in pain. The next moment, he opened his mouth, and countless shadows spit out from his mouth. Fusion of 1,000 shadows is still too reluctant. Under the pressure of Obu Luo Longshang Tianyuan, many shadows broke away from the control and ran out. After spitting out about half of his shadow, Moria finally regained his consciousness. You are such a difficult guy. Moria looked solemn, and Oguro's strength obviously exceeded his expectations. Lord Moria, let me help you. Negative ghost. Perona was loyal to Moria and directly commanded a group of ghosts to surround Oguro. However, before these ghosts started to act, Perona's expression suddenly changed, and then she laughed uncontrollably. Ahahaha, stop it, ha ha ha. Everyone looked confused when they saw this. Only Oguro had a smile on his face. Moria noticed this and immediately asked angrily, "A-hole, what did you do?" Oguro shrugged. Didn't you realize that the two girls next to me have long since disappeared? Only then did Moria notice that Nami and Robin had left the battlefield at some point. Oguro pointed at Perona, who was laughing wildly, and chuckled. This little girl is an Esper who ate the Paramesha spirit fruit. She is still in a ghost state now. Then her true form must be nearby, so I'll ask someone to look for it. Now it seems that they have found it. The moment he saw Perona, Oguro knew that if he wanted to deal with this girl, he had to find her true identity. Fortunately, with Robin's flowery fruit ability, he can send out hundreds of eyes in the castle, so finding someone is not easy. So he protected the two of them from the battlefield early and went directly to steal the house. Oguro said to Perona, "It would be better if you rush back to your own body as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know what else they would do to you. Maybe shave your head and paint some turtles on your face." Haha. What? No. After all, Perona was an immature little girl. When Oguro was so frightened, she immediately ran towards her own body, leaving her laughing all the way. After Perona left, Moria found herself completely surrounded. Damn. Shadow Horn Spear dazzling. With the blessing of the Shadow Collective, countless shadow spears rose from the ground, like a jungle of thorns. Unfortunately, Brook was kicked out early, leaving only the Shinigami present. With Shunpo, everyone distanced themselves in the blink of an eye. Moria still wanted to pursue him, but all he saw was a blur in front of his eyes, and Sui Feng's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. The right fist was swung out, and a force mixed with powerful spiritual pressure instantly fell on Moria's stomach. Vomit. Another batch of shadows spit out from Moria's mouth. Sui Feng frowned slightly, looked at his hands and murmured, "It's still not right. This is not armed hockey." Hateful. Mariah pumped his fists in an attempt to fight back. Chapter 83 Kill Shichibukai again. Unfortunately, facing the nimble Sui Feng, all these attacks failed. On the contrary, he was cast into hundreds of shadows, and his huge body further shrunk. The dignified 7 warlords of the sea were treated by Sui Feng as a living bag for practicing armed domineering. In order to better appreciate the armament and domineering power, Sui Feng kept the amount of spiritual pressure used to a minimum. But even so, Moria was still defeated by Sui Feng. "So, you deliberately lured Perona away, right?" At this moment, all the shrewdness of Moria's veteran pirates seemed to be back. He looked at the lineup in front of him and expected that he might not be able to escape this disaster. Whether it's Oguro or those guys wearing similar uniforms, their strength far exceeds his imagination. Especially this woman wearing a white haori. Moria could feel that if the other party wanted to, he could kill him with one move. Damn world government. What shabby information. This is not like being defeated by Aokiji and barely saving his life. It was clear that a fierce battle had ended peacefully. These bastards, scum, and scum. Tricked Lousy to death. As expected, Mariah cursed in his heart. Oguro said lightly, "The next scene is a bit too cruel for a little girl." Well, Moria sighed. At this point, he has no hope of survival. After a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind and said to Oguro with stern eyes, "Can you please take that girl in?" Oguro paused, his eyes inexplicable, and said, "We are enemies." Moria sneered, "You know Perona's fruit ability very well. Can you safely let this little girl wander outside by herself? The power of Lingling fruit can almost restrain more than 90% of the strong men in the sea. No one will see it without fear and excitement." Oguro said coldly, "I can kill her. She is my enemy anyway." Moria shook her head gently. "If we could do it, Perona would have been dead just now. Why scare her away?" Before Oguro could speak, Moria continued, "Unlike us, Perona has never killed anyone in these years. She is just a stupid girl who doesn't understand anything. I have met many pirates in my life. You are different from them. You have principles. Let Perona follow you, at least you will not become a killing tool for others." Oguro was speechless. What is this? Chuogu. Unexpectedly, in the end, Moria still put his companions first. He even doesn't hesitate to trade his own life. No wonder Perona has always regarded him as her father. "Okay, I promise you, Perona, I guarantee it." As Oguro's powerful words fell, Moria's last worry was gone. "You said there's a hogbark at the Thriller Bark." Hee. Moria is still somewhat self-aware. There is no way Oguro would let go of the same guy with his hands stained with blood. Then let's make the last move to decide life and death. Moria's eyes became determined. At this moment, the great pirate Moonlight Moria who scolded Fang Chu in the New World seems to be back again. Crazy shadow kill. At this moment, Moria and his own shadow merged into one, and he absorbed many shadows in his hand to form a spear, and stabbed towards Oguro. The tyrannical pressure made the air seem to become thicker, and the shadow spear made a faint sound of wind and thunder. Oguro waved Sui Feng to retreat. This is a challenge for him, and of course he has to take it personally. Moria, I will use this most powerful move to see you off. Oguro touched his Zanpakuto with his right hand, and the dark-armed domineering force instantly covered it. One sword style, caressing and slashing. Hiss. A thin line seemed to appear in the air. The next second, this thin line exploded violently, forming a terrifying slash that penetrated the heaven and the earth. Puff. Moria's shadow gun shattered on the spot, and a long sword mark extended from the top of his head to his feet. Mariah opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. His tall body fell straight to the ground. This is the captain's swordsmanship. Sui Feng looked at Oguro in surprise. As the founder of Genryu, Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni, captain of the Gotei 13, is top-notch in both kendo and white hits. Although he has not summoned himself yet, Oguro can still find explanations of the skills and moves of these captains from the system. You can completely explore and practice on your own. Of course, you can also choose to spend achievement points to get it quickly. But the price is a bit high, and it's not as cost-effective as drawing a card. Up to now, this is the only move that Fuzan has learned quite decently. After Moria died, all the shadows controlled by him dispersed and returned to their respective masters. Oguro also got the shadow fruit. Ding! Paramesha shadow fruit has been detected and can be exchanged for golden legendary lottery tickets. Sure enough, this is a devil fruit with great potential. Mariah has completely gone astray. System. Exchange. As soon as the new captain comes, he will have 3 top combat powers. This card is almost the same as Marine. After defeating Moria, Oguro asked others to clean the thriller bark inside and out. A scum like Hogbark can be executed on the spot without any need to report back. Oguro came to Perona's room. Since you are left alone, you need to use more snacks. In the room, Perona was tied up and thrown on the bed by Robin and Nami. At first, she wanted to use Negative Ghost to deal with the two of them, but Robin found out and took her body hostage, forcing her to give up. Now, she was curled up on the bed crying loudly. Apparently, she already knew Mariah was dead. The animal zombie in the corner of the room lay motionless on the ground because it lost its shadow. Nothing is more indicative of Moria's condition than this. Before Oguro could speak, Robin spoke first. Your Excellency Oguro, please take care of Perona first after you return. Huh, Oguro looked confused. How did you know I was going to take her away? Robin pointed to the animal zombie lying on the ground and said, Molia just manipulated this zombie to come over and tell Perona that she had been entrusted to you. Good guy. This Moria looks a little stupid, but she is quite thoughtful. I did this because I was afraid that Perona and I would fight to the death and force myself to kill her. Woo, even though Lord Moria said that, I will never stay with you, the murderer of Lord Moria. I want to stay here. Perona said fiercely with tears streaming down her face. Robin frowned slightly. Being smart, she naturally understood what was special about Perona. Such people must not be left alone. Otherwise, it will definitely be a big trouble if someone else takes advantage of it. Chapter 84 The New Captain. Robin has already thought about taking Perona back no matter what. Just comfort her afterwards. Time is the cure for everything. However, what Robin never expected was that Oguro didn't take it at all and spoke directly. Ha, if you don't want to leave, you can. Anyway, you, a little girl, are of little value to us. Robin was stunned on the spot. If you do this, I can't help you get it back. Sure enough, Perona's eyes widened and she shouted angrily, just leave. Let me go quickly. Oguro motioned to Robin to let him go. He gave her a reassuring look in her doubtful eyes. Just when Perona was about to walk out of the room, Oguro suddenly spoke. What a pity. Originally, I thought that you and Mariah had such a deep relationship that I would let you meet again in the future, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. Perona exploded when she heard this, and immediately rushed to Oguro and said, What did you say? Is Lord Moria not dead? Oguro said calmly, He is indeed dead, but I can make him live in another identity. It turned out that the moment he killed Moria with his own hands, Moria's soul was sucked away by Junyang's Spiritual Arts Academy and reincarnated. A great pirate at the level of 7 warlords of the sea, how can he be reincarnated as a chief officer level Shinigami? You can resurrect the dead. Corona's eyes widened. Although it was a bit unbelievable, Corona had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Devil fruits have all kinds of strange abilities, and you can even control ghosts. Isn't it possible to resurrect a dead person? Oguro said with an enigmatic expression. It's not a resurrection, it's probably a reincarnation. You alone remember that the people under my command called themselves Shinigami, right? Since he is a Shinigami, he naturally has the ability to control life and death. Corona's little face kept changing, and finally she gritted her teeth and said, as long as you can bring Lord Moria back to life, I am willing to follow you. For Lord Moria, if you want to follow this big bad guy, just do it. Oguro grinned. Don't force it. I never like to force others. No, don't force it. Corona frowned, feeling aggrieved and about to shed tears. In the end, Robin couldn't stand it anymore, patted Corona on the back and said, don't worry, he's just teasing you. Come with us. Oguro chuckled and immediately greased the soles of his feet. It feels really pleasant to tease the little girl when there is nothing to do. It didn't take long for the thriller bark to be thoroughly cleaned. The transformed zombies were burned by fire. The entire island instantly became much clearer. Sui Feng, I'll leave this to you as a base for the 2nd Division. The environment of Thriller Bark is not suitable for ordinary people to live in, and can only be used as a secret stronghold. Yes, Sui Feng is very satisfied with this place. Not only is it stealthy and safe, but because the island is actually a ship, it also has some mobility. It is simply a natural secret base. Oguro anchored a coordinate point in the Thriller Bark and led everyone back to the Seven Waters capital. Before boarding the ship, Corona requested that Moria's body be buried, but Oguro had no objection. After burying Moria's body with her own hands, Corona left the home where she had lived for many years in a depressed mood. Halfway through the voyage of the Desert Rose, Oguro was enjoying sunbathing in Matsumoto Rangaku's massage when the phone suddenly rang. Lord Soul King, Mayor Bingshan was attacked by CP0. A cute girlish voice came from the other side of the phone. Oguro frowned. Is he okay? The intruder has been captured by his subordinates and is waiting to be dealt with by Lord Spirit King. The girl said meticulously. When Oguro heard this, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Well done. Xiao Tao, Momo Hinamori, deputy captain of the 5th Division of the Gotei 13th Division. It was the helper Oguro summoned with the achievement points he saved before leaving the capital of Seven Waters. Byakuya Kuchiki stayed on Sky Island, and Sui Feng and the others had to follow him. But there must be someone responsible for guarding the capital of Seven Waters. So Oguro chose to draw the purple epic card pool again. With good luck, I drew a vice captain directly. After hanging up the phone, Oguro stood up from Matsumoto Rangaku's broad chest, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. It seems that the world government needs some warning. He knew that the world government would not give up so easily. No, he and Sui Feng had just left, and there was action over there. The 3 major institutions of world government are Marine Headquarters, Judicial Island and Impel Down City. Agu Luo secretly calculated in his heart, with a smirk on his face. The Judiciary Island is gone. Do you want to visit the other 2 places? What would you choose if it were you? Yoruichi. On the bridge, a tall figure stood facing the wind, with long hair flying freely in the sun. The former captain of the 2nd Division of the Gotei 13th Division, Yoruichi Shihoin. Nickname: Flash Goddess. Oguro's 3rd Golden Legendary Lottery ticket has added another general. To his great surprise, the card pool was not limited to current members of the Gotei 13 team. In other words, the range of strong men he can draw has more than doubled. Are you looking for trouble with the world government? Shifeng Yuan Yoruichi jumped lightly and jumped to Oguro's side, smiling confidently. Marine basically acts independently, so it doesn't make much sense to cause trouble with them. I suggest you go to Impel Down City for a walk. Oguro snapped his fingers. Hey, the heroes see the same thing. Compared to Marine, who is even feared by the world government itself, Impel Down has imprisoned countless felons. It is an important institution directly managed by the world government and used to deter countless criminals. If something happens there, the world government will be completely disgraced. It is normal for the world government to make small moves. After all, the two sides are hostile. But it would be embarrassing if you were caught. You have to bear all the consequences yourself. Go back to the capital of Seven Waters and bring that CP0 with you. Then, let's go sightseeing in the famous Impel Down city. Oguro stood up and spoke with a smile on his face. I just don't know how much of Impel Down will be left after this trip. In the capital of Seven Rivers, Bingshin and Hinamori arrived at the dock early to wait. Lord Spirit King. Hinamori Momo knelt down on one knee without hesitation. When Bingshin saw this, he also followed suit. Hey, Taotaojong, you are very energetic. Shifeng Yuan Yoruichi ducked to Hinamori Momo's side and pinched her pretty little face. It's like playing with a doll. Knight, Yoruichi Senpai. Hinamori Momo looked at Yoruichi's death uniform and Captain Haori in surprise, and asked subconsciously. Have you returned to the 2nd Division? Chapter 85. Looking forward to the capital of Seven Waters. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Hinamori Momo realized something was wrong. Impossible. The captain of the 2nd Division is Sui Feng. It is impossible to expel someone from the captain position for nothing. That would not convince the public. Shifeng Yuan Yoruichi smiled and shook his head. I didn't go back to the 2nd Division. Then she turned around coolly and showed the team emblem on the back of Captain Haori to Hinamori Momo. I'm going here. Hinamori Dao's eyes widened when she saw it. The team emblem has no numbers, only the 4 petals of a shending flower. And this has only one meaning in Soul Society. Royal Agent. Team 0. Congratulations, Yoruichi-sama. Hinamori Momo expressed her heartfelt blessings. The level of Team 0 is higher than that of the entire Gotei 13 team. The minimum requirement for joining Team 0 is to reach captain level. What? You said Yoruichi Shihoin's strength is not the best among the captains, so he is not qualified to be promoted to the 0 division. Hee. Oguro said, I am the spiritual king. In the 0 division that I am directly under, I will let whoever I want in. Shifeng Yuan Yoruichi chuckled, glanced at Oguro and said teasingly, it's not that our Lord Soul King couldn't see that I, an idle worker, was too idle, so he forced me to arrange a job for me. Oguro was not used to it, and replied calmly, do you still want to practice Zanpakuto? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Shifeng Yuan Yoruichi suddenly rushed to Oguro's side and massaged his shoulders with a flattering expression. In the original work, Yoruichi Shifeng Yuan never used his Zanpakuto. So when summoning her, Oguro also took a special look at the character interface. The results showed that Yoruichi's Zanpakuto was damaged. After questioning him, I found out that during a battle with Daxu, Yoruichi's Zanpakuto broke into pieces after fighting against the enemy behind Bankai. For the Zanpakuto, if it is destroyed in the Shikai state, it will automatically recover over time as long as it is nourished with spiritual pressure. But if Bankai is damaged, the result is irreversible. This is equivalent to the Zanpakuto's origin being damaged. The only chance to repair it is to enter the Spirit King Palace where the 0 Squadron is located and find Nigea Oyu to recast the Zanpakuto. For Shinigami, the Zanpakuto is equivalent to half of his own body. Oguro gave Shifenjin Yoruichi the status of Team 0, which gave her the opportunity to repair her Zanpakuto. How could she not cherish it? Not to mention that the official members of Captain 0 can also use the power of the Soul King to reshape their bones. As well as increasing spiritual pressure across dimensions by eating the Soul Essence package. It can be said that as long as you join the 0 division, a Shinigami's strength will at least quadruple. This is also the reason why Team 0 has only 5 members, but is stronger than the entire Gotei 13 team. Seeing Yoruichi's flattering look, Yoruichi also smiled. After a rough fight, Oguro asked Bingshin, how is it? No one was hurt. As the spiritual king of the kingdom of God, he must not treat his subordinates favorably. Oguro immediately expressed concern for Bingshin. Bingshin was a little flattered and said, no. Ms. Hinamori is very powerful. CP0 was taken down as soon as it was exposed. The vice captain of the Gotei 13 is no weaker than the elite lieutenant general of the Marine headquarters. A strong person of this level, CP0, cannot be dispatched casually. Oguro nodded, don't worry. I told you to protect you in the capital of Seven Waters, and I will definitely do it. Then his voice paused and his tone became cold. This time, It was the world government that took action first, so I will let them know that some agreements are not so easy to violate. Bingshan was moved when he heard this. This is to find a place for yourself. I just want to tell the whole world that no one can touch the people I, Oguro, want to protect. When they arrived at Bingshan's office, Oguro asked someone to bring the intruding CP0 up. Soon, a two-person CP0 team was brought over. A standard white suit again. Oguro was speechless. You are also a spy agency after all, so what are you doing by dressing up in such fancy clothes? Oguro sat on the main seat that originally belonged to Bingshan, and the others stood on both sides of him according to their status. Ogrovan asked, did you explain the specific purpose of their trip? The Pluton design drawing is definitely their primary goal, but there is no guarantee that there will not be other tasks. Hinamori Momo shook her head. These people have undergone strict brainwashing, and ordinary interrogations are useless. 2. After all, they are the most loyal lackeys of the Tianlong people, and they will not hesitate even if they order them to commit suicide. It is indeed a tough nut to crack. But, Yoruichi, Sui Feng, I'll leave them to you. Get the information as soon as possible. Oguro waved his hand gently. Hard bones, right, I happen to have two experts here. The second division is a covert mobile team, and interrogating intelligence is a compulsory course. The two generations of commanders before and after are here. If you don't believe it, you won't be able to find out anything. Shifeng Yuan Yoruichi and Sui Feng took the people away, while Oguro asked about the recent situation in the Iceberg Seven Waters capital. Bingshan said respectfully, shipbuilding orders have decreased recently. Many people probably want to see the situation before making a decision. The situation in the capital of Seven Waters is unknown. If you place an order and fail to get the goods, you will be in trouble. However, after Oguro gives the world government some clues, the situation will stabilize and orders will naturally come back. Since the order pressure has been reduced recently, why not give the capital of Seven Waters a major makeover? Oguro had a plan in mind. The Seven Waters capital itself is quite famous. Why not expand the scale and build the largest tourist resort island in the Great Waterway? The waterways and fountains in the capital of Seven Waters are unique landscapes of the Great Waterway. If hot springs, amusement facilities and high-end hotels can be added, the tourism industry in the Seven Waters city will definitely achieve explosive growth. Bingshan, please remember what I said, it will come in handy. Oguro relied on his memory to tell all the stories about Disneyland in his previous life. What fairy tale castle, theatrical performance, immersive experience service, as well as various fairy tales, novels, movies and TV shows that are compatible with Disneyland. A series of things sounds like a big iceberg. But as a businessman, he keenly felt the huge business opportunities contained in it. In this world where the entertainment industry is extremely scarce, this set of things is absolutely unique. After recording the entire 10 pages, Bingshan's face turned red with excitement. Lord Soul King, if all the things above are realized, the capital of Seven Waters will become the entertainment center of the world. Oguro waved his hand, just do it if you think it's good. Don't let me down. The real industry and service industry are all in hand, bringing not only income, but also fame. If Oguro wants to establish a supreme divine kingdom, he must let more people know that only in his own divine kingdom can they get a better and safer life. Chapter 86 Impel City. A 3-year plan was formulated for Bingshan, and Bingshan couldn't wait to implement it. Before leaving, Bingshan paused and hesitated. Lord Spirit King, I have something to report to you. What's up? Well, it's Frankie. He sees that the situation in the capital of Seven Waters seems to have stabilized and wants to come back. As he spoke, Bingshan glanced at Oguro with some concern. The world government will focus on the Seven Waters capital because of the Pluton design on Frankie. If he wants to come back now, won't he cause trouble for the capital of Seven Waters? But based on that guy's character, if you don't ask for him, he will probably sneak back by himself. And Bingshan is also a little selfish. Frankie is hiding outside, but he may still be found by the world government. At that time, I will be beyond my reach and cannot help even if I want to. But if Oguro is willing to provide asylum, the world government will have to consider it. Frankie, Oguro pondered. To be honest, Oguro quite wanted to take Frankie under his wing. After all, he is a rare mechanical genius. The development of science and technology in this world is very abnormal. Pacifists can spit laser cannons. As a result, mainstream ships are still dominated by wind power. It's almost like a joke. Steam engines, internal combustion engines, and electric motors, any of them can start an industrial revolution in this world. It's best to leave these matters to Frankie. After comparing the risks and benefits, Oguro felt that it could be done. On the other side, Bingshin saw that Oguro was still silent and thought he disagreed, so he took the initiative to speak. I also know this is wrong. I went to reject him. When Oguro heard this, he immediately waved his hands and said, "No. Tell him that he can come back, but he must work for me. After all, I have no obligation to protect someone who has nothing to do with me." Bingshin was so happy when he heard this, he said immediately, "No problem. I will convince Frankie. If he can exchange work for safety, this guy should be secretly happy." Bingshin left in a hurry, probably to contact Frankie. Oguro took the rest of the people to eat while he still had some free time. While eating a big meal, Yoruichi and Sui Feng opened the door and walked in. "You are so unloyal. You actually left us to eat the feast by yourself," Yoruichi shouted dissatisfied. Oguro smiled and asked for 2 more people, and asked, "Did you get the information?" Yoruichi smiled proudly, "Of course. Sui Feng and I attacked at the same time, so there is nothing we can't pry open." Clearing his throat, Yoruichi said slowly, "Actually, those 2 people were tasked with monitoring the iceberg and trying to find Frankie's hiding place. But after the 2 of them saw Lord Soul King leaving with most of his men, they had a weird idea. They thought they had a chance to kidnap the iceberg. In the end, I was caught red-handed by Tao Taozhong. It can only be said that these 2 CP0s underestimated Oguro. Moreover, Oguro's timing to summon Hinamori Momo was also chosen very well. The 2 men collided with each other at gunpoint. Oguro sneered, "Now that we have figured it out, we are ready to go find trouble with the world government. Although it is not an order from the 5 elders, who cares? Anyway, CP0 is your subordinate, so there is absolutely no problem in settling this debt on you." Everyone had a hearty meal and set sail directly to Impel Down the next day. Oguro wants to tell everyone that our Holy Spirit Empire's revenge will never take place overnight. As for the 2 unlucky ones with CP0, they were naturally brought along. This is evidence. We can't let people think that we are just looking for trouble. Pangu, 5 elders received a report from CP0. One group was captured alive by the capital of 7 waters. Now, Oguro is sailing with a group of people, wondering if he is looking for trouble. What important facilities are there on the route? Finance goddess Azanbalan v. Nasho Langsheng asked cautiously. The staff said respectfully, "Except for the 2 franchised countries, this is Push City." 5 elders simultaneously pupil earthquake, Impel City. Is that guy crazy? Saint Topman Wuchuli was furious. Doesn't he know the importance of Impel Down to the world? In addition to imprisoning those who oppose the world government, Impel Down also has a bunch of extremely dangerous devil fruit users. Because their fruit abilities were too dangerous, the world government did not kill them, but imprisoned them permanently. If Oguro makes a big fuss in Impel Down and releases these guys, the whole world will be threatened. Saint Topman Wuchuli roared, "Find a way to contact him. If something happens to Impel Down, does he think his own territory will not be affected? Those heinous criminals will not thank him." Wait a moment. The staff was about to go out, but was stopped by Shepherd 10 Peter Saint, who had been silent. "Pit, what are you doing?" Saint Topman Vachuri said dissatisfied, "If even Impel Down is destroyed, we might as well commit suicide in front of Lord I Am." Shepherd 10 Peter calmly stroked his chin and said, "You're too nervous. Have you forgotten what kind of place Impel Down is? The sea floor stones on the wall alone are worth 3 years' worth of heavenly gold. The power of Magellan's fruit can be most effective in Impel Down City. Even generals are not afraid of it." Speaking of this, a sinister look flashed in Shepherd 10 Peter's eyes. "I think this is an opportunity. As long as Oguro and the others dare to enter Impel Down City, we can catch them all in one fell swoop." Saint Topman Wuchuli also calmed down after hearing this. "I have to say that this plan is indeed feasible. Would it not be enough to rely on Magellan alone? Topman Vatulus frowned. How about we send someone over? There is more than one general-level combat power in CPO. Shepard 10 Peter waved his right hand. Hasn't Marine captured a lot of pirates recently? Let them send a general to escort them there. Although I wish I could kill Oguro in Impel Down. But they must prepare for the worst first. Marine was attacked while escorting criminals and had to fight back in self-defense. Is it reasonable? But if Oguro is not dead in this battle, they send CP0 to completely break up and start a fight. Saint Shepard 10 Peter would not leave such an obvious excuse to Oguro. Second, the 5 elders quickly reached an agreement. And this task was naturally handed over to Akainu, who was loyal to the world government. Subsequently, Push City also received the news. Director Magellan slammed the table angrily. What a daring BD. You actually want to attack Impel Down. Deputy Director Hannibal sneered. What a big event. If I make great contributions in this incident, can I be promoted to director? Ah, I accidentally told the truth. Chapter 87 Arrival. Magellan had long been accustomed to Hannibal's ambitions that he often revealed unconsciously. He said seriously, Marine General Akainu will join me to face the enemy. You are responsible for keeping an eye on the prisoners and don't let them take the opportunity to cause trouble. Yes, when it came to being loyal to his duties, Hannibal had no problem at all. After arranging the work, Magellan's expression changed and he immediately got into the toilet behind the office. As a person with Paramesha poison fruit ability, although Magellan will not be poisoned by his own poison, he often suffers from stomach upset. It is said that in addition to 8 hours of sleeping, he only has 4 hours of working time a day, and the remaining 10 hours are spent suffering from diarrhea. If it weren't for the fact that he was strong enough and needed to suppress those criminals, he would have been fired long ago. 2 days later, Akainu, who traveled day and night, finally arrived at Impel Down before Oguro. General Akainu, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Magellan personally greeted him. The cold and fierce Akainu had a cold look in his eyes. For the sake of justice, this group of pirates who are doing no good must be completely wiped out this time. Magellan nodded repeatedly, as expected of General Marine. Although many anime fans did not like Akainu in its previous life. But if you look at the world government side, Akainu is undoubtedly strong and reliable. He executes orders meticulously and is strong enough to defeat more than 90% of the enemies. Who can not respect such subordinates? Then please take a rest, Mr. Akainu. According to the information from the surveillance ship, there is a high probability that they will arrive at Impel Down City tomorrow. Magellan arranged everything properly. Akainu thanked him and went to the prepared room to rest. He came here on a quick march and needed to recuperate before the big battle. At sea, Oguro and his party have arrived at the edge of the windless zone closest to the Impel City. Unlike marine warships, which have independent power, the Desert Rose is still a traditional wind-powered sailboat. It stands to reason that it is impossible to sail in a windless zone. World government doesn't know how Oguro will solve this problem, but they don't think this little trouble will stop the other party. At the edge of the calm zone, Oguro asked Nami to stop the boat. There is a windless zone ahead. You and Hanadura will stay on the boat and wait for us. He can use Kido to create wind as power, but the most dangerous thing about the windless zone is not the lack of power, but the large number of Poseidon species gathered in the sea. These giant ocean beasts, which are often hundreds or even thousands of meters long, are easily attracted by sailing ships. There is no sea floor stone disguise on the bottom of his ship, so don't take the risk. Nami also knew the dangers of the windless zone, so he nodded and said, Don't worry. We will wander around the periphery to help you attract the attention of the world government. Oguro nodded. Immediately, he, Yoruichi, Sui Feng, Kuchiki, and Matsumoto all jumped into the air and flew towards Impel Down. The first line of defense that Impel City was proud of was easily broken by Oguro. The ability to fly has such a high strategic value. Otherwise, Kizaru, one of the 3 generals, would not be like a fire captain, being sent wherever there is an emergency. Impelling the city, looking at the water with no waves at all, Magellan felt doubts in his heart. It's strange. Didn't you say they would arrive in a day at most? How come there's no trace yet? Hannibal smiled and said, Could it be that he was afraid of my name as the future director of Impel Down City, so he scared me away? Ah, I accidentally exposed my ambition again. At this time, the world government's surveillance ship sent a message. The Desert Rose has been circling outside the comm zone and seems to have no intention of coming in. Magellan was stunned. What do you mean? The light doesn't come in when it circles around. Is he here for sightseeing? Perhaps they were stopped by the windless belt. Hannibal shrugged. After all, there are a lot of Poseidons inside. Without special preparations, entering will be a dead end. When Magellan heard this, he inevitably felt a trace of disdain in his heart. Is this Oguro, whom the world's governments regard as their formidable enemy? If you can't even conquer the windless zone, how can you talk about attacking Impel Down City? It seems that I think highly of them. Magellan murmured to himself. At this moment, a joking voice suddenly came from above. Hey, so many people are here to greet me. Magellan looked up sharply. I saw 5 people lined up in a row, standing quietly in the air. Magellan recognized at a glance that the man standing in the middle was Oguro. 5 people, all of them can actually fly. Magellan was furious. This was a rare ability that everyone on the sea envied. Now 5 of them suddenly appeared. After the shock, Magellan quickly calmed down. He said coldly, no matter who you are, breaking into Impel Down City without permission is a felony. Ha, Oguro sneered, we passed through Judiciary Island just the same, it's no different. He came to Zyagi City this time to demonstrate, so naturally he would be as arrogant as he wanted. Arrogant. Magellan was furious. Do you think Impel Down is a place where you can come and leave whenever you want? The corner of Oguro's mouth raised slightly. Magellan, today I just want to see if this impelling city, which is called an iron-walled city, is really worthy of its name. As the words fell, the spiritual pressure around Oguro began to condense, emitting a light visible to the naked eye. O King, the mask of flesh and blood, all things, fluttering wings, and the one who bears the name of man. Carve 2 lotuses on the wall of blue fire, and wait for the abyss of fire in the distant sky. Hado's 73 double lotuses blue fire falls. After successfully summoning Shifenjin Yoruichi, Okuro's Ryutsu and Zenkinzuki have all reached the official level. Ryutsu and Kido have even reached the level of senior officers. Now he can finally release high-level Hado at will. 2 huge green fire lotuses intertwined together, emitting blazing waves of air, whizzing down like meteorites falling to the ground. Magellan's pupils shrank sharply. The power of this blow was not small. Poison gas bomb. Magellan opened his mouth and spit out a large cloud of poisonous gas, which contained a large amount of tear gas. Boom. The moment the fire lotus came into contact with the gas, a huge explosion occurred, causing even the ground to tremble. You reacted very quickly. You actually thought of using gas to detonate my Kido. A hint of appreciation flashed in Oguro's eyes. Magellan, why don't you just follow me in the future? It's definitely more promising than guarding a mere Impel City. Good guy. The guards of Impel Down City present all called him good guy. Even if they broke into the Impel Down City without permission, they actually directly poached the director of their Impel Down City. They simply don't take world government seriously at all. Oguro said, I really don't take world government seriously. As expected, Magellan said angrily, Oguro, don't think that no one in this world can cure you. I will personally capture you into Impel Down. Chapter 88 Shifengyuan Yoruichi. Magellan took a deep breath, and the rich toxin surged out of his body instantly. Hannibal saw it and shouted hurriedly, everyone, put on your gas masks. Magellan's poison is very strong, but there is also a big problem, that is, it cannot distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. These people in Impel Down must wear special gas masks every time they meet Magellan, otherwise they will really die. Everyone put on gas masks in a panic, and Magellan launched a fierce attack on Oguro. Poison bomb. Magellan opened his mouth and shot dozens of poison balls, attacking Oguro and others in the air. The poisonous fruit is so poisonous that anyone who touches it will corrode, fester, or even die. Oguro and the others didn't want to experience it personally, so Shunpo immediately dodged away. So fast. Magellan's eyes widened. Can it fly so fast in the air? This speed is probably no slower than shaving. Generals like Marine can fly using moonwalk. But it can't be used in the air. As for those with flying fruit abilities, except for Kizaru, who is very fast due to his fruit ability, there is really no one who can compare with Oguro and the others. What a bunch of monsters. Magellan thought to himself. It's not a good habit to lose focus during battle. Suddenly, a pretty voice sounded from behind Magellan. Magellan's back instantly stiffened, his body swerved, and he narrowly avoided a whipping kick. Yoruichi stood in Magellan's original position, wearing a tight-fitting white haori, with a strong figure and long hair flying, like a night elf. Poison cloud. Magellan dodges while releasing a large amount of poison gas surrounding Yoruichi. The poison produced by this poisonous fruit can cause people to gradually lose their 5 senses as long as they get a little bit of it. Magellan often used this trick to subdue criminals who made trouble. This is why he can suppress the entire Impel Down city by himself. In such a closed environment, the power of poisonous fruit can be maximized. Tisk, if that guy Niranli was here, he would definitely like you very much. Yoruichi couldn't help but complain. Niranli is the captain of Division 12, and he also likes to use poison in battle. Looking at the spreading poisonous gas, Yoruichi raised his right hand. Hado's 58 Koden. A whirlwind flew out of her palm and exploded into a huge tornado in the blink of an eye. All the purple poisonous gas was absorbed by the tornado and blasted towards Hannibal and the others. Damn it, run! Hannibal told the guards to retreat quickly, while he rushed forward. Although he is very perfunctory at work, Hannibal never loses control at critical moments. Blazing Hell Car. Hannibal swung his huge naginata to suck blood, and the flames exploded on the blade, hitting the cannon released by Yoruichi. Bang! The flames on the blade shattered at a touch, and Hannibal was blown away on the spot, leaving dense scars on his body. The most serious thing is that the poisonous gas mixed in Koden invaded Hannibal's body from these wounds. If the antidote is not injected as soon as possible, Hannibal may be blamed here. Take Hannibal down quickly. Magellan knew the power of his poisonous gas and immediately issued an order to save people. I'm just a pirate, how can I let you be so cruel? Magellan's eyes were filled with blood, and toxins surged out of his body like a tide. The next second, this massive amount of poison condensed into 3 huge flying dragons and rushed towards Yoruichi. Poison Dragon. The poisonous dragon's body dripped and immediately made a sizzling sound, corroding the ground into small purple-black holes. The power of this move is not comparable to that of Duyun. It can be said that if you touch it, you will either die or be disabled. This move finally works. Yoruichi smiled cheerfully. Then I might as well contribute a little bit. Boom. A ball of terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from Yoruichi's back. Instant coax. The powerful pressure compressed the air into ripples, forming white ripples visible to the naked eye in the air. Even the 3 poisonous dragons slowed down a lot under this terrifying pressure. What a terrifying power. Magellan felt a little lump in his throat. He finally understood why the world government regarded Oguro as its enemy. Air Thunder. Yoruichi swung out his right palm, and the spiritual pressure condensed to an almost substantial level danced with lightning, and struck the poisonous dragon in the blink of an eye. Boom! The lightning raged, and the poisonous dragon exploded instantly. The poison that was strong enough to corrode rock and soil was instantly eliminated in the light of lightning. Hateful. Magellan retreated suddenly, almost being affected by Yoruichi's air mine. Yoruichi was about to continue his pursuit when a hot breath hit him from behind. Dark Hound. An arm made of lava struck the back of Yoruichi's head like lightning. Your Majesty, the pirates. Let's capture them without mercy. Although he talks about making people surrender, in fact he has no intention of showing mercy at all. Snort. Yoruichi made a wrong step and disappeared from Akainu's eyes in an instant. Flash Goddess Yoruichi. Even Sui Feng can't match her speed. Thunderaxe. Yoruichi's figure appeared above Akainu, and his slender right leg was wrapped with shining ryutsu and slashed down on the head. Seeing the hockey warning, Akainu tilted his head and avoided Yoruichi's slash. Unfortunately, Yoruichi was too fast, and Akainu could only barely avoid his head, but was hit hard on the shoulder by Yoruichi. However, the expected blow did not come, and Yoruichi's right leg instead fell into a ball of lava. Akainu's elementalization not only allowed him to avoid a serious injury, but also slightly burned Yoruichi. Big fire breathing. Akainu did not miss this rare opportunity, and the huge lava blasted towards Yoruichi like a volcanic eruption. Yoruichi kicked his legs in the air, instantly opening a distance of tens of meters. Seeing this, Akainu roared and completely detonated the power of the big fire breather. Just hear a roar. The huge lava from the great eruption exploded in the air, forming countless volcanic bombs that rained down on Yoruichi. Each volcanic bomb has the power to destroy a small village. If this round of attacks continues, more than 70% of the buildings on the ground in the Impel City will be damaged. The Logia Devil Fruit's reputation as a natural disaster is indeed well deserved. Interesting. Facing a powerful enemy, Yoruichi not only showed no fear, but also had a smile on his face. As a warrior, she is never afraid of her enemies. Boom! Massive amounts of spiritual pressure erupted from Yoruichi's back as if boiling, and endless Kido surged into Yoruichi's hands. Thunder in the sky, dazzling flowers. In an instant, Yoruichi threw hundreds of punches with both hands. The lightning struck by each punch is as powerful as a high-level Hado. Boom boom boom. The volcanic bombs fired by Akainu were like fallen leaves swept by the autumn wind, completely wiped out in an instant. Only the clean sky is left. Seeing this, Akainu's already gloomy face became even uglier. This is an enemy that can rival General Marine. But more importantly, she was not in world government's previous intelligence at all. Chapter 89 Fierce Battle in Pushing City. According to the information, there is only one general-level strongman under Ogu Luo's command named Sui Feng. But this Sui Feng is still standing in the sky without making a move. Two general-level powerful men. Oguro actually has such a strong lineup under his command. Akainu was somewhat thankful that he was sent here. Otherwise, Magellan alone may not be able to withstand Impel Down. Thinking of this, Akainu's eyes became more murderous. The stronger Oguro and others are, the greater the threat to Marine and world government. As a Marine general, I naturally want to completely wipe out this group of people. Poison Dragon. Magellan suddenly took action from a distance, trying to join forces with Akainu to attack from both sides. However, as soon as he took action, a petite and beautiful figure stood in front of him. A blade struck Magellan's neck like lightning. Despicable villain, you actually want to bully the minority. Do you really think we have no one? Magellan had to give up using the poisonous dragon and took off the devil's horn-like weapon on his head to block. Clang! Although Sui Feng was petite, his strength was not weak at all. Magellan was knocked back several steps on the spot. But on the way back, Magellan opened his mouth and breathed out at Sui Feng. As a person with poison fruit ability, his breath contains poison. So it is very dangerous to fight him in close combat. You may get poisoned if you are not careful. Ordinary people may not notice Magellan's small actions. But Sui Feng has mastered the hockey of seeing and hearing and is aware of everything clearly. She snorted coldly and released her tyrannical spiritual pressure, forming a wave of air that dispersed the poisonous energy. A guy who doesn't even have elementalization dares to fight us in close combat. A dangerous smile appeared on Sui Feng's face, which made Magellan's heart go off. The next second, the same majestic spiritual pressure as Yoruichi exploded on Sui Feng. She also turned on the instant coax. Whoosh! Sui Feng's figure disappeared instantly. The next second, she appeared beside Magellan and waved her right hand suddenly. A terrifying amount of spiritual pressure merged with Kido, sweeping away like a violent storm. The buildings and stones along the way turned into powder and flew in all directions. The ground was instantly razed to the ground. Damn it! Magellan was forced to defend with all his strength, condensing massive amounts of toxins on the surface of his body to form a solid armor. However, this armor, which was comparable to the defensive power of a fortress, soon had cracks before Sui Feng's tidal wave of attacks. Magellan had to continue to release toxins to repair. Finally, Magellan was able to block Sui Feng's attack, but his body was already covered with dense small wounds, looking hideous and terrifying. The same ability of the two also stunned Magellan and Akainu. Akainu yelled in his heart, "This is impossible. There are no two devil fruits with the same power in the world." All along, both the world government and the Marines have thought that Oguro and others are people with fruit abilities. But now this scene has undoubtedly completely overturned their guesses. Can such a powerful power be learned through practice like the 6 styles? Akainu was shocked. If this is true, it will have a huge impact on the world structure. This is a brand new strength training system, which is no less than domineering training. For Marine, of course we don't want more dangerous elements on the sea. I must keep you here today. Akainu made up his mind secretly. Dog bites Gurren. Akainu's right arm turned into a giant lava dog head, biting towards Yoruichi. This move is not as fast as Dark Hound, but it is better than it can track the enemy. After all, if it comes to speed, 2 Akainu are no match for half Yoruichi. Yoruichi raised his hand and blasted out a bolt of lightning, smashing half of the lava dog's face into pieces. But under Akainu's urging, the lava dog head was repaired in an instant and continued to rush towards Yoruichi. Ha, he is such a persevering man. Unfortunately, I already have my heart set on something. During the battle, Yoruichi also teased Akainu. This made Akainu's face darken. Yoruichi clapped her hands together, and a dazzling thunder light gathered in her palms. The high-frequency roar sounds like the roar of thousands of Chidori beasts. A huge thunder gun then appeared in her hand. Thunder God's punishment. The thunder gun burst out. At that moment, thunder suddenly appeared, and it seemed that there was only light left in the world. The dog bite Gurren was completely penetrated in an instant, but the thunder spear's speed did not slow down at all and came straight towards Akainu. This time, the Haki who saw and heard the color kept piercing Akainu's head like a steel needle. Akainu didn't dare to hesitate, and moved his feet tens of meters away. Unfortunately, Akainu is not known for his speed. Yoruichi's thunderous divine punishment hit his shoulder at the last moment. By the time Akainu stood still, his entire right arm had disappeared. Fortunately, he was elementalized in advance, so he didn't completely lose this arm. Magma gushes out from the shoulder and slowly condenses into an arm. However, everyone can see it. Akainu's face turned pale and his breath was weak. He was obviously injured in the blow just now. He glanced at Yoruichi fearfully. Akainu couldn't figure it out. Even though the opponent didn't have the ability to capture the Logia fruit user's true form, why could he be hurt? According to his feelings, this was not just a simple physical injury, but a deeper trauma. He feels like his consciousness is in a trance now. Oguro saw all this clearly. About Ryutsu and Kido, Oguro, who has awakened Conqueror's Haki, is sure of it. These two powers have many similarities to Conqueror's Haki coil, but it's more advanced than Conqueror's domineering coil to a great extent. Conqueror's entanglement is known as the strongest power in the world of One Piece. Oguro thinks that he just needs to develop similar Ryutsu and Kido. It is not impossible to suppress or even kill Logia fruit users. It's just that except for Shinigami who are captain level or above, the effect is not as immediate as Haki. Magellan, even if we risk our lives today, we can't let them go. Akainu roared angrily, and his entire body instantly turned into elements. His hands blasted out countless lava punches like the wind. Meteor volcano. Akainu's strongest move, one blow can destroy an island. That is to say, this is Impel Down City, otherwise it would never be able to withstand his waste. The giant soldier of poison, the judgment of hell. On the other side, Magellan also responded. A poisonous giant with a huge skeleton overflowed from his body, looking down at Sui Feng like a hill. Different from the previous purple poison. The poison from this move turns bright red. Any object it touches will quickly spread and erode like an infectious disease. As long as human beings get a little bit of it, they will be slowly corroded to death. Even Magellan would not dare to use this move easily. Chapter 90 Sui Feng's Bankai. Realizing the huge threat from Oguro and others, the two of them launched the strongest attack in unison. Your sins must not remain in this world. Akainu roared, and countless lava fists fell from the sky like meteor showers, completely covering Yoruichi's surroundings. Ha, even now, we still haven't forgotten the so-called absolute justice. Oguro showed a disdainful sneer upon seeing this. Absolute justice represents absolute power, and absolute power will inevitably breed absolute corruption. That's what world government is like. It's a pity that Akainu is a sailor and can't see the connection. HMPH. Do you think you can defeat us like this? What a naive guy. Sui Feng sneered disdainfully. The next second, The spiritual pressure wrapped around her body surged again, like two whirlwinds hovering on her back. Endless coaxing. Sui Feng's unique instant derivative form, more violent spiritual pressure and Kido, both speed and power have been explosively increased. Even a casual blow can create a storm that can level a forest. Haha, this little guy Sui Feng is very motivated. Then I can't lag behind either. As Yoruichi's laughter fell, another wave of spiritual pressure rose into the sky. Instant Coax Thunder God Combat Type. Unlike Sui Feng's whirlwind, Yoruichi's derivative form has Thunder God horns on its head and a ring of 6 Teiko Magatama patterns unique to Thunder God on its back. By moving the 6 Magatama on the back and then opening the hands up and down, a large area of continuous thunder can be released. The power is enough to completely destroy nearby buildings, no less than a large natural disaster. The sudden outburst between the two made Akainu and Magellan sweat on their foreheads. Good guy, I just didn't use my ultimate move. You didn't even use your full strength, right? Boom. Sui Feng dodged and rushed towards Magellan, so fast that he was stunned even when he saw Sei Haki. Breaking wind. Sui Feng swept his hands across, and the violent hurricane-like spiritual pressure condensed the supreme power of Kido, cutting across like a blade. Phew. Magellan's skeletal poison giant has an extra line running from its abdomen. The next second, violent spiritual pressure exploded, and the poisonous skeleton giant that had just taken shape died on the spot before it had time to show its power. Magellan himself was like rubbish swept away by a broom, being swept directly into the fortress behind and smashing through more than a dozen walls. Damn it, I just have to take one. Akainu angrily urged Meteor Volcano, vowing to deal with Yoruichi. Yoruichi opened his hands slightly, and the thunder drum behind him roared instantly. In an instant, countless thunderbolts fell from the sky, densely packed like a catastrophe that would destroy the world. These thunderbolts arrived first and penetrated Akainu's meteor volcano. The remaining lava fragments fell like a magma rain. The bright smile on Yoruichi's face contrasted sharply with Akainu's gloomy face. Justice will never allow you to blaspheme. Half of Akainu's body has been completely transformed into elements, and he is obviously planning to fight for his life. Like these strong men in the One Piece world, with average blood per capita, it is not a problem to fight at high intensity for several days and nights. Yoruichi, Sui Feng, come back. At this time, Oguro suddenly spoke and called back the two of them. The two of them didn't hesitate at all. After canceling the coax, Shunpo returned to Oguro's side. Oguro thought clearly. This time they came to demonstrate, not to fight Akainu for life or death. Akainu. Oguro looked condescendingly at Akainu, who was waiting for him, and said in a cold tone. Go back and tell the world government not to reach out where you shouldn't. This time it's just a small warning. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind unleashing such an attack on those officials next time. Attack? What attack? Although Akainu does not understand the meaning of Oguro's words, it is obviously not a good thing. Just listen to Oguluo saying lightly, Sui Feng, leave it to you. Let the world see our power. Yes, Lord Spirit King. Sui Feng took a step forward and drew out the Zanpakuto Suzumaki from his waist. She pointed the blade at the huge Impel City and said in a low voice. Bankai. Jakuho Reikoben. Immediately afterwards, a huge golden missile appeared on Sui Feng's shoulder. The moment the missile was aimed at Impel down, Akainu's haki started to give a crazy warning. Every pore in his body seemed to be pricked by needles. Everyone, retreat to the interior of Impel City. Akainu roared loudly, stepped on his feet several times, pulled Magellan out of the ruins, turned around and rushed towards the prison area of the Impel City. In fact, although Impel City has many buildings on the ground, the real important areas are underground. There is the copper wall and iron wall made of sea-floor stone. Watching Akainu get into the underground area of Impel Down City, Oguro showed a faint smile. After today, the world government will be much more honest. Whoosh! Golden missiles fell. The next second, a sun rose from Impel Down City. The buildings on the ground turned into ashes in the rolling heat wave and dissipated in the air. Nothing can stop it in the slightest. The earth trembled and screamed, and the Poseidon species in the sea even took the initiative to avoid this place. The power that is like destroying the world makes any creature feel infinite fear. After more than 10 seconds, the heat wave subsided. The buildings on the ground of Impel Down City have completely disappeared, leaving only a deep pit. Let's go. Oguro was very satisfied with this scene. He wanted to use this blow to tell the world government and the 5 elders. You're not the only one who has Buster Call to threaten others. Sui Feng's Bankai is scarier than Buster Call in a way. If you still dare to do some tricks, I'll give you a shot at Mariehoya next time. The group leisurely flew back to the Desert Rose and set off back to the capital of 7 Waters. Advanced to the underground area of the city. Akainu collapsed on the ground and gasped violently. Too risky. The terrifying heat wave and shock wave just now almost affected him. Although his rock berry fruit can produce a high temperature of 2000 degrees, it is still far behind Sui Feng's blow. He was sure that if his magma were left there, it would also be reduced to ashes. The kind that doesn't even have any scum left. What a terrifying power. Where did these guys come from? Akainu punched the ground angrily. As an absolute believer in justice, he was repelled by pirates. This is a huge shame. Director Magellan. Oh no, there's a riot in the prison. At this time, Deputy Director Hannibal rushed in and shouted anxiously. The first and second floors were affected by the explosion and were damaged, and many criminals ran out. However, after Hannibal finished speaking, he discovered that Magellan had fallen to the ground and had fallen into a coma. After all, he is not a Logia fruit user like Akainu, and his body's defense is down by more than 1 level. Fortunately, Akainu stood up majestically. His tone was fierce and filled with murderous intent. Take me there. I want to see who dares to escape from prison. Chapter 91 5 Elders Compromise. The first and second underground floors of Impel Down City were used to imprison less important criminals. The prisoners on the underground floor can't even beat the blue gorilla per person. If Sui Feng's Jakuho Reikoben hadn't damaged many institutions and had many personnel transferred, these guys would basically not be able to make trouble. Dark Hound. A blast of hot lava hit the leader. Puff. Half of the man's head melted on the spot, and he fell to the ground dead. Damn it. Why is Akainu still here? Run. This guy is not something we can deal with. The escaped prisoners are in chaos, and General Marine is not someone they can touch. Unfortunately, Akainu didn't give them any chance to escape. Since you dare to escape from prison, you should be prepared to be killed, right? Breathing fire. Having just suffered defeat at the hands of Yoruichi, Akainu is now filled with anger. It's time to vent your anger on these blind bastards. The huge lava fist split into countless volcanic bombs, turning the underground layer into a sea of magma. Those prisoners who escaped were all buried in the sea of fire in an instant, leaving no bones behind. Akainu then went to the second underground floor and followed the same pattern and eliminated the fugitives on the second underground floor. Impel Down finally returned to calm. Magellan was taken to the infirmary for treatment. Deputy Director Hannibal temporarily shouldered the responsibility and went to inspect each floor to check whether there was any other damage. Akainu took out his phone and contacted Marine headquarters. The mission failed. Marine and world government must respond quickly. After receiving Akainu's report, Sengoku felt numb. Oguro actually has 2 general-level combat capabilities. And according to Akainu's report, these 2 people can also suppress Akainu and Magellan. Such combat power is enough to destroy the balance of the world. Sengoku rubbed his aching head. What's more troublesome now is Impel Down. When others plow the ground in public, they are rubbing the face of the world government on the ground. However, such a big thing cannot be ignored. Warring states could only pick up the phone and dial the number of 5 elders. Warring states, you let us down so much. After listening to the report, the 5 elders sternly reprimanded warring states. General Marine, you lost to the same pirate group twice, you Marines should reflect on it. I give you so much military spending every year, is this what you do? With these words, I put all the responsibility on Marine. The main product is me, 5 elders non-stick pan. When warring states heard this, he even cursed in his heart. Impel City is not under the control of Marine in the first place. It was you who insisted on us sending people there. Now if something goes wrong, just blame it on me. Do you still have any shame? It's a pity that he could only shout these words in his heart and could never say them out. Warring states suppressed his anger and said, What should we do now? Do we want to increase their bounty? For committing such a big thing, there is absolutely no problem in giving a reward of more than 1 billion. But what Sengoku didn't expect was that the 5 elders rejected the proposal. No, the bounty won't move. Don't contact them for the time being. Obviously, the 5 elders understood Oguro's warning. Today I can plow Impulse, and tomorrow I can go to Mariehoya and do it again. And it was confirmed through Akainu that Oguro and his subordinates have the ability to fly. This makes their whereabouts even more unpredictable. Before coming up with a complete countermeasure, the 5 elders did not want to conflict with Oguro again. When Warring States heard this, he immediately became angry. The dignified General Marine was repulsed. If our Marine doesn't respond at all, then where will our Marine's face be put? The 5 elders heard this and said coldly, "What does Marine's reputation mean?" Warring States, don't forget, Marine is just the face of the world government. World government matters are the top priority. If you don't want to, just submit a resignation letter. A mouthful of old blood instantly blocked Sangwo's throat. These bastards. What do you think Marine is? Unfortunately, facing the persecution of the 5 elders, Sengoku could only grit his teeth and accept it. I will order everyone to avoid your pirate group as much as possible. Marine cannot do without world government, otherwise the military salary paid to Marines alone would be enough to drag down the finances. Not to mention buying and repairing various equipment. Between Pangu, 5 elders hang up Bug. Saint Azanbal and V. Nashaolong said solemnly, by doing this, Oguro should be able to see our sincerity. The 5 elders saw the warning sign from Oguro's request for Sui Feng to activate Bankai, so they decisively chose to temporarily cease all activities. Saint Topman Wuchuli snorted, "It's a big joke that the great world government actually wants to compromise with a pirate." Saint Shepherd Ten Pit shook his head when he heard this and said, "No. I think there is something wrong with your point of view." Seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, he said seriously, "Sid Oguro has never acted as a pirate. Ultimately, the name of a pirate was imposed on him by the Marine bounty. And he himself established the Holy Spirit Empire and became the king. So we can't think of him as a pirate, but as a king. Thinking about it this way, don't you think it becomes reasonable for so many strong men to voluntarily gather under his command? And many of his concepts have become easier to understand. Everyone, a powerful pirate may not be worth mentioning. After all, we have eliminated even sea giants like rocks. But if it is a wise king, we must be careful in dealing with it. Because the most terrifying thing about such a person is not his own strength, but the power to attract the strong." The others fell silent immediately. They have always regarded Oguro as a relatively successful pirate. Even after the Holy Spirit Empire was established, they did not change this view. Now, after being awakened by someone's words, cold sweat broke out on their backs. The energy of a country cannot be compared to that of a mere pirate group. They have really underestimated Oguro all this time. You are right. Next, we should probably change our strategy. Marcus Masheng said seriously. Perhaps, we can recognize the independent status of the Holy Spirit Empire. The so-called independent status refers to those countries that are not within the scope of world government membership. These countries are not protected by Marine, and no one cares about them when they are plundered by pirates. It is even occasionally used as a home for hunting games by the celestial dragons and erased from the world map. Therefore, recognizing the independent status of the Holy Spirit Empire does no harm to world government. Anyway, there is not much difference between the original Seven Waters capital and independence. But he can take this opportunity to ease the relationship with Oguro. No matter how you look at it, it's a business with no capital and huge profits. Second, several people discussed it and quickly passed the resolution. However, they did not expect that soon after, they would regret the resolution passed today. Chapter 92 Reincarnation of Moria. The world government did not announce its recognition of the Holy Spirit Empire with great fanfare. Instead, it was recognized in trade with the Seven Waters capital. This can be regarded as a little trick by the world government to protect its own face. When Oguro learned about it, he just smiled and didn't care about this trick. Now that the empire is recognized, let's start diplomacy. Oguro originally wanted to keep a low profile, but he didn't expect world government to give such a big assist. That can't be wasted. A letter of credence was secretly sent to Alabasta. Cobra opened the credentials and his eyes widened instantly. This is a covenant. The Holy Spirit Empire and Alabasta became a strategic alliance, providing each other with technical and economic assistance. When necessary, the Holy Spirit Empire can even provide military protection. In exchange, Alabasta needs to send some management talents to help Oguro manage the country. Cobra took a look and immediately agreed. There's not much else in Alabasta, but there are a lot of people. Moreover, the Holy Spirit Empire does not have a large territory now, and it is enough to send some middle-level officials. Father, the person has been chosen. Vivi walked in from outside and said excitedly. Looking at his daughter's appearance, Cobra teased, "What? Are you so impatient to go to the capital of Seven Waters?" Vivi blushed and said coquettishly, "Who said I was going to see Oguro?" Cobra laughed, "Ha ha ha, when did I tell you who you were going to see?" Only then did Vivi realize that she had not brought it upon herself. "Father, I will ignore you." Vivi turned and ran out of the study. Cobra was in a good mood and laughed heartily. "I originally thought that marrying Oguro might cause dissatisfaction among domestic ministers. But now, Oguro is the king of a country and has frustrated the world government many times. Is there any better marriage partner than this? This time, Vivi is the best candidate to send someone to the capital of Seven Waters." At this time, Oguro met the returning Frankie in the capital of Seven Waters. "Still looking carefree. Is it okay to study machinery and power in my research institute?" Oguro asked bluntly. Frankie was probably discouraged by the iceberg in advance, so he nodded and said, "Of course. You give me shelter and I will help you with your research. But I have to agree in advance that the research funds cannot be less." In Frankie's dismantling house, all his research materials were dismantled waste products, so the efficiency can be imagined. Now that someone is supporting it, it's hard to do anything. Oguro nodded without hesitation, "Of course. As long as you can research the projects I gave you, it doesn't matter how much it costs." Oguro handed Frankie a piece of paper, which contained the basic theory and simple schematic diagram of the internal combustion engine. Although Oguro graduated from science and engineering in his previous life, he did not know the specific details of internal combustion engines but only had a general understanding. But with the basic theory, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to come up with a finished product. Oh. After a brief glance, Frankie's eyes immediately lit up and he said, "This is really a super genius design. With this design, the engine's power efficiency can be stabilized at over 70%. In this case, we can build a sea train that can run faster and farther." Oguro smiled slightly when he heard this. Not only can it be a sea train, but it can also build an airplane. The cost is much less than if you lay tracks on the sea. In the original timeline, the Wanli Sunshine built by Frankie for Luffy and the others could glide briefly through the wind cannon. It shows that Frankie has done some research on flight, but lacks a strong enough and sustainable power source. That's right. Ah, Lord Soul King, you are so smart. This is so important to me. Can I start researching it now? Frankie can't wait to show off his skills. Oguro nodded and asked Bingshin to take Frankie to the prepared laboratory. After going out, Frankie suddenly said to Bingshin, "Brother Bingshin, you are absolutely right. Lord Spirit King really never mentioned the Pluton design from the beginning to the end. If the matter hadn't been exposed earlier, I really thought he didn't know." Bingshin rolled his eyes when he heard this. "I discussed this issue with Lord Ling Wang before. Lord Ling King thinks that Pluton is just a flashy thing. The reason why the world government is nervous is actually not because it is worried about Pluton itself, but because it is worried about the ambitions of those who control it. Destroy a country with one blow. It sounds cool, but don't forget, the world of One Piece has extraordinary power. Apart from anything else, as long as a warship as big as yours appears on the sea, no one will know about it. When the time comes, any one of the 3 generals and the 4 emperors will be able to kill Pluton. How long can your battleship hold up? It's just a matter of bullying those small countries that don't have strong people. Do you really want to be an enemy of the top powerhouse? Then you are simply overthinking it. In Oguro's view, Pluton is actually a symbol of national power. The real killer weapon should be Uranus in the hands of the world government. Oguro then asked about the situation of Lucci and others. Sui Feng said, they have now found a small independent country as a training place and are training the first batch of espionage personnel. Oguro nodded, still very relieved about Lucci. He took out the transparent fruit and said, send this over and give it to Khalifa. With this devil fruit, Lucci and the others' espionage abilities will immediately improve to the next level. As soon as he walked out of the room, a pink figure rushed in front of Oguro. A-hole, didn't you say you would let me see Lord Moria? Where are the others? Corona grabbed Oguro's collar and roared. Oguro waved his hand to stop Sui Feng and others who were about to take action, and said with a smile, we just finished our work. Let's go, I will take you to see him. It just so happens that Oguro also wants to see what is going on at the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy now. Passing through the boundary gate, the group returned to the empty island. Corona was also shocked by the scale of Seraite, and followed Oguro obediently. Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Hundreds of reincarnated spirits have just finished class. Corona immediately saw the unusually tall Moria sitting in the courtyard. Lord Moria. Corona rushed forward with tears in her eyes. Moria was startled. After looking at Corona for a while, she said, who are you? As if struck by lightning, Corona turned to look at Oguro and said, what's going on? Oguro said calmly, I told you, this is not resurrection, but reincarnation. He is no longer the Moria he once was, and of course he will never know you again. See Lord Spirit King. At this time, Moria discovered Oguro and immediately knelt down respectfully. How could this happen? Corona looked dazed, and a strong sadness surged into her heart. The distance further than separation between life and death is that we are so close, but we don't know each other. Chapter 93. The curtain opens. Suddenly, Moria seemed to feel something in her heart. He looked up at Corona and said hesitantly, although I don't know you, you give me a very familiar feeling. If you are willing, let's get to know each other. Corona immediately showed a look of surprise when she heard this, okay. Of course. Oguro looked thoughtful at the side. Although there is no memory, is there still something left deep in the soul? That's right. After all, it's still the original soul, it can't be completely different. Looking at Corona who was chattering about Moria, Oguro smiled and left. With Moria as a bond, Corona will not betray herself. After all, he is the spiritual king, and the life and death of Moria now depend on his thoughts. After arranging everything, Oguro could live a leisurely life. Because the world government has temporarily ceased operations, the city of Seven Waters has ushered in a peaceful development environment. Oguro also decided to keep a low profile for the time being. Although the five elders compromised, it didn't mean they gave up. If you continue to make big moves, these guys will definitely not be able to bear it. The world government that has ruled the sea for 800 years naturally has its pride. Not long after, Vivi came to the capital of Seven Waters with the agreed talents. The iceberg is a joy. Oguro's plan for the Seven Waters capital can be said to be drastic. All these things were on his head, and he was so busy that he almost regarded the office as his home. Now finally someone can share the burden. Oguro took Vivi to play in the capital of Seven Waters for a few days, which was a bit of a friendship with the landlord. Unfortunately, Vivi couldn't stay long. After all, the alliance between the two countries is a secret. The relationship between the Holy Spirit Empire and the world government is tense. If it is known that he signed a covenant with Alabasta, Alabasta will definitely be retaliated against. There is no way. Why is Alabasta not strong enough? In the One Piece world, the strength of a country depends first on its top powerhouses and secondly on its armaments. Even if Oguro handed over the two-color hockey training method to Vivi, it would still take a long time to train a top powerhouse. On the contrary, the armament seems to be a bit promising. Oguro remembered that the mainstream firearms in this world were still flintlock guns, which were loaded one round at a time, and their accuracy was still very low. Otherwise, the red-haired man wouldn't have had to look for snipers all over the world. If nothing else, a single Colt revolver is enough to teach these people what dimensionality reduction strikes are. Oguro smiled. You shoot once, and I'll shoot you 6 times in a row. I'll keep it safe so you can understand the charm of suppressed fire. As for the rifle, The Mauser 98K is how many men feel about it. 5 rounds of ammunition, high accuracy and long range. Equipped with a scope, you can hit 900 meters without any need for knowledge and domineering. Well, doesn't Frankie like to work on weapons the most? Give him these 2 research plans, he will definitely be happy. As for the production line and so on, there are many workshops in the Technology Development Bureau of the Seraite Division 12, just free up one of them. And in addition to aiding Alabasta, it can also be sold. Arms is one of the most profitable industries. Didn't you see that Doflamingo made a lot of money by selling arms, and even became one of the underground emperors? Just do it. After personally handing over the domineering training method to Vivi and proposing a plan to develop firearms, Vivi was so excited that she hugged Oguro. Alabasta's status in the Grand Line has always been awkward. With these 2 things, Alabasta has hope. After a moment, Vivi reacted and jumped away suddenly, her face as red as an apple. In response, Oguro also smiled warmly. How could he not see Vivi's girly thoughts these days? Of course he couldn't refuse such a good girl. Saying goodbye to Vivi, Oguro gave her a gentle kiss, which was regarded as a promise. Later, Oguro asked Frankie to develop 2 types of firearms first. He promised that as long as these 2 firearms are put into production, 5% of the profits will be given to Frankie as research funds. Without saying a word, Frankie spent about 3 months and finally produced a prototype gun. As for the matching bullets, that's even more trivial. After knowing the principle, Frankie only took 2 days to complete it. After purchasing a large amount of ore from Alabasta, the military factory started production with great fanfare. A month later, the first batch of firearms was delivered to Alabasta, causing a sensation in the army. A small part was arranged by Oguro to flow into the black market, and was even sold at a sky-high price. Big money began to flow back. Everything began to proceed in an orderly manner. The months passed by slowly. The year 1522 of the Haiyuan calendar has finally arrived. The real curtain of this world has finally opened. North Blue, a sail sails forward as fast as an arrow. On the bridge, a middle-aged man shouted sharply, "Hurry up! Hurry up! If this batch of goods is gone, we are going to jump into the sea." No one in the crew responded, they were all trying their best to increase the speed. However, a few seconds later, the lookout shouted in horror, "Captain! It's bad. We are surrounded." The middle-aged man looked around and saw 3 standard warships rushing toward him in a semi-encirclement formation. Damn it! Little did he know that they had set up an ambush this time. As the warship approached, the flags on it gradually became clearer. It is the flag of the Holy Spirit Empire. On top of the flagship, a man in a black suit and top hat walked out. Seeing this man, the middle-aged man's heart couldn't help but beat wildly, and he said in a trembling voice, "Rob Lucci. The leader of the Shadow Dragon Guard of the Holy Spirit Empire and the spy chief." Even he was dispatched, and his group couldn't even think of running away. Soon, the sailboat was surrounded. Lucci jumped up to the middle-aged man and said coldly, "Lawson Micah, the little pirate with a bounty of 6 million. Who gave you the courage to steal the goods of my Holy Spirit Empire?" Since the arms business started, North Blue has become the largest sales place in the Holy Spirit Empire. Gangs are rampant here and the demand for arms is extremely high. The high firepower arms of the Holy Spirit Empire are very popular here, accounting for almost 90% of the market. But just recently, 3 batches of arms were snatched away. Oguro guessed that someone was coveting his piece of cake and immediately ordered a thorough investigation. So Lucci specially applied for a batch of arms and arranged this game to catch the turtle in the jar. Micah swallowed and pretended to be calm and said, "Rob Lucci, you and I are just following orders. If you want to know who is behind me, let the people behind you ask." Boom! Lucci punched Micah in the stomach. Micah vomited acidic water on the spot and collapsed to the ground. How dare a little thief dare to talk to Lord Spirit King? If you want to die, I can help you now. Under the terrifying murderous aura, Micah was instantly frightened. Don't, I said, it's Joker. He asked me to come. Chapter 94 Contact with Doflamingo. Joker. Lucci's eyes narrowed slightly. This is a nickname. Joker's true identity is Don Quixote Doflamingo of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Engaged in human trafficking, drug powder, and arms trading. He is an out-and-out villain. Brew brew. The phone bug rang in Mika's arms. Under the threat of Lu Chi, Mika could only get through. Mika, have you got the goods? Came an unruly voice. Doflamingo. Lu Chi said coldly with a cold look on his face, this is the goods of my holy spirit empire, how dare you steal it? Foo. Doflamingo laughed proudly, I can't help it. Who told you that the quality of your products is too high? His tone seemed to indicate that he didn't take Oguro and the Holy Spirit Empire seriously. You were looking for death. Lu Chi was furious and was about to slap Mika to death in front of him. Ouch. Don't be impatient yet. Doflamingo stopped him jokingly. Let's do this. Let me have a chat with your majesty the king, and maybe we can come up with a way to get the best of both worlds. Speaking of which, how could Lu Chi not understand what Doflamingo meant? He said disdainfully, you also want to cooperate with Lord Spirit King. Are you worthy? Foo. That guy's men are really proud. Hearing this, Doflamingo's face turned gloomy and his eyes revealed a fierce light. Who is he? One of the 7 warlords of the sea. A prince of the new world. Because of his former identity, even the world government was afraid of him. You, Lu Chi, are just a pawn, how dare you yell at him? Doflamingo's tone was a little colder. Is it really okay for you to be so self-assertive? After all, there are a lot of people doing business with you. If they are all targeted, your life will not be easy. As one of the underground kings of the Great Channel, Doflamingo does have the ability to mess up Oguro's arms business. After all, he is 7 warlords of the sea. There is legal right to plunder. Not to mention, the Holy Spirit Empire is not yet a member of the world government. Are you threatening the Holy Spirit Empire? Doflamingo, you are looking for death. After a year of experience, Lu Chi had already reached the state of being indifferent to emotions and anger. Faced with Doflamingo's provocation against the Empire and Oguro, Lu Chi rarely got angry. Foof. In response to Lu Chi's anger, Doflamingo laughed proudly. Go find Oguro. I believe he will be willing to talk to me. After all, there are some things that only I can do for him. After saying that, Lu Chi hung up the phone without waiting for Lu Chi's reaction. After hearing the last sentence, Lu Chi calmed down. What only he can do for the Soul King? Lu Chi was surprised. In the past few months, Lu Chi has gained an understanding of the power of the Holy Spirit Empire. At least 2 general-level combat capabilities. Not even the 4 Emperors group has such luxury. It's hard to imagine there's anything Oguro can't do. But Lu Chi is very clear about his position. He is just an intelligence commander, and it is his duty to report intelligence. As for how to make a decision, that is the Lord Spirit King's business. Lu Chi, what should we do with these guys? At this time, Kaku came over, and Mika's group had all been captured and were waiting to be dealt with. Lu Chi glanced at him and said solemnly, execute them all. After robbing the Empire's goods, do you think you can survive? Mika jumped up on the spot. We are from Doflamingo. Before he finished speaking, a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. Kaku stretched out his left index finger and shot him to death with a flying finger gun. Stupid. Kaku smiled disdainfully. You are an outcast. You really think Doflamingo values you? Doflamingo is the famous 7 warlords of the sea, yes. But Oguro is also the overlord of the famous Grand Line. No matter how Doflamingo wants to work with Oguro, there must be an explanation for grabbing arms. And this explanation is naturally the fate of Mika and the others. This is called sincerity. It is also the face that a hegemon should have. Otherwise, why do you think Doflamingo never mentioned Mika and others? The moment they were caught, their fate is already determined. Then, Kaku followed suit and killed all the dozen pirates on the ship. Since Kaku won the animal-type cat fruit and the pseudo-lion form a month ago, his power has become more and more powerful. Now among the entire Shadow Dragon Guard, he is the only one with the same strength as Lu Chi. Lu Chi also increased his training volume because of his pressure. Finally, he successfully awakened his armed color hockey not long ago and continued his leading position. The capital of 7 waters. The first water park planned in Oguro has officially opened. After several months of publicity, this water park has already become famous. Looking at the tourists pouring in, Oguro was in a very happy mood. It looks like a big tax increase will be possible this year. At this moment, a waiter brought the phone, and it was Lucci who sent the contact. After getting through, Oguro asked, "What's the matter, Lucci? Did something happen at North Blue?" Lucci respectfully told the story about Doflamingo. "There is no embellishing at all. Tisk, this flamingo is really restless." Oguro curled his lips, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "I want to see what this guy wants to do." Strictly speaking, there is not much conflict between the business affairs of Oguro and Doflamingo. Because his main business area is in New World, Oguro has no plans to go to that place yet. After dialing Doflamingo's number, the caller suddenly turned into an evil and savage face. "Hey, hello, Your Majesty, the spiritual king of the Holy Spirit Empire." Oguro glanced coldly. "Doflamingo, don't use these tricks, just say what you want to do." Foo. What a quick talker. "Okay, let me tell you straight, I want to cooperate with you and sell your new firearms in the New World." Oguro said, "You are really afraid that the world will not be in chaos. The New World is originally a place of extreme chaos, and even Marine can only stick to one side. If these new firearms are put into use again, will they not be fooled?" Foo. Doflamingo laughed when he heard this. "Oguro, stop pretending. I know your purpose very well." "My purpose?" Oguro hesitated slightly. What is this guy talking about? Just listen to Doflamingo continue. "Force the Judiciary Island, raise the Impel City, and build a country under the pressure of the world government. It can be said that you have gathered strength, prestige, and wealth." Foo. What do you think a person would do if he gathered all these together? "Oguro, let's work together. Make this world a more interesting place." Chapter 95 CP0 of the Kingdom of France. It must be said that Doflamingo is indeed a hero who wants to stir up trouble. From this bit of information, we can guess part of Oguro's true purpose. If you want weapons, buy them yourself. Aren't you the king of Dressrosa? Just trade them normally. Unfortunately, Oguro and he are not the same kind of people after all, so they have no intention of communicating in depth. Foo. Are you so cautious? You are not even willing to leave any words to others. It is indeed you. Doflamingo burst out laughing, seemingly very satisfied with what Oguro had done. "No, what did I say? Oguro has a black streak on his head. I really didn't expect that Heavenly Yaksha is also a brain-filling monster." Oguro was too lazy to continue talking to him, so he hung up the phone after a few words. Speaking of which, Doflamingo's kingdom of Dressrosa has quite a lot of problems. 2 years later, he will be defeated and overthrown by the protagonist Luffy and the others. Do you want to get involved yourself? With the New World sites basically all occupied, Doflamingo's site seems to be the best place to start. But there's no hurry. Before heading to New World, there's a really big event to pay attention to. Malinfando War on the Top. That is a war that will push the chaos of the entire sea to a new climax. You must prepare for it in advance and grab enough benefits from it. Brew. The phone bug rang again. This time it's Khalifa, Lord Soul King. Khalifa's cold voice came out. "We met CP0 in the Kingdom of France. They seem to have plans for this country. Lord Spirit King, do you need us to temporarily avoid him?" The Kingdom of France is a small country near the Seven Waters capital. It is an agricultural country and is rich in rice. In the past 2 years, because the old king has aged, several princes have begun to fight openly and secretly. They purchased a large number of weapons from Oguro, and they were obviously determined to fight to the death. Oguro sent the Shadow Dragon Guard to see if there was any chance to incorporate this country into the territory of the Holy Spirit Empire. I didn't expect to meet CPO. The Holy Spirit Empire and the world government are currently in a period of peace, so Khalifa specifically asked Oguro what he meant. How can an agricultural country attract CPO? Oguro was also puzzled. Don't show off yet, I'll go and see for myself. After so long of leisure, it's time to go out for a walk. Khalifa naturally couldn't ask for it. The staffing configuration for this outing is still the same as before. Only Sui Feng stayed in the Seven Waters capital, leaving only Yoruichi. The current capital of Seven Waters has changed drastically, and there must be someone strong enough to take charge. Otherwise, The loss will be huge. Sui Feng was a little disappointed with this. Of course she wanted to be by Oguro's side. But she couldn't disobey her duty. Oguro noticed the depression of the other party and went to comfort him that night. After a few months of getting along, Oguro has already captured the girls he summoned. Only the local Nami and Robin have not yet succeeded. Nami is still young and can't do anything for the time being. Robin's words still lack an opportunity. Early the next morning, Oguro woke up and saw Sui Feng's snow-white and delicate back. It is hard to imagine that such a female warrior who is so heroic in battle can be so sensitive in a small area. It doesn't take a few minutes for it to flood. After Oguro personally trained him for so long, the trend seems to be getting stronger. With a gentle kiss on Sui Feng's forehead, Oguro set off for the dock. The Desert Rose has been transformed by Carrera Company, and has made great progress in both speed and flexibility. If it weren't for the lack of structural support, Frankie would even want to install the Feng Lai cannon on him. One day later, a group of people arrived at the Kingdom of France. Khalifa took them to the Shadow Dragon Guard's safe house to report on the recently collected intelligence. Lord Spirit King, Khalifa is still wearing a black slim-fitting suit and fishnet stockings, looking cool and sexy. Based on our observations in the past few days, CP0 seems to be in contact with the third prince of the kingdom. I don't know if the two parties have reached some kind of agreement. According to Khalifa's speculation, the third prince may have reached some kind of agreement with the world government, exchanging benefits for the world government's support in ascending to the throne. This speculation is indeed the most likely. Oguro touched his chin and said slowly. But the question is, what does this third prince have that the world government can like? As Oguro said, the Kingdom of Front is an agricultural country and does not have any special resources that can attract the attention of the world government. Khalifa didn't find the answer to this either. We found out that CP0 will have a meeting with the third prince tonight, and we may be able to know CP0's purpose. Khalifa said, pushing up her glasses. Great. It seems we will know the answer to the mystery soon. Oguro nodded. With Khalifa's transparent fruit, it was very easy to sneak into this meeting. Night falls. The group arrived at the meeting place, a remote farm. It looks exactly like an ordinary farm, but the farmers are obviously soldiers disguised. There are various light and dark sentry posts, and the defense is very tight. Lord Spirit King, let's go in. After Khalifa finished speaking, he put his hand under Oguro's body. In the next second, their bodies quickly became transparent. The transparent fruit can not only turn itself transparent, but also make objects it touches transparent. In order to ensure physical strength, Khalifa only made Oguro and Yoruichi transparent. Robin opened his ears and started to search the farm, looking for the third prince and CP0. Because of the effect of the transparent fruit, the three of them walked into the farm in front of a group of sentries. As expected, it is a devil fruit born with the ability to infiltrate, which is really convenient. At this time, an arm appeared in the corner, with the index finger pointing in one direction. Robin has found someone, let's go. Oguro whispered and moved quickly in the direction of his finger. In a warehouse, Oguro and others finally found the person they were looking for. The third prince of the Kingdom of France, Harris, happened to meet three CP0s in white suits. However, what happened next almost shocked the three of them. I saw Harris kneeling on one knee with a fanatical look on his face, and respectfully said to the leader CP0, I have met the master. Oguro raised his eyebrows. This was so unexpected. CP0 is the lackey of the Tianlong people. The prince of your kingdom recognizes CP0 as his master, and there is no one else who is willing to degenerate. The leader, CP0, wore a devil mask with ram's horns and said coldly. How are things going? Harris immediately replied, according to your instructions, I deliberately leaked the news of my cooperation with CP0 to my brother and the others. Now they have temporarily formed an alliance and are ready to kick me out first. Your plan will be realized soon. Chapter 96 Information about the Kingdom of France. Plan. Oguro, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly became interested. I originally thought it was just a few princes fighting for power, but now it seems it's not that simple. Yangzhou CP0 laughed and said in a low voice, don't be anxious. Isn't there a saying, you can't eat hot tofu if you're anxious? You have to add fuel to their fire. You continue to maintain a high profile during this period, and don't respond to the alliance of the other princes. Just treat it as a group of clowns. Yes. After a few words of warning, the three CP0s took a box of money and left. Then Harris also took people away, and the farm fell into endless silence. Oguro and others appeared and met with the others. What do you think? Oguro asked after sharing the information with everyone. Robin frowned slightly. We still can't see the real purpose of CP0. I'm afraid we have to stay for 2 more days. Oguro did not object and stayed at a hotel in the royal capital. This hotel has been bought by Shadow Dragon Guard, so there is no need to worry about leaking the whereabouts. The next day, Oguro went shopping on the street and found that the atmosphere was very depressing. The patrolling guards came one after another, almost more than pedestrians. In a tavern, several men dressed as workers gathered together and muttered. I heard that the eldest prince has united with the 4th prince and the 5th prince, and is preparing to join forces to drive the 3rd prince out of the royal capital. Another person worriedly said, since a week ago, groups of kingdom troops have entered the royal capital. If this really breaks out, what will we do? When gods fight, mortals suffer. If those workers like them die in a fight between princes, their death will be in vain. Alas, so all those rich people ran away long ago, and only us untouchables are left. One person laughed at himself softly. Besides, where can we run? Since last year, the kingdom has not only increased taxes, but also increased taxes. A lot of nearby farmland has been abandoned, all because of taxes. Humph. The old king is not a good person, and these princes don't care about our life or death. Why hasn't anyone destroyed such a rotten country? What followed was another round of complaints. Oguro knew there was nothing more to hear, so he paid and left. On the street, Oguro was lost in thought. Something's wrong. Something is very wrong with this country. Although the old king was seriously ill, he was not bedridden and could not control anything. It is impossible to let people lead troops into the royal capital at will. What's the difference between that and direct rebellion? The only explanation is that the old king deliberately allowed the situation to worsen. But why is this? Even if you want to choose a successor through a fight for the right to inherit the throne, the impact should be controlled within a small area. Otherwise, if we really let go and fight, no one will be able to end it in the end. Weird country. Oguro, who couldn't figure it out, could only complain secretly. Flowers. The latest cultivated Flanders flowers. At this time, street stalls began to sell flowers. As a famous agricultural country, the Kingdom of Front is also known as the Kingdom of Flowers and Rice Fragrance. Flowers are one of the 2 pillars of the national economy, and there are flower stalls almost everywhere. Even the table in the tavern was decorated with flowers. Oguro raised his eyes and saw a group of purple tulips. Rich in color and fragrant, it's something you can't find anywhere else. Oguro bought a few bunches and planned to take them back to give to some girls. Take a gentle sniff, and the full fragrance will refresh you. It is indeed a rare variety. At the hotel, several girls also came back after going out to inquire about information. Several people were extremely happy when they received the flowers from Oguro. Robin smiled and thanked him, and the others kissed him one after another. Khalifa also received a bunch, and her face suddenly turned red. Lord Spirit King, this is. Before the word sexual harassment came out of his mouth, Khalifa reacted and suppressed it. Thank you so much, Lord Spirit King. Khalifa said her thanks with a blushing face. Oguro didn't care and asked a few people to summarize the collected information. Most of the information was similar to what Oguro knew, except that Robin overheard something different. It is said that someone saw CP0 in the palace. They met the old king once, and it took a long time. Several princes thought that the old king had reached an agreement with the world government to support the 3rd prince. That's why they couldn't wait to transfer people to the royal capital. Oguro said, not to mention that the Kingdom of Front is not a member of the world government. CP0 has no right to dictate here. Even within the world government member countries, CP0 cannot intervene in the succession of the throne. This is a taboo. If your CP0 can affect the succession of the throne, then is my kingdom or your world government's kingdom? World government franchising countries are not tributary countries. Everyone's status is equal. To take a step back, even if the world government really wants to interfere with the succession of the throne of any kingdom, it is absolutely impossible for CP0 to act so openly. This is a message for others. If this is revealed, CP0 will definitely be held accountable by all participating countries at the next World Conference. Maybe they will be disbanded because of this. Then let's put it this way, the real purpose of CP0 is more like deliberately provoking the situation to become more tense. As a frontline intelligence agent, Khalifa quickly noticed the anomaly. The group discussed it for a long time but failed to come up with an answer. In the end, Yoruichi said, "Why are you thinking so much? Won't everything be clear to us once they take action?" Anyway, Yoruichi is confident. With her strength, even if these CP0s want to overturn the world, they can't escape her grasp. If a group of people think about it, they might as well not worry about it. Only Oguro felt something was wrong, but he couldn't remember it. In the end, we had to let it go. At this time, it was almost dinner time, and several waiters served the unique flour drinks and fried rice of the Kingdom of Front. In the cup is crystal clear emerald green liquid, which emits a faint light against the sun, which is really beautiful. Special spices are added to the fried rice, which is rich in flavor but not cloying. Tisk. These flours and rice have been tricked by the Kingdom of Frant. Oguro smiled and took a sip of the drink. The sweet and long taste was unforgettable. Everyone also praised the meal. Soon, the waiter came in to clear the table. Oguro stood up and was about to leave. At the moment when he and the waiter were intertwined, Shibaki issued an early warning. Without any hesitation, Oguro drew out his Zanpakuto and blocked it backwards. Clang! A short sword was firmly blocked by the Zanpakuto, and the waiter showed a fierce look on his face and roared angrily. "You group of invaders who want to destroy the peace of the kingdom, go to hell." The next second, the waiters took out their weapons and stabbed the person closest to them. Chapter 97. The war breaks out. Damn it! Enemy attack! Be on guard! Be on guard! Khalifa was shocked and shouted to his subordinates. "This is in my own stronghold. Lord Soul King was actually attacked. If you don't handle it well, you may have to die to apologize." In her panic, Khalifa also forgot that none of the people in front of her were weak. How could these ordinary waiters be their opponents? Seeing that the waiter was about to rush over again, Oguro kicked him directly in the chest. Bang! The table was knocked over and the waiter fainted on the spot. Several other waiters were also easily taken down. However, even though their hands and feet were chained, these waiters were still struggling almost crazily. His eyes glowed strangely red, like a wild beast that had lost its mind. "Khalifa, it seems that your whereabouts have been noticed for a long time," Oguro said with a solemn expression. "These guys look like they are being controlled." Khalifa looked ugly. "I hunt geese all day long, but today I was pecked in the eye by a goose." She knelt down on one knee and said, "Lord Spirit King, please evacuate here first. I will find out who is causing trouble and make him pay the price he deserves." It was rare that she was in charge of an operation and such a big mistake was made. Now she wants to peel off the skin of the mastermind behind this. Oguro said slowly, "I'm afraid it's too late to withdraw." Khalifa was stunned, and his domineering aura suddenly dissipated upon seeing this, and his face instantly became even more ugly. The restaurant was already crowded with people, surrounding the entire hotel. Before a few people could take action, everyone was in a daze, and a faint white mist began to appear in the restaurant. In this white mist, Oguro felt that his limbs had become extremely heavy, and it was very laborious to move even slightly. "This is fruit ability." Ogu Lua was horrified. When did they get tricked? Seeing and hearing the domineering power without any warning. Bang! The door was knocked open, and a group of murderers with swords in their hands broke in, staring at Oguro and others with bloodthirsty eyes. "Kill!" Someone shouted, and the scene seemed to explode completely as if the flames fell into a powder keg. Bang! Oguro punched the enemy who rushed in front of him. The man had 3 broken ribs, but he still got up and rushed towards Oguro again, as if he couldn't feel the pain at all. Snap! A whip whipped the man away. Khalifa stood in front of Oguro, her beautiful eyes full of anger. "You bastards! See how I deal with you!" Whoosh! The long whip wrapped around the man's neck like lightning. Just hearing a click, the man tilted his head and immediately fell to the ground lifeless. Kill them all, Khalifa roared at the other Shadow Dragon guards. Several Shadow Dragon guards drew their weapons one after another and rushed towards the crowd with murderous intent. Wait a minute, stay alive, Oguro growled. However, the group of Shadow Dragon guards continued to attack regardless, and every move was aimed at human life. Bang! Oguro and Shunpo came to the front of the battlefield and kicked all the Shadow Dragon guards back with their feet. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear what I said? Oguro frowned and looked at the few people, finding that they had blank expressions. Khalifa even said bluntly, Lord Spirit King. If they dare to offend you, they are committing a heinous crime of death. I will definitely wipe them out. No, no. Oguro immediately noticed something unusual. Khalifa is not such a murderous person. Especially now that she was attacked inexplicably, she should think about leaving alive instead of killing them all. The most important thing is that this group of attackers is too weak. I just came into contact with those two people, and their strength is not even comparable to that of the weakest sailor. Isn't it funny that such a person attacks a regular intelligence organization? Under a situation full of doubts, Oguro said sternly, no killing. Leave me alive. However, even if Oguro ordered so, several people from the Shadow Dragon Guard were still very vicious when they started. Completely forgetting Oguro's orders. In fact, Oguro found that even Yoruichi and the others had started to kill him. Damn it, you don't want to listen to Lousy, do you? A ray of white light emerged from Oguro's eyes, and the terrifying spiritual pressure mixed with Conqueror's domineering energy surged out like a volcanic eruption. Boom! Everyone felt as if a huge stone mill was crushing through their heads. Both the attacking enemies and the people of the Shadow Dragon Guard rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Including Khalifa. Under the stimulation of spiritual pressure, the eyesight of Yoruichi and others immediately returned to clarity. We were just controlled. Yoruichi looked ugly. She, the captain-level Shinigami, actually fell into the trap. It was a great shame and humiliation. It's not really a control, at most it's a little bit of influence. Oguro said with relief. Because of the existence of Ryutsu, Shinigami's mental power is extremely powerful and has great resistance to this fruit's ability to confuse people's minds. In fact, when they react on their own, they can use their spiritual pressure to get rid of the influence, and they don't even need Oguro's help. Several people came outside the hotel, and the streets were crowded with people. At the same time, Oguro smelled a faint floral fragrance. So that's it. Oguro finally realized how he had been tricked. New varieties of flowers, flower drinks, and special fried rice. All three items are fine. But when these three things come together, it's different. The fragrance of flowers is mixed with drinks and spices to form a special kind of intoxicating drug. This way he avoided the detection of Jien Wensei Haki. The effect of this drug is not strong, and I would not feel any problem under normal circumstances. But once the mastermind behind the scenes activates his abilities, the drug becomes a breakthrough. It can help him quickly influence or even control a person's thinking. People like me have only been here for a short time and are protected by spiritual pressure, so the impact is low. These people in front of me are residents of the royal capital, and they have obviously been controlled for a long time. As expected of Sid Oguro, who even gives into the world government. What a terrifying judgment and execution ability. At this time, a voice sounded, but it seemed to come from all directions, and the person who spoke could not be found. Oguro snorted coldly, pretend to be a ghost. Seeing and hearing the domineering energy spread out instantly like radar waves. The next second, Oguro opened his eyes and said with a ferocious smile, I found you. Whoosh! Oguro came directly into the air and flew in the direction of the enemy. The palace was now plunged into blood and fire. The manpower that has been continuously transferred by several princes over the past week has now become the center of the riot. Harris stood on a high ground in the palace and shouted, kill them all. The throne must be mine. As the war expanded, the battlefield was no longer limited to the palace. Houses began to collapse and innocent residents began to die. Chapter 98 Freud. What are you going to do? Oguro roared at a shadow. The guy wearing the devil mask with ram's horns came out and said with a smile. What else can I do? Of course, save this country. The man took off his mask, jumped to the top of a nearby building, and shouted loudly. Everyone, the royal members of the kingdom don't care about the life or death of us civilians. In order to raise taxes, they have gone to any lengths. Now they are turning our home into a battlefield. We just want to survive. Are we wrong? Are we not qualified to survive? Is this fair? Under the guidance of these extremely inflammatory words, a group of residents shouted involuntarily. It's not fair. We want to live. We want to live. The sheephorn man smiled with satisfaction upon seeing this. His voice was like the seductive whisper of a devil. If we want to survive, we have only one way to go. That is to completely eliminate this group of royal families who are decadent and don't care about our life and death. Oguro was shocked. This guy doesn't want to start a rebellion and reap the benefits, but wants to replace him himself. Whoosh! A shunpo from Oguro came to the horned man and cut him head-on with his zanpakuto. The sheep-headed man reacted very quickly, turned around and drew out his saber to block it. You guys are not CPO. Oguro said solemnly. CP0 may try to disrupt a country's situation in order to gain benefits. But it is absolutely impossible to get to the top by yourself. Hee, who knows? The sheephorn man did not answer, but shouted to the civilians around him. Come on, this is a lackey of the royal family. Let's destroy him together. After the words fell, a faint mist began to fill the air again. Obviously, this guy started using his abilities again. This time, Oguro was on guard, and his spiritual pressure kept his mind steady, leaving no loopholes for the opponent. When the sheephorn man saw this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He has obtained the fruit ability for many years, but this is the first time he can crack it so easily. However, my fruit ability is not as simple as you think. The next moment, Oguro saw that the civilians who were still cowering and praying to God for help had already picked up weapons and rushed towards him without fear of death. Originally this scene was nothing. After all, Oguro had already experienced it once in the hotel and knew that this guy could control others. But this time, the situation obviously exceeded his expectations. Oguro swung the back of his knife, trying to knock out the civilians who were rushing towards him. As a result, the next second, the figure of the civilian suddenly disappeared and appeared directly behind him. As this, shaving, Oguro's eyes widened. This was a skill that could only be mastered by elites who had been trained for a long time. Could this civilian have been a marine before? However, when he looked closely, he saw that he was just an ordinary civilian. Not to mention marine, I'm afraid even ordinary exercise is lacking. What's going on? Whoosh! Before he could figure it out, a chop wave swept over him. Oguro turned his body slightly to avoid the chop. Only then did I realize that several civilians had actually used their Lanko. At this moment, an idea flashed in Oguro's mind. He looked at the sheephorn man and said sternly, "You are the one controlling them." Hehehehe. The goat-horned man laughed loudly at this. This is Freud. He is a psychedelic person who has eaten the psychedelic fruit. He can affect people's emotions and thinking through vision, smell, hearing, touch, and taste. And then completely control them. Although these people you are facing are just ordinary civilians, under my control, their brains think that they are the elites of CP0, and they forcefully drive their bodies to perform moves, so of course these 6 moves are at their fingertips. Oguro understood now. New varieties of flowers in the capital, and spices for various foods. Even those bright decorations. All of this was Floyd's preparation to control the civilians of the entire capital. Also because he had already controlled most of the civilians, the whereabouts of the Shadow Dragon Guard and his party were exposed after they entered the royal capital. He, you brought people to the Kingdom of Front probably to rule this country, right? I wonder if you can take action against them. Floyd hid behind the crowd and laughed triumphantly. Snort. Oguro snorted coldly. Floyd was right. He really couldn't kill these innocent civilians. But that doesn't mean there's nothing you can do. Buzz. A violent conqueror's domineering energy swept across all directions, rolling in pressure like a god coming to the world. Group fight. This is the last thing the owner of Conqueror's domineering fear is. However, to Oguro's surprise, his Conqueror's haki failed to stun those civilians. Although it cannot be said that it was completely ineffective, only a dozen or so people around the edges were affected. Not even 1/10 of the number of people in the riots. Ha ha ha. Floyd couldn't help but laugh out loud. He said with a joking look on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse. Do you think I haven't dealt with the possessor of Conqueror's Haki before? Such a simple imposing threat will not be affected at all as long as a strong enough hint of courage is implanted in the human brain. So, Sid Oguro, what are you going to do? Do you want to stop them? Then I kindly remind you, you have to go faster. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for long. Floyd's words made Oguro's face darken. These civilians seemed to have only been controlled and did not suffer any substantial harm. But you must know that Sixth Forms, as a compulsory course for Marine training elites, has very high requirements on physical strength. When these civilians are controlled by others and forced to use moves beyond their endurance, their bodies will inevitably be damaged. Over time, the muscles and bones of their bodies will be irreversibly damaged. In serious cases, you may become disabled or even die from physical overdraft. This Freud didn't care about the civilians at all, he just regarded them as his tools to control the kingdom of Front. You guy, you are so evil to the extreme. Oguro's eyes were cold, and he looked at Floyd like he was looking at a dead man. No matter how much I say, as long as I kill you, the fruit ability user, those abilities will disappear naturally. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the people who created the problem. It's that simple and crude. Whoosh. Shunpo's speed allowed Oguro to pass through a large crowd in the blink of an eye. The raised Zanpakuto was wrapped with a thick layer of armed haki and slashed towards Floyd's neck. However, when Freud saw this, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. The next second, he completely disappeared in front of Oguro. Chapter 99 Complete Chaos. What? Oguro was stunned. He didn't even notice how the other party disappeared. The domineering power of seeing and hearing unfolded instantly, and Floyd was finally found on a rooftop in the distance. Beside him, there were two other people standing. The same two from the previous meeting with Harris. Tisk, is he a fruit ability user again? Oguro muttered, feeling a little irritated. If the guess is correct, one of the two people should be a space-type fruit ability user, and used his ability to rescue Floyd. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to detect no trace of his domineering power. Do you think you can escape like this? Are you looking down on me too much? A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Oguro's eyes, and he was about to pursue him. However, the last person waved his hands, and a translucent barrier appeared in front of the three people. Then the barrier lit up slightly, and the figures of the three disappeared in front of Oguro's eyes. As this, disguise, Oguro's insight color haki probed over. But at this moment, the civilians on the street roared one after another, and their auras surged. The intertwining of these messy atmospheres made it difficult for Oguro to find the specific whereabouts of the three Floyds. Damn BD, Oguro couldn't help but curse. That guy Floyd, in order to avoid being tracked, directly overdrawn the physical potential of these civilians. Although the strength has greatly increased in a short period of time, it will leave indelible sequelae. Lord Spirit King, what should we do? Yoruichi and others looked at the royal capital that was falling into madness, their expressions were very solemn. Oguro said, Yoruichi, use Bakudo to control them first. Floyd thinks he has conquered the kingdom of Front, and I have to let him fetch water from a bamboo basket in vain today. The world government will shy away from lousy when they see it. You, a fruit-powered person, still want to overthrow the world. Yoruichi nodded and immediately started chanting. The cage of heaven and earth, the shadow of the world, cannot be reached by walking barefoot for thousands of miles. Entangled, bound, and swallowed up. All living things are impossible. Bakudo's 91 Black Marsh. Not in the original work, original by the author. As a ball of ink-like liquid fell to the ground from Yoruichi's fingertips, the ground was instantly dyed black and continued to spread outward. The next second, the black ground turned into a quagmire, and everyone standing on it fell into it on the spot, reaching their thighs before stopping. A few powerful people tried to break free, but saw several black ropes flying out of the black swamp, tying them up and pulling them tightly into the black swamp. With just one move, most of the city block was covered, and the riot subsided instantly. Whoosh! At this time, Oguro's haki finally sensed that 3 auras had escaped from Bakuto's range and were rushing towards the palace at great speed. Found it. Still trying to run away. Oguro used Shunpo to the extreme, and his figure almost turned into a line, rushing towards the 3 Floyds. As soon as he arrived at the palace, Oguro saw several princes joining forces to kill Harris. Harris's body was covered with spears and swords, and blood had long stained his body red. The fact that he can still stand at this moment is all thanks to Freud's fruit power. The moment they saw Oguro, these princes yelled, "Are you also the helper invited by the 3rd child? Go to hell." A group of people roared and rushed towards Oguro. Oguro waved his right hand, Bakuto's 6,200 steps. Dozens of silver-gray rails instantly penetrated the bodies of these people, pinning them to the ground. Alas! So, why do you have to stop me? At this time, Freud walked out of the palace. Oguro turned around and looked over, only to see an old man dressed in rich clothes and wearing a crown standing next to Floyd. The king of the kingdom of France. What? You know you are no match for me, and you plan to use hostages. Oguro sneered. If Freud had made this calculation, he would have been disappointed. Freud, however, shook his finger and said proudly, "I'm just here to put an end to this farce." After speaking, Floyd snapped his fingers with his right hand. The next second, the bodies of those controlled by Oguro trembled, and their eyes regained their clarity. "Why are we here?" Led by the eldest prince, everyone's faces showed horror. Especially the tragic situation in the royal palace and even the royal capital made them tremble like chaff. "You traitors! How dare you launch a rebellion and even kill your own brother?" At this time, the king suddenly stepped forward and roared. Only then did everyone realize that without the control of Floyd's fruit ability, the 3rd Prince Harris had fallen in the courtyard covered in blood, and he could no longer die. The princes were suddenly startled and broke out in cold sweat. They seemed to still have some impression of this matter. Harris was killed by them themselves. At the same time, a group of civilians near the palace were led by thoughtful people to the courtyard. They also heard the king's accusation and immediately fell into an uproar. Siblings who fight against each other are despised by thousands of people no matter which world they are in. The king then shouted, "I declare, all of you will be deprived of your royal status. The heir to the kingdom of Front will be my second son, Front Floyd." "Huh, this guy is actually a prince." Oguro hesitated. "I always feel like this melon is a bit big." "I support it," a civilian shouted with sudden fanaticism. When several princes were fighting each other, only His Highness the 2nd Prince was helping us. If he becomes a king, he will definitely be a good king. "That's right. Well said. I agree too. Support His Highness the 2nd Prince." Floyd's long-term arrangements among civilians have finally paid off. Floyd took a step forward and spoke to the civilians with a sentimental look. "Thank you for your support. I promise, we will definitely let everyone live a truly happy life. Starting from today, all unreasonable taxes will be abolished. Oh, long live His Highness the 2nd Prince." The courtyard suddenly burst into cheers. Oguro looked extremely ugly. If this guy becomes the king, the kingdom of Front will really be over. However, before Oguro could take action, a figure suddenly appeared beside Floyd. "That's shaving." Then Oguro saw the eldest prince with a ferocious face stabbing Floyd in the chest. He roared, "How can you, a deserted son, take away my throne?" Floyd looked at him in disbelief, and then fell to the ground softly. The next second, the eldest prince turned around and looked at the dumbfounded king fiercely. "And you old BD. I have worked hard for the kingdom for so long, and you actually choose a BD who has left the kingdom long ago. You are not worthy of being my father." The long knife fell, and the king covered his neck and fell next to Floyd. He killed the king and the 2nd prince. Kill him. Revenge for the 2nd prince. In an instant, the riot reached its climax tonight. Chapter 100. Because I feel unhappy with you. Damn BD. Only then did Oguro realize that his Beibu Langan had been destroyed at some point. Only then could the eldest prince suddenly commit murder. Oguro turned around and looked. As expected, Floyd's body was gone. There is no need to think about it, it must be the space fruit ability user who rescued him. Don't look at him being stabbed in the stomach. According to Oguro's observation, this guy is very skilled in the 6th form of Grandmaster, otherwise he would not be able to control the civilians to use these moves. Then there is a high probability that Freud will return to life. There is still life to return, and being stabbed in the stomach is not a fatal injury at all. It might even be cured in a day. So this guy's purpose is not to steal the country and usurp the throne, but to plunge the kingdom of Front into complete chaos. Oguro finally understood Floyd's purpose at this moment. How much hatred is there? You won't even spare your own motherland. Although he didn't know the reason, Oguro was sure that this was a well-planned act of revenge. It was aimed at Freud's own motherland and his family and relatives. Although the current capital is still shrouded in Floyd's ability control, but he didn't use this to control everyone's thinking, but quietly overdrawn their potential, making this riot even more dangerous. All riots are caused by the will of these people. This is Freud's ultimate goal. Let the people of this country destroy their homes with their own hands. I won't let you succeed in such a bad thing. Oguro's eyes lit up with white light. Since ordinary conqueror's haki cannot stun these people affected by Freud, then add Ryutsu. Conqueror's soul blade. Invisible fluctuations spread like a tide. At this moment, the world seemed to become pure black and white, without any color at all. Everyone in the kingdom of Frant rolled their eyes and fell to the ground one after another. Freud's remaining fruit ability was also completely torn apart in this soul storm, without any trace left. Lord Soul King, what will happen to these people next? Yoruichi asked worriedly. Although the riot was forcibly stopped by Oguro, the seeds have been planted, and it will inevitably break out again when they wake up. You stay here. Khalifa has been here for so long, but he has managed to win over a few available ministers. Let them come forward to appease him. If you are dissatisfied, suppress it directly. As for these princes, Oguro glanced at them with a cold expression. Their royal status has been stripped away by the king. If they dare to act recklessly again, they will be executed on the spot. At this time, any gentle means are a joke, and the only way to stabilize the situation as quickly as possible is the right way. I understand. Yoruichi nodded and asked, then what are you going to do? A cold smile appeared on Oguro's face. Of course I have to deal with that scumbag. After making such a big noise, you turned around and wanted to run away. What a beautiful thing. Buzz. Assisted by spiritual pressure, the domineering power of sight, color is fully activated. The scope of Oguro's exploration even exceeds the entire royal capital. Tisk. It's so fast, I almost made you run away from me. I'm so domineering. Oguro sneered and disappeared instantly. In the suburbs, Floyd clutched his stomach and ran as fast as he could. Just as Oguro expected, this guy is also an expert at returning life. Under his control, the wound on his stomach stopped bleeding after being simply bandaged. He wiped the cold sweat from his head. I didn't expect to encounter such a monster. But fortunately, the plan was successful. After today, the kingdom of Front will completely cease to exist. Speaking of this, Floyd's face was filled with a happy expression of revenge. I don't know if the kingdom of Front still exists, but you must be gone. Suddenly, a voice sounded from in front of them. Oguro's aloof figure stood quietly in the air, looking down at the three people indifferently. I'm actually chasing you so quickly. Should I say it's you? A look of helplessness appeared on Floyd's face. A country that is in chaos and about to be destroyed, wouldn't it be just right for you to be under your command? Why do you still keep your eyes on me? Freud was right. Once Khalifa's people calm down the situation, it is certain that the kingdom of Front will be merged into the Holy Spirit Empire. You said there was some objection. Please, the royal family is dead. Is your objection useless? However, Oguro just silently drew out his Zanpakuto and said with a cold look. Because Lousy looks very unhappy with you. He attacked himself, played tricks on civilians, killed countless innocent people, and left countless people with sequelae that are difficult to recover from. Although Oguro never claimed to be a saint, when he saw such a BD, he still couldn't help but want to beat him up. What do you know? Floyd's eyes were bloodshot and he roared angrily. Originally, I loved this country deeply. After getting the fruit power, how many pirates did I resist for the kingdom? How much contribution did I make to help the development of this country with my own abilities? I am the first heir to the throne. But what's the result? Just because the world government said that I have good abilities, they sent me to CP0. It's called the Kingdom Council and I get preferential treatment. Ha ha ha. What kind of preferential treatment? It's just that these bastards were afraid of my fruit ability, so they kicked me out of the kingdom. They enjoy all the glory and wealth in the kingdom, but I have experienced countless life and death crises in CPO. I asked my father when I could go back, and he actually told me that the kingdom no longer needs me. Only in CP0 can I be valuable to the kingdom. I am the heir to the throne. Everything I loved and owned was destroyed at that moment. Tell me, what would you do if you encountered such betrayal? Floyd asked, staring at Oguro with burning eyes. Oguro tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, I will take revenge. Floyd probably didn't expect Oguro to answer so smoothly, and was stunned. He wondered, since you and I both made the same choice, why are you chasing me so hard? Oguro grinned, with a cold light in his eyes. Because I hate cowards who implicate innocent people the most. If you want revenge, take revenge. Even if he killed the entire royal family, Oguro wouldn't say a word. But it is disgusting that you use the lives of innocent civilians as a tool and flaunt the legitimacy of revenge. It seems that we are not the same kind of people after all. Floyd's face was cold, but if you want to kill me, it's not that easy. As soon as Floyd finished speaking, his figure disappeared from Oguro's eyes. Whoosh! A ray of sword light struck from behind Oguluo. Chapter 101 Special Rewards. Oguro raised his knife and turned around, blocking the knife. Its space ability again. The other two took this opportunity to quickly retreat, leaving the battlefield to Oguro and Floyd. One sword-style tiger burst. A fierce sword pressed down like a tiger coming down the mountain, biting towards Floyd. Whoosh! Floyd disappeared again, avoiding the blow. Chop! The moment the position was transferred, Floyd swung a chop wave to attack Oguro. The two of them worked together flawlessly. With the assistance of someone with space fruit abilities, he can dodge almost all attacks. Oguro used his backhand to chop away the wave. His eyes glanced at Floyd's two accomplices. It was found that the figures of the two people had completely disappeared. Seeing and hearing Sei-Baki could only vaguely sense a hint of aura. It seems that they deliberately concealed their aura. After all, he is a CP0 person, so he has some abilities. Teams with tacit cooperation like yours are rare in CP0. Those guys didn't completely brainwash you. As the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. Without exception, CP0 will be heavily brainwashed to ensure absolute loyalty to the world government and the Draco. The behavior of the three Freuds clearly went beyond the category of tool men. Hearing this, Freud smiled disdainfully. Are those idiots trying to brainwash me? I just used a few tricks to control the instructor in charge. CP0 thought I was an obedient dog. But they didn't know that I was just using them to find suitable subordinates. It's not easy for me to wait for these two people. One uses space ability to coordinate battles or evacuation, and the other can hide his traces anytime and anywhere. They are simply the most perfect subordinates. Good guy. Oguro is a great guy. World government has always taken advantage of others, and this time it finally suffered a loss. If this matter were to be exposed, CP0's face would be swollen. Floyd said proudly, give up. Sid Oguro. As long as the three of us are together, we will be invincible. You and I are just wasting time. A waste of time. A strange smile appeared on Oguro's face. Why do you think I waste my time by talking to you so much? Floyd was suddenly startled, and an ominous premonition suddenly came over him. The next second, black lines spread from Oguluo's feet, covering the vast wilderness in the blink of an eye. The heart of the south, the pupil of the north, the fingertips of the west, and the toes of the east gather together with the wind and scatter by driving the rain. 58 of Bakudo. Slap your toes to chase the sparrow. Countless spiritual pressure spread in all directions like tentacles, and all the creatures in it were visible to Oguro. Found it. The corner of Oguluo's mouth raised slightly, and his figure disappeared instantly. Bang! A light and shadow barrier was cut through by Oguluo, revealing the two people hiding inside. Bakudo number 58, dedicated to tracking targets. Coupled with Oguro's domineering power of knowledge, the two men could not escape the fate of being caught no matter how deep they hid. Oguro looked at the man wearing a thin monkey mask and said with a sneer, according to my observation, it seems that your ability can only be used on others, and it cannot exceed a certain range. That's why someone needs to protect you all the time. So now, how are you going to escape? Armed Haki wrapped around the Zanpakuto, and a slashing wave as dark as a crescent moon fell from the sky. At the moment of crisis, Floyd was transferred and stood in front of Oguro's eyes. I'm waiting for you. Oguro showed a satisfied smile, and his armed domineering energy and spiritual pressure surged out like a tide. One sword-style Long Shang Tianyuan. The 100-meter giant dragon with a black shell and silver body roared towards him, making the world tremble. In this move, Oguro used all his strength. Floyd's expression changed drastically. This guy. He's so strong. The past few months of keeping a low profile have not been wasted on Oguro. He has been honing his armed color Haki. The opponents are the 3 captain-level Shinigami currently summoned. Training in such a high-pressure environment, Oguro's armed domineering naturally improved rapidly. Faced with Oguro's full blow, Floyd did not dare to step up, and the 3 of them directly blocked it. A light mist enveloped the 3 of them, and their auras instantly surged. Oguro raised his eyebrows. This guy's ability can also affect himself. Armed domineering energy covered the whole body, and the momentum of the 3 people climbed to its peak, and they fiercely charged at the giant dragon chopped by Oguro. Boom! The giant dragon rages, the armed color and domineering collision fiercely, and the spiritual pressure sweeps away everything like an iron plow. The ground collapsed completely, as if it had just experienced an earthquake. In front of this great power, people are as weak as ants. In the center of the ruins, Floyd was lying on the ground, bleeding from all over his body. The other 2 people had completely lost their breath. Ahem. Floyd coughed out a mouthful of blood, looking a little regretful but more relieved. Are you going to die? That's fine. Anyway, I have nothing left. Revenge against one's relatives and motherland. Even if he succeeds, he is still a sad person with no destination. Perhaps, dying in your hometown is the best ending. A ray of sunlight broke through the clouds and shone on Floyd's face. The long night finally passed. Floyd seemed to have seen that year. Father, with my ability, everyone's work efficiency will increase by at least 30%. Haha, my son is really amazing. Father, these pirates are all under my control. We happen to be short of manpower, so let them do hard labor. Okay, that's it. How wonderful it would be if nothing changed. Floyd looked steadily at the gentle sunshine, his eyes gradually losing their luster. But on his face, he smiled like a child. Oguro was silent for a moment, and his Zanpakuto slashed continuously on the ground, creating a large pit and burying all 3 people in it. His hatred is very strong because he once loved this country so purely. Burying him here can be regarded as fulfilling his last wish. Ding! 3 ownerless souls have been detected. Do you want to absorb them? The system considerately sounded the notification tone after Oguro finished his work. Absorb it. The fruit abilities of these 3 people are good, and the rewards are not too bad. Especially Floyd, his ability is almost buggy. However, this time the system did not respond. Just when Oguro was about to ask, the system suddenly makes a sound. After testing, the 3 souls are deeply entangled. Host can choose to peel off the 3 souls and exchange them for rewards separately, or completely fuse the 3 souls to exchange for higher level rewards. Reminder: if you fuse the 3 souls, you will not be able to restore the devil fruit. Chapter 102 Super Captain Level, Aizen Sosuke. Are souls deeply entangled? Is there such a thing? Oguro looked confused. After systematic explanation, it was found that Floyd had used his fruit power to control 2 other people for a long time. The demon souls residing in the devil fruits of the 3 people were intertwined, making it possible to fuse. This situation can be said to be a rare exception. Needless to say, of course we need more advanced rewards. After receiving the order, the system immediately forcibly fused the 3 souls together. Ding! The absorption is completed. Host can redeem a golden legendary lottery ticket. Do you want to redeem it? This result did not exceed Oguro's expectations. The quality of Floyd's devil fruit is already very high. Even if you can't exchange it for a golden legendary lottery ticket, it's almost the same. This is combined with 2 other good devil fruits. It would be strange if it couldn't be exchanged for golden legendary lottery tickets. System. Draw the golden legendary card pool. Now that the war is over, you might as well draw a prize to change your mood. In the familiar starry sky, a huge golden star flew towards Oguro. Oguro's heart suddenly became excited. He also understood the urinary properties of the system. The bigger the star and the brighter the light, the stronger the person drawn. The stars are so big this time, I wonder which Shinigami it will be. Could it be the captain? Oguro speculated excitedly. Bang! The stars exploded and gathered into a golden card. A man wearing glasses, with short brown hair covering his forehead and a gentle smile on his face appears above. Name: Aizen Sosuke. Zanpakuto. Kyoka Suigetsu. Ryutsu. Super Captain level. Position: Captain of the 5th Division. Quote. Oguro's eyes were fixed on the card. Aizen Sosuke. Big Boss. The Super Captain level spiritual pressure in the introduction column makes people's blood boil even more. Damn, just ask who else. Now Oguro almost wants to rush to the New World and show the so-called 4 Emperors what strength is. No, you can't float. Who knows if IM and world government have any other tricks up their sleeves. Oguro finally calmed down his excitement and summoned Aizen Sosuke. An elegant figure appeared in front of Oguro. Before taking off his disguise, Aizen Sosuke has always been this kind and easy-going image, which is very easy to like. Aizen Sosuke, see the Soul King. Although in the original work, he wanted to stand in the sky and overthrow the so-called Spirit King, under the transformation of the system, Aizen Sosuke's loyalty to Oguro is still full. Looking at the respectful Aizen Sosuke, Oguro suddenly spoke. Sosuke, do you want to stand in the sky? Aizen Sosuke's body trembled. Although his loyalty to Oguro has been systematically transformed, his heavenly ideal has not been erased. Aizen Sosuke immediately lowered his head and said, the Spirit King is the one who stands on the top of the sky, how dare my subordinates dare to overstep. Oguro laughed when he heard this. I stand at the top of the sky, and there is no conflict with you standing at the top of the sky. Aizen Sosuke's eyes flashed, and he seemed to understand what Oguro meant. Oguro continued, your qualifications are rare among all Shinigami. As long as you complete the task I assigned you, I can take you to the Spirit King's palace and let you see the scenery in the sky with your own eyes. Having said this, if Aizen Sosuke still doesn't understand, then he will be ashamed of his status as the big boss in the original work. Lowering his head deeply, Aizen Sosuke said enthusiastically, my subordinates will definitely complete all the tasks assigned by the Spirit King. I will never let you down. Oguro nodded with satisfaction, follow me first. As for your mission, I'll leave it to you after the things here are over. Yes, Aizen Sosuke followed Oguro respectfully like a dedicated bodyguard. The royal capital. The riots have basically been put down. Although the ministers whom Khalifa had won over did not have very high positions, they responded very quickly and immediately found the most famous left prime minister in the kingdom. He came forward to appease the civilians, and it really worked. During this period, it was not that no one wanted to take advantage of the situation, but under the intimidation of Yoruichi and others who showed their skills, these people were caught without even getting up. At this moment, everyone gathered in the palace to discuss how to clean up this mess. Almost everyone in the royal family died. There are only 2 grandchildren left who are less than 3 years old. Their last name wasn't even Frant. It is obviously impossible to expect these 2 people to run the country. At this time, the ministers whom Khalifa had won over began to suggest that the Holy Spirit Empire should take over the Kingdom of Front. In this royal family catastrophe, it was the Holy Spirit Empire that helped us tide over the difficulties. And with the strength of the Holy Spirit Empire, it can completely protect our kingdom from being bullied by other countries. Now His Majesty the Spiritual King of the Holy Spirit Empire is in the royal capital, and he can be asked to take charge of the overall situation. As soon as they finished speaking, they aroused fierce opposition from those loyal royal ministers. No, the royal family still has blood in the world. How can we hand over the kingdom to outsiders? This is treason. There was an explosion here, and they immediately spoke back. What you are saying is righteous and awe-inspiring. But what about the reality? You support your youngest son to rise to power, and all government affairs are under your control. You are the real thieves. Your heart is worth punishing. Your heart is worth killing. Isn't it just a slap in the face? No one can do it the same way. At this time, the scene completely degenerated into a scolding battle between the two parties. Have you had enough noise? A cold shout came in along with some pressure from spiritual pressure. The ministers who were still noisy, blushing and dancing, suddenly stopped and were covered in cold sweat. Don't look at the fact that these ministers usually hold high positions. But at the end of the day, they are just ordinary people. Shinigami's spiritual pressure is a completely different dimension of suppression for them. Oguro walked in slowly. Aizen Sosuke was left outside by him. It is not suitable for him to see outsiders now. Lord Spirit King, Yoruichi and others who had been watching the show saluted Oguro. The ministers who had been won over also met with Oguro as a foreign minister. Only those tough-headed ones shouted and asked sternly when they saw Oguro. Your Majesty the Spiritual King, may I ask if you came here to annex our kingdom of France? Oguro glanced at him, with a disdainful sneer on his face. What can you do if I say yes? As soon as these words came out, the minister's face instantly turned red. Indeed, regardless of the super strength previously shown by Yoruichi and others. Let's talk about the current situation in the Kingdom of Front. More than 90% of the army in the royal capital was harmed by the civil war between a few princes. Although the entire army was not wiped out, there were probably less than 100 people who could maintain their fighting strength. If Oguro really has any ideas, they really have no room to resist. Chapter 103 Choosing a New King. The minister's face turned red and he could only stumble and speak. Your Majesty is the head of a country, how could you do such an unjust thing? Wouldn't it make the world laugh? In addition, there are words such as gentleman and loyalty that people can't understand. The hall was filled with a speechless atmosphere. Oguro glanced at the group of people with disdain. What is loyalty and disloyalty? After all, they are not worried about their power becoming smaller. When the young master succeeds to the throne, they can do whatever they want. But if they accept Oguro's rule, whether they can maintain their current position is a question. It can only be said that no matter which world they are in, none of these officials are good. Don't worry, I won't rob your country, Oguro said, looking at them contemptuously. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of those ministers who objected suddenly lit up. The minister who was won over by Khalifa looked like he was mourning for his heir. They feel as if they are being abandoned. However, what Oguro said next made everyone's heart skip a beat. However, what you just said about letting several children succeed is definitely inappropriate. After all, their surname is not Frant. Everyone looked at each other in confusion after hearing this, and then asked cautiously, what does your Majesty mean? Oguro waved his hand and said, according to convention, when a kingdom loses its royal family, one of the remaining nobles will be chosen to inherit the throne. I see there are many adult nobles in the Kingdom of Front. How difficult is it to choose a suitable king? Hearing this, many people present had strange looks on their faces. They also have noble status and are qualified to compete for the throne. If you can make your family into a royal family, isn't that much better than being a mere minister? At this time, Oguro looked at Khalifa aside and said, Khalifa, which nobles in the Kingdom of Frant are more suitable to be kings? Khalifa adjusted her glasses, stepped forward and said respectfully, Lord Healing King, as far as I know Count Roland Osman is the most famous. And the common people under his rule also live and work in peace and contentment. What? I don't agree. Hearing this name, several ministers jumped up as if they had been bitten by a snake. Oguro raised his eyebrows. What? Is there something wrong with this person? Under Oguro's oppressive gaze, these people did not dare to talk nonsense and could only speak in a submissive manner. He is not a suitable person. Ha! Oguro sneered, it's up to you whether it's suitable or not. I just want to ask you, is this Count Ottoman legally qualified to inherit the kingdom? The ministers who had been won over reacted quickly enough and said quickly, of course. The Roland family is one of the oldest nobles in the Kingdom of Front. Oguro immediately smiled and clapped his hands and said, that's good. I think it would be good for this Count Ottoman to be the king. Who is in favor? Who is against? Only then did everyone react. It turns out that was what Oguro had in mind. Although he did not seize the right to rule the Kingdom of Frant, he supported a puppet to take over. With this puppet around, Does it matter whether the kingdom of France was annexed by the Holy Spirit Empire? Your Majesty the spiritual king. A minister couldn't help but said, this is an internal matter of the kingdom of France, please don't interfere. Oguro rolled his eyes and said, when did I interfere? Isn't this helping you find an heir to the throne in accordance with your laws and practices? Are you planning to choose the king without following the law? One sentence choked several ministers to death. Not following the law. They do. But can this be said? Khalifa. Oguro turned to Khalifa and said directly, regardless of what these ministers thought. Go and contact Count Osman. Now the kingdom of France is at a critical moment. People like him should stand up and let everyone out of the haze. I believe there will be many people willing to support him. Many people looked so ugly when they heard this, as if their parents had died. Although it is not stated explicitly, the meaning of these words is that you can fight with confidence, I will support you behind. What the hell is this? Everyone present, who can compete with the Holy Spirit Empire? I'm afraid I don't even know how I died. As for opposition, what evidence do you have that proves that Oguro has intervened in the internal affairs of the Kingdom of France? He just said something fair. Isn't it true that in the Kingdom of France, you don't even want to talk to others? Not long after, Count Osman was invited by Khalifa. This is a very young guy, probably only in his early 20s. Looking at the people present, Osman's face showed a trace of timidity unconsciously. Don't look at the fact that the Roland family has always held the title of hereditary earl. In fact, their family had long been excluded from the inner circle of power in the royal capital. In recent decades, there has been little transparency around the edges. Until not long ago, a group of people came to me and were very appreciative of the Ottoman family's policy of ruling the territory. Not only did he stay to help him manage the territory, but he even put forward many valuable suggestions for improvement. This gave him the feeling of a confidant. Unexpectedly, today, this group of people would find him again and actually said that they would support the Roland family to ascend to the throne. This pie-in-the-sky thing immediately confused him. Until he entered the palace, he thought he was dreaming. Osman, are you willing to inherit the throne and become the new king of the Kingdom of France? Oguro asked with a smile. Osman was still confused at the moment and didn't know how to answer. The opposing ministers immediately gained confidence upon seeing this and spoke immediately. Count Osman is still too young. He cannot bear such a heavy burden. I propose that Duke Belaga inherit the throne. This Duke of Belaga is a representative figure of the big bureaucratic landowner. He believed that civilians were the property of nobles, and all wealth produced by civilians should also belong to nobles. To put it simply, he is a guy who treats civilians as slaves. The minister's words were immediately approved by many ministers. Among these powerful people, who doesn't like more wealth and power? Distributing land to the common people under their rule like Ottoman did, and only collecting a small amount of taxes and rent every year, is simply a stupid fool. Looking at the anxious crowd, Oguro pretended to be regretful and said to Osman, "What a pity. I originally thought that when you inherit the throne, you can bring a more prosperous life to all the citizens of the Kingdom of France. Now it seems that I can only let others take responsibility." As soon as these words came out, Osman's blood was suddenly ignited. If Belaga comes to power, what future will the people of the kingdom have? Chapter 104 Aizen's mission. Even if he couldn't become the king, he would never let Belaga ascend to the throne so easily. Of course I can inherit the throne, Osman said in an extremely firm tone. Just give me 10 years. No, 5 years. I will definitely make all the citizens of the Kingdom of France live a better life. Great. Oguro applauded Osman happily. Now that you've decided, go for it. In his words, he didn't take Duke Belaga seriously at all. Want to do some tricks? You can try it. By the way, you can take a guess at the origins of those who took the initiative to join Osman. Now that a new king has been elected, it's time for us to leave. Before leaving, Oguro gave Khalifa a look. Just deal with those guys who don't want to be obedient. Originally, Oguro could have used more forceful methods to annex the Kingdom of France. After all, Floyd had prepared him. But Oguro's goal is to establish the supreme kingdom of God. Then he should pay more attention to his reputation. Robbery will make other countries wary and resentful, and in the long run the gains will outweigh the losses. That's why we used such a roundabout method this time. A few days later, a simple but solemn succession ceremony was held in the palace. Count Osman officially became the king of the former Kingdom of Front and now the Kingdom of Ottoman. Not surprisingly, the important ministers in the audience were missing several familiar faces. The ministers looked at the men in black suits standing on both sides of the steps with a hint of fear. On the surface, these people are Ottoman retainers. But everyone knows that these are warriors from the Holy Spirit Empire. Those missing ministers were secretly cleaned up by these people because they conspired to overthrow Osman and succeed him. After the stressful succession ceremony, Osman found Khalifa in the palace courtyard. "Sir Khalifa, I know you have your own reasons for helping me." Osman, who inherited the throne, had a hint of domineering in his eyebrows, and he said to Khalifa with a serious face, "But I must say, if you want to do anything that harms the kingdom, I will definitely resist to the end." Khalifa smiled calmly and arrogantly upon hearing this. "If you are worried, you can go to our Holy Spirit Empire and have a look. You will understand then that joining us is the wisest decision. Then I'll wait and see." Osman did not fluctuate much. Over the years, he has long been accustomed to seeing people and things that appear to be alluring, but in reality are rotten. Osman left. The most important thing for him now is to reform the kingdom and cancel the previous policy of exploiting civilians. This involves the interests of countless people and requires him to deal with it carefully. Khalifa looked at his back with a trace of disdain in his eyes. In the future, if Osman is willing to lead the Ottoman kingdom to become a tributary of the Holy Spirit Empire, then everyone will naturally be happy. If you don't want to, the people you put in place are enough to influence the situation. The worst that can happen is another king. The struggle for power can be fought with benevolence and justice, but it cannot be without means. Who knows, you will support a white-eyed wolf out. Aboard the Desert Rose, Yoruichi showed strong wariness towards the newly arrived Aizen Sosuke. In her memory, the reason why she was forced to leave Soul Society was because of this guy. "I don't care what plots you have. But if you dare to harm Lord Spirit King, I will drag you into hell with me even if I risk my life." Yoruichi gave Aizen Sosuke the sternest warning with a murderous look on his face. Aizen Sosuke still had that elegant smile on his face. "Don't worry, Ms. Yoruichi, I admire Lord Soul King very much. He is a man who can truly stand at the top of everything. What I'm thinking about now is just hoping to use the power of Lord Spirit King to see the scenery in the sky." Yoruichi stared at Aizen Sosuke's face carefully to see that he didn't seem to be lying, and his face looked a little better. "Mark your words, I'll keep an eye on you." When Calm returned to the ship, Oguro found Aizen Sosuke and chatted alone. "Lord Spirit King, is she going to give me a mission?" A wise light flashed under the lens. Oguro nodded. "I think you are the most suitable candidate for this mission." Aizen Sosuke was also a little curious when he heard this. "Oh. I wonder what the Soul King needs me to do." A smile appeared on Oguro's lips. "It's very simple. I need you to join Marine and become a senior member of Marine." A strange look suddenly appeared on Aizen Sosuke's face. "Undercover. It does seem like a good fit for me. After all, he was the rebellious big boss who held the position of captain of the Gotei 13, and no one had ever doubted him before. There is no problem in saying that he is good at undercover. But Oguro, you are also the new spiritual king. Just telling the Gotei 13 team's negligence like this, is it really not a shame at all?" But this little thing didn't matter to Aizen Sosuke. He asked directly, "What do you need me to do in Marine? If you put a captain like him in there, you must have some big plan." "Strive for enough voice. Cultivate people who belong to us," Oguro said without hesitation. "Although I really want you to become a general. But now it is impossible for those three to vacate their positions without special circumstances. So it's up to you to decide how to do it. I just hope that one day when you need to take action, all your strength can make the final decision." Oguro asked Aizen Sosuke to do this for only one purpose. Malinfando War on the top. This largest war in One Piece not only mobilized a group of the world's most powerful warriors. It also directly affected the subsequent world structure. Of course Oguro has to get involved. "I see." Aizen Sosuke had a confident smile on his face. Isn't this what he did in the Gotei 13? He is familiar with this life. Later, Oguro gave him a brief introduction to Marine's factions and important figures. In addition, he also explained Shinigami's current relationship with world government to Aizen Sosuke. By the way, remind him not to expose Shinigami's power easily. However, Oguro's words caused Aizen Sosuke to think briefly. It seems that he wants to make some fuss out of this matter. Oguro didn't say any words to prohibit it. He believed that with Aizen Sosuke's wisdom, he would surely come up with a seamless plan. Finally, when the Desert Rose returned to the Seven Waters capital, Aizen Sosuke was no longer on the ship. Since he was going to be an undercover marine, the less people knew about him, the better. This is also the reason why Oguro asked Aizen Sosuke to hide when he was in the Kingdom of France. Chapter 105 Slave Trader. On this day, the Marine G3 branch received a new recruit who uses a knife. His kendo prowess is comparable to that of a Marine headquarters colonel. The only fly in the ointment is that he has not yet learned domineering. After being personally tested by the G3 base commander, Lieutenant General Garp, the recruit was directly awarded the rank of captain. Garp was very embarrassed and said to this person, "I'm sorry. Boy Aizen, my authority can only go so far. The appointment of a school officer needs to accumulate merit and report it to the headquarters for review. I can only wrong you first. After all, this is not a special time for world conscription. Even talented people have to accumulate experience first. Otherwise, it will only chill the hearts of those veterans." Aizen Sosuke smiled very humbly. Lieutenant General Garp is serious. It's enough to be appreciated by Marine. Besides, as for credit, I think as long as you work hard on this great waterway, you will not lack credit. Ha ha ha, you are so good. Garp patted Aizen Sosuke's shoulder hard. Then as compensation for you, I will personally teach you for a period of time. With your swordsmanship skills, as long as you learn the two-color domineering force, your strength will definitely reach a higher level. You will also be able to accumulate merit faster. Garp has a very good impression of Aizen Sosuke. Because Garp himself has a carefree personality, the G3 branch is mostly made up of bosses and has accumulated a lot of chores. Although Aizen Sosuke came here for only a few days, he helped him handle these chores easily. This made many middle and high-level executives of the G3 branch almost cry with joy. After so many years, I finally have a reliable person. Garp must find a way to lock people into the G3 branch. Of course Aizen Sosuke couldn't ask for it. He is also very curious about domineering. Looking at Garp's leaving figure, Aizen Sosuke's face showed a trace of solemnity. Lord Soul King is right. Lieutenant General Garp is indeed a difficult character to deal with. When he first chose to lurk in the Marine branch, Oguro actually suggested that he not come to the G3 branch. Because Lieutenant General Garp is not only powerful, he is also a very intuitive person. Although he seems careless, his judgment when encountering problems is basically correct. Even Aizen Sosuke's disguise can hide him from almost everyone. But the risks of this completely unreasonable intuition are still high. But Aizen Sosuke still came. In addition to his self-confidence as a wise man, Garp is undoubtedly the fastest channel to help him achieve his goals. The current Marine factions are clear and the situation is very stable. If Aizen Sosuke wants to get a high position, he must have a thigh. Otherwise, even if your credit is sufficient, the higher-ups may not notice you. Garp is the most suitable choice. As a Marine hero, he is unique in both strength and influence. I also have a very good relationship with Marine Fleet Admiral. If you make achievements under him, your superiors will know about it as quickly as possible. As long as he can enter the headquarters, he can find targets that can instigate rebellion and build his own power. After arriving, the situation was similar to what Oguro said. Ever since Aizen Sosuke entered the G3 branch, Garp has been quite wary of him, even though he behaved harmlessly. And there is no reason for this vigilance. This vigilance weakened a lot until Aizen Sosuke made friends with many Marines, helped the branch handle many affairs seriously, and gained a lot of praise. It seems that it is necessary to add insurance. A sharp light flashed under Aizen Sosuke's glasses, but it was fleeting, as if it had never appeared. In the Seven Waters capital, Oguro received another call from Doflamingo. Fu. Oguro, you did a big thing quietly again. Oguro frowned speechlessly. Does this flamingo have nothing to do? You have to keep an eye on yourself. Doflamingo, however, was not self-aware at all and said to himself, although the location of the Kingdom of Fland is not very good, it is a good food exporting country. If you take over this country, you won't have any food problems anymore. Hee hee. After months of enduring it, are you finally losing your patience? Do you need me to help you? I have some connections in world government. Unnecessary. Oguro hung up the phone bug without saying anything. He was afraid that if he continued to listen to it, he would think that he was a deliberate conspirator. But he really didn't think about it that much. Oguro, whose mentality was a bit broken, came to wander on the street. Many people are loading and unloading goods at the dock. These are firearms to be sold everywhere. Oguro glanced at it and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he noticed something strange in his vision. In the small boat not far away, there are several weak and desperate breaths hidden. Oguro frowned and enveloped the domineering look in his eyes. The next second, Oguro's face became extremely gloomy after seeing everything clearly. He walked quickly to the boat. 2 sailors were carrying supplies to the ship. When they saw Oguro approaching, they immediately stepped forward to stop him. Stop. This is a private boat, don't get close. Oguro didn't say a word when he heard this, and kicked the 2 of them away with a flying kick. Bang bang. The 2 fell directly into the water, and Oguro came to a hidden corner of the cabin unimpeded. Click. Oguro punched through the secret door. After seeing the scene inside clearly, strong murderous intent instantly rose into the sky. At this moment, all the Shinigami who stayed in the Seven Waters City raised their heads. That's the breath of Lord Spirit King. Someone has angered Lord Spirit King. Everyone ready to fight. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of figures sprang out from all over the capital of Seven Waters and rushed towards the dock. In the cabin, what Oguro saw in front of him were 6 small cages stacked together, about 1 meter square. And in these cages, without exception, there is a living person. Most of them were young men and women, and there was also a child of 7 or 8 years old. These people curled up into a ball, squeezed into a small space with difficulty. From this angle, they look like a pile of goods, randomly placed on the shelf. It is indeed a slave ship. Oguro's eyes were filled with murderous intent. These people's bodies were covered with scars, and when they saw Oguro, there was no fluctuation in their eyes. It seemed that they had suffered extremely horrific torture and had completely given up hope of survival. Clang. Oguro split the iron lock on the cage and said softly, "I'm here to save you. Come out with me." After hearing this, several people looked at each other, but did not make any move. They were afraid that this was another trick of those bastards. When they walked out of the cabin, it was another terrible torture. This will stop them from thinking about escaping. Who dares to break into Lousy's boat? Get out of here. At this time, a roar came from the deck. The victims all trembled when they heard the sound, with strong fear on their faces. Chapter 106 Target Sabayati Land. Oguro also understood when he saw this. These people would not dare to follow him unless he got rid of the group of scum above. Wait for me here. Don't worry. From today on, you will be free. After saying that, Oguro turned and walked towards the deck, and those victims seemed to have a glimmer of hope igniting in their eyes. On the deck, Oguro looked at the people in front of him with a cold expression. The leader of the slave-catching team was slightly fat, with a fleshy face, and a long scar from the corner of his left eye to his neck. "Boy, do you know who this cargo is sold to? How dare you stretch out your claws?" the scarred man said with a fierce look. Oguro said calmly, "No matter who it is. You can't take these people away today. FK, you don't understand the situation, do you? Then Lousy will help you today and kill him for me." Several people immediately rushed towards Oguro with strange screams. Oguro glanced at it and found that the strength of these slave-catching teams was pretty good, almost all of them reaching the level of tens of millions of pirates. But that's right. After all, in the slave trade, powerful pirates are also high-quality goods. How can they catch these good goods without any strength? Yes, you heard it right. In this FG world, not even pirates can escape the slave trade. Moreover, the slave trade is explicitly prohibited by the world government. But it is a huge irony that the largest slave owners are the celestial dragons protected by the world government. The reason is even more ridiculous. The celestial dragons are gods, so they don't have to abide by human laws. What an incredibly arrogant BD. Looking at the people rushing over, Oguro silently drew out his Zanpakuto and waved it lightly. Swish, brush, brush. More than 10 slender silver lines appeared in the air, like a big net, completely covering the slave-catching team. Bah! Several lines of blood instantly shot out from each person's body, and they fell to the ground 1 meter in front of Oguro with a wailing sound. Scum! Go to hell! Oguro ducked in front of the boss of the slave-catching team, and slashed his neck with the Zanpakuto in his hand. Wait, we are Joker's people. If you kill us, you will ruin Joker's business. The scarred man roared crazily. Oguro paused after hearing this, with a strange look on his face. Why can I encounter this flamingo in any situation? He thought for a moment, took out a phone bug from his pocket, and dialed Doflamingo's number. Foofo-foof. A familiar laugh came out. What, have you decided to accept my kindness? Oguro. Oguro glanced at the phone bug with disgust and said coldly, Doflamingo, your people are in my hands. My people. Doflamingo was startled, then turned to look at the family members in the castle and found that there were many people there. So he wondered, who are my people? Oguro patted the scarred man on the face with the blade of his sword, indicating that he would identify himself. The scarred man's face looked like a patient with constipation for a week, ugly and troubled. Over at the phone bug, Doflamingo's face had become very ugly. I will give you one last chance to tell the truth clearly. Otherwise, without bothering Oguro, I will personally let you taste the most painful torture in the world. The scarred man collapsed immediately. He tapped his head and said, Joker. I am Tucker who supplies the Sabayati auction house. I have been working for you. Hearing this, Doflamingo finally understood. He said to Oguro, this is not my person. At most, he is my regular customer. Since the crime is in your hands, let you deal with it. Tucker panicked instantly and yelled, Joker. I have been supplying you with goods for almost 10 years. You can't just abandon me like this. Unfortunately, Doflamingo didn't even bother to answer the question and hung up the phone directly. Scum. It seems no one is willing to save you. Oguro smiled solemnly, and the Zanpakuto in his hand drew a beautiful arc. Tucker's head was thrown high and fell to the ground, the look of horror on it not diminishing at all. In the castle of Dressrosa, Doflamingo smiled coldly. What an idiot. He's just a small supplier. How dare I offend Oguro? He had asked Toripal to check the accounts. Compared with the slaves that Tucker can provide every year, the profit from the batch of weapons that Oguro sells to him alone is worth his 5 years. Plus the strong men under Oguro. Even your biggest dream may be realized with the help of his power. How can you, Tucker, compare with others? Torbal. Doflamingo called his men. What's the matter, Dover? Torbal twisted his body and walked slowly with his nose drooping. Go to the Sabayati Islands and inform us at the auction house there that we will no longer buy or sell slaves from today on. No, we don't do any slave trade. Doflamingo thought for a moment and simply broke it clean. Toripal was startled. Dover, is this necessary? That's a big deal. Foo-foo-foo. Doflamingo laughed when he heard this. Do you think the slave business in the Sabayati Islands can continue? Torbal was surprised. You mean that Oguro will take action against the slave traders in the Sabayati Islands? Foo-foo-foo. You didn't hear it. Even through the phone bug, I can feel the murderous aura on that guy's body. This guy hates slave traders deeply. I'm sure he will definitely take action on the Sabayati Islands. After all, he has that strength. Instead of him destroying the auction house and ruining our relationship at that time, it is better to cut off his wrist now and reduce the losses. It must be said that Doflamingo is worthy of being a hero on the sea. With just a few words, he could tell what Oguro was thinking. I even guessed his next plan. At the same time, in the Seven Waters capital, Oguro was gathering a group of his capable subordinates. I'm going to the Sabayati Islands. Oguro announced bluntly. Oguro-sama, do you want to go play? I heard that the Sabayati Islands are a top tourist destination. Nami said excitedly. Oguro smiled and said, it doesn't hurt to have some fun. But the main purpose this time is to clean up some garbage. Everyone was stunned for a moment and then reacted. Just a few minutes ago, Oguro had rescued 6 captured slaves. He also ordered someone to hang the head of a slave trader in front of the largest dock. At the same time, everyone is told that no slave traders are allowed to exist in the Seven Waters. Come one, kill one. Now Oguro is going to the Sabayati Islands to clean up garbage, presumably for the slave traders. After all, there is the largest slave auction there. Chapter 107 Meeting Kid on the Road. Is it okay to do this? Yoruichi said hesitantly. Marie Joya and the Marine headquarters are near the Sabayati Islands. If we make too much noise, we will definitely be besieged. Oguro waved his hand domineeringly. Whoever dares to protect those slave traders will be killed by me. The same goes for General Marine or the Celestial Dragons. Everyone knew that Oguro was really angry this time, so they simply stopped refuting. The 6 people rescued by Oguro who wanted to go home arranged a boat to send them back. He even lost his home, so he found a job for him to settle down in the capital of 7 Rivers. After solving these problems, Oguro set off for the Sabayati Islands. Since it was Sui Feng who was looking after the house last time, it was Yoruichi's turn to stay behind this time. The two were obsessed with each other until before the boat sailed, and Oguro comforted the sexy little wild cat. The group traveled on the sea for several days. With so much beauty by his side, Oguro's mood improved a lot. On this day, Oguro was enjoying the sunbath. Kuchiki came up and said respectfully, "Lord Soul King, we found a pirate ship ahead. It should be this year's supernova, Eustace Kid." Kid, Oguro stood up and looked towards the sea. This is the One Piece version of the Scene Man. Although his performance is incomparable to that of Marvel, one thing is for sure, this guy's fruit ability is really good. If he could develop in peace for a few more years, he might really be able to overthrow the 4 emperors. It's a pity that when I met Straw Hat Luffy, a cheater, he wanted to replicate his cheating miracle, but in the end, he was taught how to be a human being by a red-haired one, and he didn't even know whether he died or not. But Oguro only glanced at it and withdrew his gaze. Looking at this direction, Kid should also be planning to go to the Sabayati Islands. After all, it is called the Island of Departure, and it is the only way to go if you want to go to the New World. On the Victoria Punk, Kira finds Kid. Kid, we are followed by a ship from the Holy Spirit Empire, and that Sid Oguro is also on board. Sight Oguro. The fiery red-haired kid stood up and said with a ferocious smile. Is it last year's supernova? The one with a bounty of 400 million? Kira nodded. Yes, but this man has never admitted that he is a pirate, and now he is the king. TCH. Bullshit king. Kid's face was full of disdain. It's so boring for a pirate to put gold on his face. Having said this, Kid raised his hands and said, pull the boat over. Let's go say hello to this senior. Kira hesitated. Is it necessary? We have no conflict of interest with him. If someone wants to be a king, let them be. Anyway, our goal is One Piece. Kid sneered. It's rare to meet a worthy opponent. How can we do it without a fight? Isn't he called the strongest supernova in 10 years? It's just a good test for us who want to enter the New World. Kira couldn't help but roll her eyes. The most powerful supernova in 10 years is the biggest reason, right? As Kid's best friend, Kira knew how arrogant his captain was. He must be trying to steal this most powerful title to himself. Knowing that he couldn't stop him, Kira could only remind him, after all, he is the one who can survive the Buster Call, so don't be careless. The draw against Aokiji in the Judiciary Island incident, and the Impel City land washing incident were all suppressed by the world government. Even Oguro's bounty was not touched for this reason. A person like Doflamingo, with his hands and eyes, of course knows the ins and outs of Oguro. But a pirate like Kid who has just become famous cannot possibly know those secrets. He could never imagine what kind of opponent he would face. Ha ha ha, don't worry. This kind of guy who is addicted to playing house games is not worthy of our attention at all. Kid laughed arrogantly and kicked over the box filled with shells next to him. The round shells immediately rolled to the ground. Kid raised his right hand, and cannonballs floated into the air. Paramesha magnetic fruit. Like Lao Wan, he can control magnetism and even electricity. Just use this to say hello first. Kid waved his right hand fiercely, and more than a dozen cannonballs were fired at the Desert Rose like lightning. Everyone on the Desert Rose raised their heads. How dare you, a young man, Dare to make a sneak attack. Sui Feng's face turned cold, and his figure disappeared instantly. Whoosh! A ray of silver light flashed through the air, and the flying shells stagnated slightly before exploding in the air. Hey, you have some strength. Kid grinned, his eyes filled with the ecstasy of finding his prey. Tisk, he is indeed a mad dog. Oguro shook his head and sighed. In the original timeline, this guy challenged the 4 emperors several times, but he was always weak. Could it be that because you have played with metal too much, your head has become hardened? Sighed Oguro. Kid stood on the bow of the ship with an arrogant look and shouted. Many people say you are the strongest supernova. Let me see if you are worthy of this title. Hearing what Kid said, Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is this guy sick? Who cares what he thinks? Who is he? Oguro chuckled. Pirates. They are all a group of competitive guys. Either for fame or profit. This guy obviously wants to use me as a stepping stone to his promotion. Huh, he is just wishful thinking. Lord Spirit King, let me deal with them. Matsumoto Rangaku held up his Zanpakuto and wanted to teach Kid and the others a lesson, but was stopped by Oguro. Let me do it by myself this time. It just lets me see how far my strength has improved recently. After summoning Aizen Sosuke, Oguro's strength has been improved in all aspects. Ryutsu and Zankinzuki have all reached the deputy captain level. Especially with spiritual pressure, Oguro felt like he was already standing in front of that huge threshold, and he was only just one step away from it. If you step forward, you will be like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. But this also means that if Oguro wants to improve his strength through gifts, he can basically only rely on summoning Shinigami above the captain level. Drink. A roar interrupted Oguro's thoughts. A large number of metal parts gathered on Kid's right arm to form a huge metal arm, which slammed down on the desert rose. Shunpo moved under Oguro's feet, and his figure was instantly blocked in front of the metal arm, and his Zanpakuto struck out horizontally. Clang! A huge sound spread, and Kid watched in shock as his metal arm, which was as tall as a building, was blocked by a thin blade. You can actually fly. It seems that your reputation is not entirely unearned. Then I'm not welcome. Kid laughed ferociously, and with a wave of his hand, dozens or hundreds of metal parts flew towards Oguro like a swarm, trying to completely submerge him. Chapter 108 Hado no 90 Black Coffin. Oguro suddenly used force to open the metal arm, and then swept out the Zanpakuto. A powerful sword pressure exploded, knocking all these metal parts away. TCH. Still a swordsman. It's really troublesome. Kid looked unhappy. As we all know, swordsman's attack power is among the best in the sea. However, Kid remains confident. Because he has a way of restraint. The metal arm hit Oguro again with the force of cracking mountains and rocks. Oguro raised his Zanpakuto and was about to split this annoying metal arm. At this moment, Kid's free right hand moved slightly. Magnetism reflection. In an instant, Oguro's Zanpakuto was so violent that it even tried to hit Oguro himself in the opposite direction. Oguro's expression changed, and he tightened his strength with his right hand to firmly grasp the nearly out-of-control Zanpakuto. After such a delay, the metal arm was already in front of him, so Oguro had no choice but to use Shunpo to dodge a few meters away. Ha ha ha, Kid laughed proudly upon seeing this. My fruit power can control all metals. Even the supreme sharp sword is no exception. I wonder how much strength a swordsman has left if he can't control his sword. When Kid moved his left arm, the metal parts scattered around gathered on the metal arm, fully doubling the size of the metal arm. Magnetism string. Pass the magnetic force into the metal arm, accelerate the metal arm twice, and blast towards Oguro like a crusher. At the same time, Kid pointed his right hand at Oguro's Zanpakuto, magnetism reflection. The Zanpakuto immediately began to tremble violently, and it was impossible to counterattack with the sword immediately. Ha ha ha, Oguro, you will fall under my hands. This uncle will accept the title of the most powerful supernova. Facing the extremely arrogant Kid, Oguro glanced at him coldly and uttered 2 words. Idiot. He raised his Zanpakuto slightly horizontally, and a thick-armed domineering energy instantly covered the Zanpakuto. The feeling of being out of control was instantly reduced by more than 90%. The next second, a ball of crimson thunder shone on the blade. What is that? At this time, Kid didn't know the existence of hockey, but his intuition about danger made him understand that those things were extremely dangerous. A sneer of disdain rose at the corner of Oguro's mouth. Kid, before you enter the new world, let me teach you a lesson for free. I only know how to use fruit abilities, so I'm almost at the bottom of the new world. As he finished speaking, the thunderous Zanpakuto slammed into Kid's metal arm. This is Oguro's latest understanding of hockey. Conquerors Tangled, known as the strongest force that rules over everything in this world. Boom! It was like thunder rising from the ground. Amidst the huge roar, Kid watched in horror as his strong metal arm was shattered inch by inch. That thin blade seems to come from another dimension, completely unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, Oguro had completely split the metal arm and came to Kid. Since you took the initiative to provoke, then leave something as a price. As the words fell, the Zanpakuto covered in domineering power flashed past. Kid only felt a slight chill in his left arm. Turning around to look, I saw a severed arm thrown up high and fell into the sea with a plop. Ah, only then did Kid realize that his left arm had been chopped off. Kira was shocked and subconsciously raised his Punisher's scythe in an attack posture. However, the next second, Oguro swept his eyes, and the Conqueror's domineering force, as vast as a mountain, suddenly descended, as if a heavy hammer hit everyone's heart. What a terrifying power. Kira's palms were covered with layers of sweat. He was sure that he would just do it himself. The next thing to fly is your own head. UBD. Kid covered his bleeding left arm and stared at Oguro with vicious eyes. Oguro clicked his tongue. I spared your life with good intentions, but you still dare to provoke me. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? As he said that, Oguro gently patted Kid's face with the blade of the knife, which was full of humiliation. A-hole, kill him if you want. It's absolutely impossible for Lousy to bow his head and surrender. In the original timeline, Kid was captured by Kaido the Beast, and was tortured in every possible way without surrendering. He was indeed a tough guy. It's no wonder that Conqueror's hockey can be awakened by only 1 in a million people. Kid, shut up. At this time, Vice Captain Kira roared angrily. I saw him plop down on his knees in front of Oguro and said sincerely. This time it is our Kid pirates who have offended you. We are willing to use the entire ship's treasure in exchange for your mercy. If you are in need in the future, the Kid pirates are willing to do something for you unconditionally. Tisk tisk. I can only say that Kira really loves Kid. Originally, this scene should have occurred 2 years later, when Kid was defeated by Red Hair, and Kira and others begged Red Hair for mercy. I didn't expect that I would enjoy it in advance now. Hey, Kira, who allowed you to surrender? Kid was furious, feeling that his dignity had been humiliated. 2. He had not experienced the beatings he received from the 4 emperors 2 years later. Kid had no idea how high the sky was and how thick the ground was. I just feel sorry for Kira. There are many subordinates who are so loyal and able to assess the situation. It's a pity that I met Kid, a captain who didn't have the halo of the protagonist, but imitated the protagonist and tried to commit suicide. Kid, no, Kira yelled, trying to stop him. However, Kid turned a deaf ear and began to use his fruit power crazily. In an instant, all the metal products stored on the Victoria Punk flew towards Kid. Kid's figure is getting taller and taller, almost becoming a metal giant more than 10 meters high. Magnetic Demon, look how I deal with you. BD. Kid, full of confidence, rushed towards Oguro. Ha, Kira, it seems your captain doesn't want to accept your kindness. Oguro smiled sarcastically, and a shunpo came into the air. Don't try to escape. Kid raised his arms to form a simple cannon barrel, with electric lights flashing in it. Oh, electromagnetic gun. After watching this moment, Kid has understood the principle of the electromagnetic gun. It's just not as perfect as it would be 2 years later. What a pity. It's too slow. Oguro sneered and put the Zanpakuto back into its sheath with his backhand. He has a trick that he has wanted to try for a long time. He raised a finger, spiritual pressure surged like a tide, and he chanted in a low voice. The turbid heraldry is faintly revealed, the unruly and arrogant talent, the surge, denial, paralysis, and moment, hindering eternal sleep. The crawling steel princess, the clay doll who constantly mutilates itself, combines, rebounds, and extends to the ground, knowing your own powerlessness. Hado no. 90 Black Coffin. As soon as he finished speaking, a black square wall rose from Kid's side, completely sealing him in it in the blink of an eye, like a black coffin. Chapter 109 Magnetic Fruit. This was the first time for the Kid Pirates to see such a move, and they were all stunned. Boom. There was a muffled sound inside Black Coffin. It must be Kid trying to break out. It's a pity that this is a Hado with a height of 90, how can it be broken so easily? You know, in order to use this Hado, Oguro's vice captain level spiritual pressure was directly drained in half. It's no wonder that only captain level Shinigami can use Hado above number 90. With this amount of spiritual pressure consumption, other Shinigami will lose their combat capabilities as soon as one shot is fired. Kid's attack only caused Black Coffin to tremble slightly for a few moments before calming down. Immediately afterwards, only a few stabbing sounds were heard. The Black Coffin slowly dissipated, revealing the Kid inside. At this moment, Kid was lying on the ground, and the metal parts gathered together with the fruit ability were scattered on the ground. On his body, more than 10 blood holes were gushing out blood. That's Black Coffin's shadow blade, omnipresent and equally indestructible. Even though Kid used a large number of metal parts to form a metal giant, it was still as fragile as paper in front of these shadow blades. Kid. Kira rushed forward and held her hair. However, Kid's internal organs were almost completely penetrated. Even the top doctors here are useless at revolving heaven. Ahem. Sorry, Kira, it seems that I can't go to One Piece with you. By this time, Kid's usually fierce face softened in a rare way. Kira bit her lip, trying not to cry. Kid continued, go back. Stop being a pirate. Think about it carefully. Even if you were as strong as One Piece Roger, wouldn't you die at the hands of the world government? How long can we be free and easy? Even if we don't die today, we will die at the hands of others in the future. This is the sea. There will never be a shortage of new heroes. I have to say that after experiencing life and death, Kid suddenly saw a lot of things clearly. He asked Kira to go into seclusion because he sincerely didn't want this young man to make the same mistakes he made. I know, Kira agreed in a muffled voice. In a daze, Kid seemed to see a girl walking towards him with a smile. Victoria, are you here to pick me up? Kid felt that his body seemed to be getting smaller and smaller, and finally settled into the appearance of childhood. Victoria walked up to him, took his hand and said, Kid, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go. Good. The two left together, just like before. On the Victoria punk, Kid completely lost his breath, with a faint smile on his tragic face. Kira was silent for a long time, then ordered to the rest of the crew, go back to South Blue. He was not that interested in One Piece originally, he just wanted to accompany his best friend to fulfill his dream. Now that Kid is dead, he just wants to return to his hometown and let Kid rest in peace. The Victoria punk slowly turned around at sea and left without even looking at the Sabayati Islands just around the corner. Oguro stood in the sky, quietly watching Kira and others leave. The only person who offended him was Kid, and he had no intention of offending anyone else. Of course, if Kira had overestimated his ability just now and wanted to avenge Kid, he would not be merciful. Back on the Desert Rose, the ship continued to sail towards the Sabayati Islands, and Oguro had an extra devil fruit in his hand. The gray main body is wrapped by a golden twig, with the first end showing the shape of lightning. It is the fruit of Kid. Paramesha magnetic fruit. As expected by Oguro, the magnetic fruit can be exchanged for a golden legendary lottery ticket. After all, it has the same ability as everyone in the scene. If the world of One Piece hadn't done enough research on science, this devil fruit alone would have the power to destroy the world. Oguro couldn't help but sigh. Look at Lao Wan, he can easily pull large planets using magnetism. Chemical bonds can even be altered at the atomic level, thereby manipulating chemical structure and changing matter. According to Lao Wan's application of magnetism, the theory of unified field can almost be achieved. That is the power to control everything in the world. Such a high-end ability ended up in Kid's hands, and he was forced to become an ordinary Gundam. What a waste of resources. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, Oguro even felt a little excited and thought about whether to eat it. Who hasn't fantasized about turning his hand and seeing the sun, moon and stars upside down? You can really do it if you eat this devil fruit. But this shortcoming of being afraid of water is really fatal. Oguro was somewhat undecided. If not, you can give it to Frankie. This kind of ability is also a dream for scientific researchers. The magnetic fruit is very practical. It's a bit of a loss if it's only used to summon a captain-level Shinigami. Bite. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Host can temporarily obtain the authority of the Soul King and Soul Creation by consuming 100,000 achievement points. Transform the demon soul in the devil fruit to eliminate side effects. The authority of the spiritual king. Oguro sat up straight and said to the system, "Am I not the Spirit King? Why do I need to spend achievement points to use the authority of the Spirit King?" The system replied unceremoniously, "Although the host has the status of a Spirit King, it does not have the complete strength of the Spirit King, so naturally it cannot drive the complete authority of the Spirit King." Although there is no evidence, Oguro still feels that he is despised by the system. 100,000 achievement points is a bit expensive. Oguro was speechless. He had been saving achievement points for several months and finally almost collected 100,000. "I'm also thinking of drawing a captain-level Shinigami. As a result, the system now wants to drain his wealth with just one sentence." Oguro couldn't help but fell into distress. Is it a change of top combat power, or a fruit ability with unlimited potential? After a long time, Oguro roared fiercely. "FK, I want it. No matter how awesome my subordinates are, it's not as good as my own." Oguro is determined to eat the magnetic fruit. Because the potential of this fruit's ability is so great, it's definitely not because it can transform into the number one person in the pirate world. Put the magnetic fruit away temporarily. It will take a few days to reach 100,000 achievement points. It's almost enough to spend a few days playing in the Sabayati Islands. One day later, the Desert Rose arrived at the Sabayati Islands. "So beautiful," the girls exclaimed. The so-called Sabayati Islands are actually the roots of the mangrove trees in archipelago. Every tree is an island, and the roots of the trees will continue to bubble, becoming a major feature of the Sabayati Islands. The Desert Rose is anchored at Island 44. This is the civilian landing area, which is relatively safe. Islands 1 to 29 are basically lawless areas, full of pirates and criminals. The slave traders that Oguro plans to clean up this time are basically concentrated on Island No. 1. Chapter 110. Shaki and Rayleigh. "You guys go and play first. I'm going to meet the local snakes." Oguro took the initiative. The girls are all looking forward to visiting the Sabayati Islands, so Oguro doesn't plan to do anything right away. He was going to meet the two senior teachers who were living in seclusion on the island first, and get some information by the way. Local snake. Robin became interested upon hearing this. "Who is it?" Oguro didn't hide anything and said directly, "One Piece's right wrist, Shilba's Rayleigh." This name also shocked Robin quite a bit. Such a big shot actually lives here in seclusion. Under Marine's nose. Robin was surprised. Oguro shrugged. "Actually, Marine should know. It's just that the cost of capturing Rayleigh was too high, and he was indeed living in seclusion, so Marine turned a blind eye. Of course, when Roger surrendered, he must have mentioned conditions to ensure the safety of his companions. Did One Piece surrender? This time, not only Robin, but also Nami screamed in disbelief. You know, the capture of One Piece is a political achievement that the world government and Marine have been vigorously promoting. Oguro smiled disdainfully. World government. It always puts money on its own face. Hearing that there was such a legendary figure, Robin immediately decided to visit with him. Oguro knew that she definitely wanted to ask about the historical text in the 100-year blank period. However, Oguro, who has read the original work, also knows that Robin will not get the answer from others by digging into the details. She wanted to find out the answer with her own hands. This is a true scholar. As for the others, they were not interested in Rayleigh, so they decided to go shopping together. Oguro and Robin head to Island 13, where Rayleigh's secluded Shaki's rip-off bar is located. The rest went to the shopping street on Island 30. Shaki's rip-off bar. An old man with white hair was sitting at the bar reading a newspaper, while the short-haired landlady was wiping her wine glass in boredom. Finally, Shaki couldn't help rolling his eyes and said, "Old man, you've been eating and drinking here for several days, why don't you hurry up and make money?" Rayleigh touched her hair sheepishly and said with a flattering smile. Shaky. Don't worry, I'll find the target soon. Alas, I don't know what's going on. Recently, several auction houses no longer want slaves. It's so difficult to make some money. At the end of the sentence, Rayleigh also sighed. Shaky's eyes almost rolled to the sky. Rayleigh, this guy, would sell himself to the auction house every time he lost all his money in gambling. When someone buys it, the buyer will be robbed, in the name of making extra money. This is a great way to make money. Jingle. The door of the bar was suddenly pushed open. Shaky immediately put on a warm smile and said, Welcome. When Oguro walked in, he found Rayleigh, who exuded a lazy atmosphere. If I hadn't read the original work, it would be hard to believe that this obscure old man is the famous Pluton Rayleigh. What do you two need? Shaky asked with a smile. Oguro said bluntly, Madam Boss, I need information about the slave traders in the Sabayati Islands. The real main business of Shaky's rip-off bar is intelligence trading. After listening to Oguro's words, Shaky lit a lady's cigarette for himself. She looked at Oguro and smiled. I didn't expect that His Majesty, the spiritual king of the Holy Spirit Empire, would actually come over to cause trouble for the slave traders. Oguro smiled and said, She is indeed Shaky's boss lady. You can know everything about the world without leaving the Sabayati Islands. Ha ha, Your Majesty, thank you. Shaky accepted Oguro's compliment with peace of mind. In this case, Your Majesty will not be charged for the information this time. Thank you, Your Majesty, for those slaves. Ha ha, then I will be disrespectful. Oguro readily accepted Shaky's kindness. While the two were talking, Robin kept his eyes on Rayleigh. Now Robin is no longer the little scholar who has never seen the world in the original timeline. I have mastered both the knowledge color and the weapon color hockey. Although she was not sure, she was still vaguely aware of the terrifying aura in Rayleigh's body. Thinking of Oguro's mention of Rayleigh living here in seclusion, Robin already had a rough guess in his mind. Is it Mr. Rayleigh? Robin asked softly. Rayleigh was stunned and said with a wry smile, I'm just a retired old man, not much of a sir. Ha ha, even Rayleigh's whereabouts are known. It seems that His Majesty's intelligence network is not weak. Shaky looked at the excitement with a smile. Anyway, they didn't detect any malice in Oguro. Oguro discovered that the newspaper Rayleigh was reading contained a new wanted notice. The picture above is exactly Luffy. The bounty doesn't look low. It seems that even without a few whetstones, the rise of the Son of Destiny is still unstoppable. Oguro muttered to himself. Robin couldn't wait to ask, Sir Rayleigh, did you know the truth of the entire history when you were on the final island? Rayleigh glanced at Robin and smiled. O'Hara's archaeologist. That's right, we did know the truth of history when we were on the final island. Robin immediately asked anxiously, what is the truth of history? Why was O'Hara destroyed for studying history? At this time, Oguro suddenly interrupted. Robin, I think it's more appropriate for you to find the real answer yourself. After all, other people's answers will always be subjective and may not be accurate. You worked so hard to become an archaeologist, isn't it just to find out the truth for yourself? Hearing this, Robin was stunned, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. Yes, you were right, it is the duty of an archaeologist to find the truth yourself. Robin's eyes looked at Oguro softer than ever before. This man not only saved her, but also understood her so well. This is truly God's best gift to her. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh laughed heartily. That's right, young people, you just have to use your own hands to realize your dreams. Oguro looked at Rayleigh, whose smell of salted fish was getting stronger and stronger. His eyes turned sharply, and he asked tentatively. Senior Rayleigh, are you interested in working for me? I can give you a basic salary of 10 million belly per month. Let you gamble as much as you want in the casino. Rayleigh was stunned. Did you hear wrongly? Someone actually wants to recruit me. Doesn't he know how involved he is? Rayleigh can guarantee it. As long as he dares to come back, the world government's buster call will come to Oguro's territory the next day. Roger Pirates, this is a taboo of marine and world government. Chapter 111 The Authority of the Spiritual King. Oguro waved his hand. You can rest assured. Unless the world government is determined to defeat everything, they will not attack my territory. We really want to destroy the Holy Spirit Empire. If nothing else, all 3 marine generals must be mobilized. But if you do this, New World won't care. Do you really think the 4 emperors are such good-tempered people? It can be said that without using its trump card, the world government has already missed the opportunity to destroy the Holy Spirit Empire. The 3 captain-level Shinigami are Oguro's greatest confidence. Rayleigh looked at Oguro and clearly felt the other person's confidence and sincerity. After thinking for a moment, Rayleigh still chose to refuse. I'm already old and I don't have the energy of young people like you. Just let me take care of myself in old age. He talks about supporting himself in old age, but Oguro knows that he, like the red-haired man, is betting his future on Luffy. Not everyone can wear that straw hat that symbolizes One Piece Roger. Not to mention the prophesied devil fruit. Animal-type human fruit phantom beast species Nika form. Speaking of which, people in this world seem to particularly believe in so-called prophecies or myths. In the Wano chapter, these are even raised to the level of the fate of the world. All Oguro can say about this is that you are happy. He doesn't believe it anyway. The real future must be created by yourself. But Oguro also understood that Rayleigh would not agree. The world hasn't gone crazy yet, so this old man is naturally too lazy to intervene. Then let me change the commission. Oguro had no intention of letting Rayleigh go just like that. I will send some people over to learn domineering and fighting skills from you, senior. Pay per head, 30 million belly per person per year. There are many strong men under Ogu Luo's command, but there are no strong men with true Grandmaster domineering power. Even Lu Chi and the others mostly explored on their own. Now that there is a ready-made teacher in front of him, of course Oguro cannot let him go. Maybe, he can also use Rayleigh to establish an elite training camp for the Holy Spirit Empire. Rayleigh's eyes suddenly lit up. The price is much lower than the salary, but the things to do are also much simpler. It's not that he didn't want to refuse, but the other party gave him too much. Okay, just send the person over later. Rayleigh made the decision directly. Oguro nodded and contacted Lu Chi, asking him to select some newcomers with high potential. After negotiating a deal with Rayleigh, Shaki also handed over the collected information on slave traders to Oguro. There are many auction houses that specialize in human trafficking, but there are only 5 or 6 large-scale ones. 2 of them have recently announced that they will no longer do business in this area. Shaki thoughtfully provided a guided tour service. Oguro looked through the information and found that the big boss of these 2 companies was Doflamingo. This flamingo reacts very quickly. Oguro rolled his eyes wordlessly. Since he knows his interests, I can't let him go this time. Then let's set the target on the other companies. Are you ready to take action now? Rayleigh asked curiously. Oguro shook his head. It's too early now. Wait until their slave-catching team comes back and catch them all in one fell swoop. Without this auction house, those slave-catching teams can still sell people to other places. Only by sweeping them all at once can the effect be achieved. Rayleigh slowly took a sip of wine and said, have you thought about it? Even if you kill them all, another group of people will appear soon. As long as people buy them, these bastards will never go away. When Oguro heard this, he just said calmly and firmly, even so, it's worth saving a few more people. As long as we kill them until they become frightened, there will naturally be fewer people on the slave-catching team. And there are some things that only have hope if you do them. Is there hope only if you do it? Rayleigh chewed this last sentence carefully, feeling quite emotional. Did Roger have this intention when he surrendered himself in exchange for the beginning of the Age of Discovery? In the next 2 days, Oguro accompanied the girls to have a good time on the Sabayati Islands. The various bubble facilities are really interesting beyond imagination. This morning, Oguro sat on the bed and took out the magnetic fruit that he had collected for several days. Just today, his achievement points exceeded 100,000 points for the first time. Without any hesitation, he spent all 100,000 achievement points in exchange for the temporary power of the spiritual king. In an instant, Oguro's eyes turned into crystal silver. He could see spirits floating everywhere in this world. Even the souls of different shapes on the roadside. The souls of these ordinary people are white, while the souls of Shinigami are red. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the devil fruit in his hand. The demon's soul is black mixed with other colors. Under the eyes of the Spirit King, he could see that the demon's soul was entangled with threads, connecting to the endless void. This may be the reason why devil fruits are cursed by the sea. Under the reminder of the system, Oguro began to transform the devil's soul. It is said that he was responsible for the transformation, but in fact it was still the system that led the way. Countless souls were condensed and poured into the demon's soul, breaking and reorganizing its structures one by one. As time goes by, the color of the demon's soul becomes lighter and lighter, eventually turning into a white translucent soul. And the silk threads wrapped around it also broke. The next second, Oguro's perspective returned to normal, and the feeling of being in control of everything faded away like a tide. The transformation of the demon's soul has been completed, and the temporary spiritual king's authority has naturally been taken back. Oguro felt disappointed for a while and turned his attention to the magnetic fruit. Although the appearance has not changed at all, Oguro knows that it is completely different on the inside. Oguluo opened his mouth and bit it, and his face turned livid instantly. Good guy. Although the soul has been transformed, the taste has not changed at all. After one sip, Oguro thought he was going to die on the spot. After swallowing the magnetic fruit in 2 mouthfuls, Oguro picked up the water bottle on the bedside and drank 2 large glasses of water, and then he felt alive. Tell the truth. It is said that a person will die if he eats 2 devil fruits. Doesn't it mean that he will die from being eaten badly? After calming down, Oguro discovered that he seemed to be able to capture the magnetic field around him. That feeling is not controlled by force, but a complete instinct. It's as if he and the magnetic field are one. As he stretched out his left hand, the knives and forks placed on the dining table instantly floated, flying up and down according to Oguro's thoughts. After a small trial, Oguro released the fruit's ability. The next second, the magnetic field of the street was disrupted, and pedestrians on the road staggered one after another. They can no longer control the balance of their bodies. The powerful magnetic field directly affected their brain neural network. Chapter 112 Auction. Oguro realized that he was still unable to control his newly acquired abilities well, and immediately restored the chaotic magnetic field to normal. After a brief commotion, people nearby found nothing unusual and calm returned. In order not to affect others, Oguro changed the training direction to himself. Magneto has a very useful trick. Build a strong enough force field around itself to isolate most matter and energy. At his peak, Magneto could withstand the attacks of several thermonuclear weapons with this move. Oguro estimated that if he could learn this trick, then in the original timeline, the ancient weapon that was suspected to be Uranus destroyed the kingdom of Lulusia, and he was able to stop it without any damage. Hey, let's give this group of superior and backward civilizations a little scientific shock. Oguluo snickered. But to put it simply, to do this, Oguro's magnetism must reach the atomic level. This is not an easy job. Putting a few coins in his pocket, Oguro planned to start with simple metals. After all, metals are most sensitive to magnetism. When he can change the atomic structure of metal, he can almost start trying high-end gameplay. Lord Spirit King, Sui Feng came outside to report, the slave-catching teams from the auction house have arrived one after another. The auction house announced that it has good goods this time and decided to hold a large-scale auction tomorrow. Oh, this is interesting. A cold light flashed in Oguluo's eyes. Originally, he just wanted to kill these scumbags who were arresting people. Looking at it now, he can also clean up those bastards who just buy and play with human lives like goods. After all, without buyers, there would be no sellers. Tomorrow, we will join in the fun. At the same time, on island number 66 of the Sabayati Islands, a group of civilians were violently driven away and knelt on both sides of the road. In the middle of the spacious road, a group of CP-0s in white suits walked up first, looking around with vigilant eyes. Behind them were 2 people wearing similar spacesuits, with transparent glass masks on their heads. Celestial dragons. Civilians on both sides of the road knelt on the ground in fear and lowered their heads. I'm afraid that if I accidentally anger these 2 people, my death will be in vain. And these 2 Tianlong people were sitting leisurely on the backs of the 2 humans, with reins around their necks, as if they were treating these 2 people as mounts. This is banned by the world government, but treated as a slave by the celestial dragons. Clanton, I heard that there are many good products coming to the auction house. Do you want to go and take a look together? The one who spoke was the celestial dragon on the left, with short blue hair and deeply sunken cheeks, resembling a monkey. Clanton is short and round, and if you look at it from the back, some would believe it to be a ball. He said happily while whipping the slave beneath him. Okay, Baskondale, I've had enough of this slave. I just want to add some new ones. Hearing this, Clanton's heart was instantly filled with fear. What happens to unwanted slaves? If you're lucky, you'll be assigned to work somewhere in Marigio until your death. If you are unlucky, you will be executed on the spot. Although Tianlong people live a luxurious life. But I won't spend money to support idle people. The slave, who was full of fear, couldn't help but trembled and threw Clanton down on the spot. Protect Clanton's saint. CP0 on the side roared angrily, swung his feet across a distance of several meters, and caught Clanton firmly. Bang! There was a gunshot. The CP0's eyes widened, he looked at the bullet hole in his chest, and fell down in horror. I saw Clanton stepping forward and stomping on CP0's head, roaring angrily. You untouchable, who allowed you to touch me with dirty hands? After a while, this CP0's head became a bloody mess. Clanton, who was tired from stepping on his feet, stopped and breathed heavily and said to the CP0 captain beside him. This untouchable has offended me. Go find his family and kill them all. Although most CP0s are orphans found for training. But there are also CP0s who get married and have children when they grow up. Their children are also common candidates for CP0. This order of Clantoner symbolizes that this family that has been loyal to the Draco for generations will completely disappear from history. In response to this, Captain CP0's face did not waver at all, and he just replied firmly, yes. Saint Clanton. Clanton, relieved of his anger, climbed onto the slave's back and gave him a strong whip. Keep walking, you useless slave. The slave suppressed his fear and moved forward tremblingly. He stepped on the blood flowing out of CP0, leaving a long bloody footprint. The next day, Oguro came to Island No. 1. The largest auction houses are concentrated here. Sitting in the back seat, Oguro had a commanding view of all the seats. I have to say, there are so many scum in this world. The seats for 600 people are almost all occupied. Please remember who bought the slaves. Oguro turned around and asked again. It is obviously unrealistic to clean up all these people, and it will also have a bad impact on the Holy Spirit Empire. So Oguro decided to only target those who finally bought slaves. Soon, the auction officially began. The slaves were not auctioned at the beginning, but some general things were sold. For example, some rare jewelry, famous knives, etc. Oguro even saw his own firearms among them. It's just a customized model made of luxurious gold and silver and inlaid with precious stones. Oguro remembered that a wealthy businessman bought it half for collection and half for self-defense. I didn't expect to appear here. It is estimated that some pirate stole it and sold it. After all, the money for this pistol is enough to buy 100 ordinary pistols. Finally, the much publicized slave appears. Everyone. Next is the highlight of this auction. The auctioneer introduced with excitement. Our next auction item is Striker, the leader of the Blood Arrow Pirates, a great pirate with a bounty of 46 million belly. As the auctioneer finished speaking, a muscular man nearly 3 meters tall was pulled onto the auction stage. Around his neck was a bomb collar. As long as he dares to act rashly, his head will be moved. Oh, this slave is good, I'll pay 60 million. A man who looked like a businessman smiled and bid. After all, the bounty is 46 million, so the base price is 50 million. You want to buy such a rare slave for 60 million. I'll pay 65 million. 68 million. A crowd of people bid noisily. At this time, the door of the auction house was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Chapter 113 Tianlong people. Oh, this slave is good, I want to exchange him for the current one. An arrogant voice came from no one else. The people who were bidding suddenly became unhappy when they heard this. Who is it? Such a big tone. They all turned around and wanted to taunt them back. As a result, when they saw the funny glass mask, several people closed their open mouths. He lowered his head with a pale face, for fear of being seen by others. The entire auction house also fell into deathly silence. Celestial dragons. Driven by CP0, Several VIPs sitting at the front left their seats in dejection and left the auction house without looking back. Who knows if one of these guys would be unhappy and kill himself to add to the fun. Clanton sat on the chair, looked at Stryker on the stage with bright eyes, and shouted directly. I'll give you 200 million belly. After all, if you are a Tianlong person, you should be generous with your money. The auctioneer was so happy that he almost fainted. According to previous calculations, it would be good if this pirate could sell for 100 million belly. I didn't expect the Tianlong people to be so powerful, it doubled. The auctioneer didn't even ask any questions, he just banged the hammer and announced, "Congratulations to Lord Tianlong for buying this rare slave." In fact, even if he continues to ask for prices, no one without a good eye would dare to compete with the Tianlong people. Didn't you see that except for a few people in the auction house, almost no one dared to raise their heads. After that, several more slaves came out of the auction house. One of the subjugated princesses was bought by Baskondar, and they had no interest in the remaining slaves. Only when they didn't bid did others dare to bid cautiously. In the end, a total of 14 slaves were sold at this auction, making a lot of money. The few people who bought slaves happily walked backstage and prepared to take the slaves away. On the Tianlong side, CP0 will naturally take care of this little thing. Oguro nodded to Sui Feng and the others, who immediately stood up and walked backstage. Oh, stop. Employees at the auction house immediately stepped forward to stop him. There are all goods in the back, and no idlers are allowed in. Without blinking, Sui Feng waved his left hand lightly, and the employee instantly flew out and hit the auction table hard. The huge sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. The two Tianlong people were chatting enthusiastically about the slave they had just bought, and were even more startled by this movement. Who scared me? Clanton shouted angrily, holding his chair, his face flushed. CP0 immediately stood in front of the two of them, staring coldly at Sui Feng and others in front of them. FK, who is so fierce? How dare you make trouble in front of the Tianlong people? That uniform, could it be the Holy Spirit Empire that was making a lot of noise before? Oh, it's true. I heard that this country and the world government are very difficult to deal with, no wonder they ignore the Tianlong people. I said you are still watching the show. If something happens to the celestial dragons, General Marine will be here soon. Don't you think you died quickly enough? When reminded by the last person, everyone reacted immediately. Be good, it's a powder keg here now. As long as there is a spark, everyone will be shattered to pieces. Let's go, let's go. I haven't received what lousy bought yet. What's more important, life or things? Leave quickly. Amid the commotion, people in the auction house dispersed. Only a few people were still sitting there. Oguro glanced around and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Good guy. Rayleigh in the corner was holding a wine bottle in one hand and waving to Oguro, as if he was watching a good show. There were two other people holding cameras in their hands, clicking and taking pictures. Needless to say, it must be the reporter of that guy Morgan's. The last person surprised Oguro somewhat. Black suit, top hat, Capone Becky, one of the supernovas. A gangster from West Blue. At this time, he was leaning back on the chair leisurely, with the same expression of watching a good show. It seems that this guy is the first to come to the Sabayati Islands in the supernova. Oguro just glanced at it and then withdrew his gaze. The so-called supernova may be a rare big pirate in the eyes of ordinary people. But in fact, they are just newbies who have just left the novice village. If you put it in New World, it won't even make a splash. A large group of thugs ran out from behind. UBD. Do you know whose territory this is? The owner of the auction house roared with a livid face. He just made a big deal, and then someone came to make trouble. Isn't this a loss of his reputation? When Sui Feng saw the boss coming out, he didn't waste any time and silently took out the Suzambaki from his waist. Call. The owner of the auction house only felt a breeze blowing in front of him. The next second, Sui Feng stood there and slowly put Suzambaki back into the scabbard. Bah! A line of blood appeared from the throats of dozens of thugs at the same time, and they fell one after another like dominoes. The only intact owner of the auction house collapsed on the ground with a plop, looking at Sui Feng with fear in his eyes. When this scene fell into the eyes of everyone, Rayleigh, Becky and the group of CP0s immediately showed solemn looks in their eyes. Even though he was as strong as Rayleigh, he could only capture Sui Feng's vague figure through his knowledge and domineering power. Becky and CP0's eyes immediately went dark and they saw nothing. If this were to attack me, wouldn't I even have the slightest reaction? Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Becky's forehead. Captain CP0 also recognized the person in front of him. Many important figures in the Holy Spirit Empire are registered in CP0. The man in front of me is a strong man who can fight with General Marine. He must send the 2 heavenly dragons away now to ensure their safety. 2 adults, this place is dangerous, let's escort you 2 out first. However, before CP0 finished speaking, he saw Clanton angrily raising his pistol and pointing it at Sui Feng. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? You, a pariah, are looking for death. Bang, there was a gunshot, and the CP0 captain was stunned. Alas, ancestors, who is looking for death? Sui Feng didn't even move. The bullet passed right by her. There is no accuracy in shooting these days. It's okay if you're close, but it just depends on luck if you're a few meters away. Sui Feng glanced over with cold eyes. The chills all over Captain CP0's body instantly exploded. Iron. He subconsciously stood in front of Clanton, and at the same time used the iron block to turn into a shield. Puff. A sword pressure covered with armed color hockey directly broke through Captain CP0's iron block. Even if he used armed color hardening, it was of no avail. The long stab wound spread from the abdomen to the shoulders, almost cutting the CP0 captain in 2 on the spot. A spurt of blood splattered Clanton's glass mask. This guy had never seen such a terrifying scene before, and he was so scared that he PD'd himself on the spot. Ah, how dare you, a pariah! Kill her quickly. Chapter 114 The Yellow Ape Attacks. Who do you want to kill? A cold and arrogant voice came. Everyone looked up and saw Oguro walking slowly from behind. The Spirit King's great command is automatic and full of oppression. Oh ho ho, is the Spirit King of the Holy Spirit Empire going to confront the Celestial Dragons? This is big news. The 2 reporters were immediately possessed by Morgans and slapped Oguro. A CP0 immediately stood up and said to Oguro, Your Excellency Oguro, we have no intention of being an enemy to you. Saint Clanton just got carried away in a moment of emotion. Let's leave now. The reporter and Becky suddenly gasped. Those are Draco and CPO. The privileged class that has been domineering for 800 years. In the past, when I met someone who was not discerning, when did I not just kill him? Who can ask them to explain? As a result, they saw it this time. CP0 also smiled bitterly in his heart. They also want to kill each other to make trouble. If they can do it, they might be able to receive the highest level reward from 5 elders the next day. But the problem is that they can't do it. Just that woman who is comparable to General Marine is enough to sweep all CP0s present. A meaningful smile appeared on Oguro's face. It's not impossible if you want me to let you go. Hearing this, CP0 was overjoyed and thought things would turn around. As a result, Oguro's next words made his heart skip a beat again. I saw Oguluo pointing to the reporter on the side and saying, as long as these 2 Tianlong people apologize to the captured slaves in front of the reporters and promise not to buy slaves again, I will let you leave safely. CP0 was stunned on the spot. Let the Celestial Dragons apologize. What are you kidding? The Celestial Dragons are the face of the world government, beings called gods. If they apologize, the sanctity of the dragon people and the majesty of the world government will be dealt the most serious blow. They can't afford to take this kind of blame. CP0 laughed dryly and said, Your Excellency Oguro, can you change the conditions? We can give those slaves enough compensation to ensure that they have enough food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Oguro smiled and shook his head slowly but firmly. Well, the hanging heart is finally completely dead. You are a pariah, how dare you ask me to apologize? Kill him quickly. Clanton didn't know the seriousness of the matter at all, and still arrogantly asked CP0 to kill Oguro and others. Ancestor, can you use your brain before speaking? If I could kill, would I not do it until now? Is the person speaking a celestial dragon? That's okay. Anyway, these idiots don't have such a thing as a brain. Baskondar also roared angrily, You trash. You can't even do such a small thing. Call General Marine. Let him kill all these untouchables for me. Bascondale's words gave CP0 a wake-up call. If they can't handle this matter, then they'll shake people off. One of them immediately and quietly pressed the phone bug hidden on his body. The emergency distress signal spread immediately. The nearby Marine headquarters will receive the news soon. As long as they delay for a moment, General Marine will come to support them. Oguro frowned slightly. His control over the magnetic field allowed him to accurately capture the distress signal. If he wanted to, he could even directly erase this signal. But Oguro ultimately did nothing. This time he came to clean up the slave traders, so naturally the bigger the fuss, the better. The bigger the fuss, the fewer people will dare to do it. So, Oguro simply stood there and waited quietly for General Marine to come to the door. CP0 is even more eager to ask for it. As long as General Marine arrives, their mission will be completed. The scene suddenly fell into an extremely strange silence. However, Sui Feng and others took the limp auction house owner to the backstage and killed all the slave-catching team waiting to calculate the commission. Those who bought slaves wanted to run away, but Sui Feng and others stopped them. Those who resisted were killed on the spot, and those who did not resist had their hands and feet broken and thrown out. The reason why not all of them were killed is because some people still need to be left to tell others that human trafficking is out of the question. Whoever touches it will die. While waiting, Oguro suddenly turned his head and said, "Capone Becky." Becky was stunned for a moment and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" Oguro said, "I would like to remind you. General Marine should be here soon. With your strength, it is not wise to stay here." Becky's mouth twitched. "Thank you so much. You might as well just say that a noob like me doesn't deserve to stay here." But even though she was angry, Becky was not an indifferent person. Neither General Marine nor the Cid Oguro in front of him could handle it as a supernova. After being reminded, Becky got up and left. Oguro said again, "I will have someone contact you later. I think we can cooperate on something." Becky was a little confused. Had he ever interacted with Oguro? But now that the situation is urgent, Becky can only suppress her doubts and nod. "Okay, let's talk later." Oguro nodded with satisfaction. Speaking of cooperation, his real idea is to take Becky under his wing. West Blue. Known as the strongest sea, the mafia is rampant. As the head of one of the 5 major families, Becky would take him and his family under his command. Whether you are selling weapons or expanding your territory in West Blue, you will have a perfect starting point. At this time, Sui Feng came out with the rescued slave. Most people thanked them and chose to go back to their hometowns. Only the princess who had lost her country had nowhere to go and begged Oguro to take her in. Oguro could only ask her to go to the hotel where she was staying and wait. As soon as the rest of the crowd left, a beam of golden light penetrated the ceiling of the auction house. Then the golden light slowly condensed into a human form, and a lazy voice came over. "Oh my, it's so scary, it's actually you." A face full of vulgarity appeared in front of everyone. "Marine General Kizaru, it's indeed him." Oguro understood. After all, this person is the fastest in Marine, so he is naturally the most suitable person to be responsible for rescue. Kizaru looked at Oguro and the others in front of him and felt depressed. "Warring States Fleet Admiral, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had to deal with a general-level warrior?" He glanced at Sui Feng quietly, not daring to relax in the slightest. "Oh, General, right, kill these bastards. How dare they offend me?" When Clanton saw Kizaru coming, he immediately jumped out again. Kizaru quietly rolled his eyes. "Killed, let's not say whether I can do it. Even if it is done, the next step will be the revenge of at least 2 general-level experts. Don't be afraid if you, Draco, have the 5 elders in your pocket. We Marine can't bear this kind of tossing." What to do? Kizaru used his little brain. Chapter 115 Invalid Sparkling Fruit. "How about we just pretend we've never met and leave each other?" Kizaru said with a smile. To be honest, if possible, he really didn't want to conflict with Oguro. For no other reason, it's thankless. There is no overtime pay. If you lose, you might be held accountable. We can't do business at a loss. Oguro waved his hand and said, "If you want to leave, just leave." No one will stop you. But not these two people. He circled the two Tianlong people with his fingers and said coldly. They have to take responsibility for what they did. Kizaru scratched his head in distress when he heard this. Oh my. It will be a lot of trouble for me if you do this. Let the celestial dragons apologize. If he dares to do this, he will be sent to the 6th floor of Impelled Down City tomorrow and locked up. He will never be able to escape in this life. Well, then I'll take a step back. Oguro touched his chin and suddenly relaxed. Kizaru was a little surprised and asked, what do you want to do? It's very simple. Let the 5 elders announce to the public that the celestial dragons are no longer allowed to keep slaves. All previous slaves must be released and compensation given. Oguro suddenly thought that the world government's official compromise was more influential than the reputation he gained from the murder. After hearing this, Kizaru couldn't help but exclaim, what's the difference between this and hitting Tianlong in the face? It's impossible. The celestial dragons are the face of the world government. Giving them supreme privileges is also maintaining the rule of world government. 5 elders would never do such a self-destructive thing. Oguro shrugged, since we can't reach an agreement, let's have a fight. After the words fell, Oguluo's figure flashed and went straight to the Tianlong people behind him. Oh my, do we have to take action after all? It seems that we have to ask Sengoku Sando for overtime pay when we go back. Kizaru's whole body turned into a ball of golden light, and he stood in front of Oguro in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, as a flash man, Kizaru's speed almost represents the ultimate in this world. Have you ever been kicked by light? Kizaru's classic speech, his right leg flashed with dazzling golden light and kicked towards Oguro's temple. However, facing Kizaru's blow that was enough to destroy half the street, Oguro didn't even bother to hide. Bang! The golden light exploded, and the tables and chairs in the auction house were crushed into powder by the terrifying shock wave. A petite figure stood in front of Oguro, holding Kizaru's right leg firmly with his left hand. Your opponent is me. A cold light flashed in Sui Feng's eyes, and he pulled out Suzumaki with his right hand and slashed at Kizaru's right leg. Kizaru suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. He clearly felt that Suzumbaki's sword was wrapped with a thick layer of armed domineering energy. Whoosh! Kizaru made a decisive decision and turned into golden light that filled the sky, regrouping his body in front of Tianlong Ren. He turned around and said coldly to CP0 seriously, hurry up and leave. CP0 woke up from a dream, and immediately smashed the wall next to him with a punch, and pulled the 2 Tianlong people away from the entrance of the cave. Ha! Can I still let you 2 pigs run away? As soon as Shunpo moved under Oguro's feet, he would chase after the celestial dragon. Upon seeing this, Kizaru waved his hands, and countless golden lights suddenly appeared in front of him. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Golden light bullets filled the sky and enveloped Oguro. Although the power is a bit weak, the coverage area is large enough, making it perfect for containing enemies. Oguro's footsteps stopped and he had to move away to avoid it. Bang bang bang. The floor of the auction house was completely ravaged, leaving numerous craters. You guy, have you forgotten that I'm still here? Sui Feng didn't know when he appeared behind Kizaru and directly released the Zanpakuto. Kill them all. Suzumbaki. The golden blade stabbed Kizaru in the back of the heart. Although he didn't warn Seihaki after hearing it, Kizaru, who has been cautious all his life, immediately turned into golden light and avoided it. Yeah, a knife that can transform. It's really scary. Kizaru turned on the taunting mode as usual. However, the next second, the tip of the knife pressed against his face made him shut his mouth. In a hurry to dodge the blow with partial elementalization, Kizaru quickly distanced himself from Sui Feng. There was a faint cold sweat on his forehead, and Kizaru thought to himself, with such a fast speed, did this woman also eat some extremely fast devil fruit? So far, Marine has only speculated on the abilities of Oguro and others. They have no idea how many trump cards they have. After all, judging from the abilities that have been displayed, everyone seems to have eaten several devil fruits. But this is simply impossible. Therefore, even as a marine general, Kizaru is still cautious. I'm just afraid that the boat will capsize accidentally. And seeing Kizaru being entangled by Sui Feng, Oguro naturally wanted to chase the 2 pigs. Kizaru's domineering attitude was at its peak, and he immediately noticed his actions. Raising his right hand, Kizaru said with a vulgar expression, "This can't be done. You have to stay together." Bew. A golden laser beam hit Oguro's head. Compared to the pacifist's degraded and pirated goods, Kizaru's authentic and original goods can really make a difference. The blow was so fast and accurate that even Sui Feng couldn't react in time. Oguro looked up and saw that the golden laser light was dazzling, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. This laser light doesn't seem to be that strong, Oguro murmured, raising his arms in front of everyone's surprised gazes. Are you looking down on me? Kizaru's cynical face also had a hint of gloom. After all, he is also a well-known marine general, so his attacks can be easily intercepted. However, the next scene almost shattered the outlook of everyone present. Under Oguro's gaze, Kizaru's laser light trembled slightly in the air before it even had time to touch Oguro's hand, and then immediately dissipated. What? Kizaru was dumbfounded. He has thought about many possibilities, whether it is to avoid or to resist, he has a plan. But he has never seen such a collapse out of thin air. At the same time, a look of understanding appeared on Oguro's face. He smiled and said, I almost forgot. Light is also a type of electromagnetic wave. The so-called laser light is nothing more than a high-intensity electromagnetic wave. And electromagnetic waves, are all under the control of my magnetic fruit. He just cut off the wavelength of the laser light, and the laser light couldn't hold on and dispersed. I can control all electromagnetic waves, so to a certain extent, my magnetic fruit can be regarded as superior to the sparkling fruit, right? Oguro looked at the confused Kizaru with a narrow smile on his face. Seeing that Oguro was about to catch up with the celestial dragon, Kizaru finally came to his senses. Bang! Kizaru turned into a stream of light and smashed through the ceiling directly to the outside of the auction house. He opened his arms suddenly and roared, 8-foot beautiful Magatama. This time, Kizaru didn't dare to hold back at all, and countless light bullets poured out like a torrential rain, covering the sky and the sun. Chapter 116 The True Use of Magnetic Fruit. In order to buy time for the Tianlong people to evacuate. This time, Kizaru covered Oguro, Sui Feng and everyone else within the fire range of the 8-foot Magatama. Tisk tisk. This time, not only was Oguro not anxious, but he observed Kizaru's moves with great interest. Frequency, wavelength. So that's it. Then the most critical thing is power. Although the time is a bit short, it should be enough to follow the example. Oguro stretched out his arms, completely letting go of his newly acquired fruit ability for the first time. Create electromagnetic waves. Fixed frequency. Fixed wavelength. Control the direction of transmission. Maximize power. Everything is ready. Oguro raised his head suddenly, with an excited smile on his face. Kizaru, look how I do this move. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. In an instant, countless golden light bullets appeared out of thin air next to Oguro. Whoosh! The light bombs burst out and started a fierce battle with Kizaru's 8-foot Magatama. Rumble! A dense explosion sounded on Island No. 1. Ha ha ha! It really works. Oguro laughed with his eyes shining. It was the first time I used this move, so I was still somewhat unfamiliar with it, and I missed a lot of light bullets fired by Kizaru. But with the strength of everyone present, dodging these attacks is naturally a piece of cake. On the contrary, it was Kizaru. Flying in the air, his face looked extremely ugly at the moment. Not even talking about how terrible everyday things are. It seems that it is really scary. What kind of fruit did you eat, guy? Kizaru said with a gloomy expression. It can interfere with your own abilities, and you can also reproduce them one by one, which puts you at a huge disadvantage. If this is not clear, Kizaru himself may not be able to sleep well. However, in response to Kizaru's question, Oguro just smiled lightly. You guess. He is not one of those silly cartoon characters, and he kindly tells the enemy about his abilities during battle. I really feel like I didn't die quickly enough. Kizaru's face turned green and he remained silent. To be honest, his safest choice now is to retreat temporarily and call for support. Because I don't know what the true limit of Oguro's ability is. If he interferes during the battle and makes all his fruit abilities invalid, he will really die without knowing how. But now, he still has to cover the evacuation of the Tianlong people. If they leave like this, those two Tianlong people will definitely be caught. Now Kizaru is really in a dilemma. Oguro was in a very good mood at the moment. The appearance of Kizaru allowed him to explore a new use of magnetic fruit, and it has great development potential. But that's pretty much the fun. We can't let those two Tianlong people really run away. Sui Feng, I leave this guy to you. Don't let him get in my way. Oguro gave Sui Feng clear orders, turned around and cast Shunpo and left. Kizaru still wanted to stop him. But this time, Sui Feng's blade is faster than ever. She stared at Kizaru coldly and said, Lord Soul King has given the order. If you still succeed, I, the captain of the 2nd Division, should just stop doing it. Kizaru had no choice but to forcibly interrupt his attack and retreated instantly. It's really troublesome, Kizaru whispered with a dark face. In the past, he could easily manipulate his enemies in the palm of his hand by relying on the extremely fast speed of the shining fruit. But this time, he finally met the same speedy man. It is simply impossible to play tricks on the other party easily. You should stay here until Lord Soul King is done. Sui Feng sneered, and violent spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from her back. Instant coax. Sui Feng's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, causing a violent sonic boom. With a sweep of his right hand, a majestic Keto power swept out like a storm. Kizaru's insightful and domineering warning is a crazy warning. He immediately turned his body into a complete element without thinking, and spread out to avoid the blow. Boom. Next to the auction house, a huge archy mangrove tree was chopped in half. Kizaru's face was extremely solemn, as this, an added armament of hockey. Sui Feng practiced hard for several months, referring to the swordsman chops of One Piece world, and finally integrated the armed domineering into Shunhu. Although there is only a small amount of armed domineering, it can already play a key role. The Logia fruit is immune to most energy attacks, but will be captured by the armed hockey. As long as the main body is captured, Sui Feng can completely destroy the enemy with one blow. Seeing the fate of the Yarkman mangrove, Kizaru knew that his small body could not bear such devastation. It is estimated that only Kaido and Linlin, two extremely talented monsters, can withstand it with their own bodies. Alas, looks like I'm going to be scolded by Sengoku Sang this time. Kizaru knew that he would definitely not be able to complete the task, and the smell of salted fish suddenly hit his face. After all, the opponent has a general level powerhouse, so it is normal for the mission to fail. I don't think Sengoku Sang would hold on to him. Sui Feng attacked again. Kizaru made a move with his right hand, and a golden lightsaber appeared in his hand. Tien Kong Yun sword. Boom. The two parties collided fiercely. The terrifying shock wave leveled the auction house and everything around it. The figures of the two people flickered on the ruins, golden light and white spiritual pressure fighting together, but they could not tell the difference. For a strong player at this level, unless they fight non-stop for several days, it will be difficult to determine the winner. During the stalemate between the two, Oguro finally caught up with the Tianlong people who fled all the way to Island 66. You're in such a hurry to leave, have you ever asked me? Oguro landed in front of a few people, staring at them with a playful expression. Everyone in CP0 suddenly became cold. Didn't even General Kizaru stop him. Although they had called for support on the way, ordinary people were far from being a match for Oguro and the others. It takes time for the real strong ones to come over. Now they are truly at the end of their rope. Give them all to me. Even if it costs people's lives, we must let the two adults withdraw from Mariehoya. The remaining CP0s roared angrily and rushed towards Oguro as if they were dead. As the strongest shield of the Tianlong people, these guys have received the most brutal brainwashing training. You really don't even blink an eye at sacrificing your life for the celestial dragons. Upon seeing this, Oguro just shook his head in pity. These people can no longer be called human beings to a certain extent. In that case, I'm here to free you. Oguro raised his right index finger. The next second, a ball of golden light lit up from his fingertips, and 3-finger-thick laser lights suddenly shot out. Magnetic laser cannon. 3 CP0s were instantly pierced through the forehead. Their eyes widened, not expecting the scene in front of them at all. Isn't this the move of General Kizaru? Why can Oguro do the same? 4DK. Chapter 117 Killing the Dragon Man. Unfortunately, these CP0s will never know the answer. Watching all the CP0s protecting themselves fall down, Clanton and Bascondale were also panicked. "Hey, you bastards! Who allowed you to fall? Hurry up and protect me," Clanton said helplessly and furiously. Oguro just stepped on CP0's body and slowly approached the two of them. You untouchable, don't come here," Clanton yelled in horror and took out the pistol he was carrying. It's actually a Colt revolver produced by the Holy Spirit Empire. Bang! Clanton trembled and fired at Oguro. This time he got it right. The bullet shot straight towards Oguro's chest. Oguro's face didn't change at all, he just looked at it quietly. The next second, the bullet stopped steadily 10 centimeters in front of Oguro, and even kept spinning at a high speed. Before the magnetic fruit, things like bullets were toys. Oguro plays with and needs it as he pleases. Oguro moved his finger, and the bullet returned with a whoosh, directly penetrating Clanton's glass mask. Ah! Clanton trembled all over and fell to the ground instantly. When the bullet passed by his scalp, he really felt the feeling of death. You monster! Go to hell!" Clanton roared in fear and frantically pulled the trigger in his hand. However, he was horrified to find that no matter how hard he tried, the trigger of the pistol would not move at all. Oguro looked at Clanton's clown behavior with a smile. "With his magnetic fruit present, do you still want to open fire?" "As long as he thinks about it, this pistol is a piece of iron." "Bring it to you," Oguro sneered, and the revolver seemed to come to life in an instant. At Clanton's exclamation, it broke free from his hand and fell into Oguro's hand. Oguro pointed his gun at Clanton and Bascondale, and sneered, "Give you two a choice, die, or promise to the world to free slaves and never save again. How dare you, a pariah, threaten us?" Bascondar's face turned red with anger. How had they, the celestial dragons, ever been humiliated like this? "I'm warning you, let us go as soon as possible. Otherwise, the world government and Marine will never let you go." Until now, they still have full confidence in world government and Marine. After all, they have been roaming the sea for 800 years, and there are many people who want to offend their majesty, but each one has only one result in the end. That is a place of death without burial. Is Amir Oguro more powerful than rocks back then? HMPH. When the time comes, I will make your corpse into a specimen and put it in my exhibition room. Tell everyone that those who dare to offend the Tianlong people will only die. When Oguro heard this, he shook his head slightly and said, "I'm overthinking it. How can you pigs understand human language? Leaving you in this world will only waste everyone's food." Probably sensing something was wrong in Oguro's tone, Bascondar said nervously, "What are you going to do?" "I'm warning you not to do anything wrong." Bang bang bang. He was answered with a barrage of gunfire. Mozambique shooting method. 2 shots in the chest and 1 in the head will make life difficult even if the gods come. When Clanton saw this, he collapsed to the ground, urine flowing out of his pants. Don't kill me, Before he could finish his words, Oguro shot him in the head, ending his sinful life. Quick, there's gunshots. Not far away there was a crowd of people, and a group of Marines were attracted by the sound of gunfire. They are the garrison of the Sabayati Islands, and they rushed over immediately after receiving the signal for help. Seeing the 2 corpses lying on the ground, Colonel Marine, who was leading the team, was stunned. It's over. Something big is going to happen. The celestial dragon is dead. This is going to break the sky. Next, he recognized Oguro standing nearby. Although he knew he was not his opponent, he still ordered it bravely. This man killed the Tianlong people and committed a heinous crime. Please follow me to capture the thief. After receiving the order, although the Marine team was frightened, they still picked up their weapons and rushed towards Oguro. Oguro glanced coldly. Conqueror's domineering energy poured out instantly. Thump thump. All Marines in this team fell unconscious and fell to the ground, with only 2 or 3 people standing. Whoosh. Oguro's figure appeared in front of these people like a ghost. Before they could react, the fist wrapped with armed hockey fell on their stomachs. Several people were knocked to the ground without any resistance. With Oguro's current vice-captain level strength, beating up several Marines who are not even generals is simply bullying the small ones. Oguro had no intention of killing this team of Marines, but said coldly, "Take these 2 Dracos back and tell the 5 elders for me. I don't want anyone to buy or sell slaves in the future. Let them pig herders take care of their pigs. Otherwise, whoever dares to leave Marijoa will suffer the consequences." By this time, Oguro was no longer worried about world government. If you want to fight, then fight. As long as you can afford the price. Immediately, Oguro weighed the revolver in his hand. What a good gun. From now on, let's call it the gun of judgment. Or it would also be called the pig pistol. After all, it's so easy to use to kill pigs. Good guy. Not only did he kill the Tianlong people, he also wanted to nail them to the pillar of shame. If the celestial dragons who are put on the altar are called pigs by everyone, then world government will become a big joke. Marine didn't even dare to fart when he heard this, and could only watch Oguro leave in silence. As for the revolver, of course it was also taken away by Oguro. This is the gun that killed the celestial dragons. Very collectible. At the auction house, the battle between Sui Feng and Kizaru continued. Both of them appeared a little tired. This is not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Because they are all extremely fast warriors, they must maintain maximum concentration at every moment of the battle. Otherwise, the other party might find a flaw. As time passed, both of them became a little tired. Sui Feng, we can go. At this time, Abu Luo came back here and asked Sui Feng to leave. Kizaru let out a long sigh when he saw this. He understood that the 2 Tianlong people were probably in danger. But the deal was already done, and there was nothing he could do. I hope you won't regret what you did today. Kizaru looked at Oguro with a solemn expression. Oguro smiled disdainfully. Haha, you should take care of yourselves first. According to the news sent back by Aizen Sosuke, Ace has been given to Marine by Blackbeard. In other words, the war on the top has entered the preparation period. At this time, the world government would just like to have less trouble. Chapter 118 Douglas Bullet. Provoke Whitebeard and Oguro at the same time. Even if the world government goes crazy, it is impossible for the warring states period to agree. He will not let all the elite Marines die for the sake of world government's face. Oguro and his entourage turned and left, and Kizaru rushed back to Marine headquarters with a frown on his face. He is afraid that he will take the blame for this incident. This Oguro's ability is very powerful against me. I have to let Sengoku-san send someone to check it out. Kizaru felt very heavy. No one wants to encounter an opponent who can perfectly restrain themselves on the battlefield in the future. Sure enough, in Sengoku's office, Sengoku sprayed Kizaru with a bloody head. Aren't you a pig-headed person? Since you know that the opponent has a general-level strongman, why don't you just retreat with the 2 Tianlong people? With your speed, as long as you rush to Marijoa, the 5 elders will definitely not stand idly by. Speaking of this, warring states pointed at Kizaru's nose and said, I think you're doing the same old thing again. You don't want to bother me, right? Kizaru's back was dripping with cold sweat. Sengoku was worthy of being fleet admiral. He hit the nail on the head. Kizaru's temperament is such that he can do as little work as possible. If it hadn't been for the Tianlong people this time, he would have probably run away on the spot, and how could he have fought Sui Feng for so long? Warring States said with a cold face, there is a message from the 5 elders that Marines funding will be cut by 20% next year. You go to Vegapunk's place for a while and let me reflect on it. When Kizaru heard this, he felt relieved. No salary deduction, which is great. As for cooperating with Vegapunk's experiment, it's not the first time anyway. It's just a matter of fact. Perfect. Thinking of this, Kizaru immediately happily left Sengoku's office and went directly to the island where Vegapunk was located. Watching Kizaru leave, Sengoku sighed helplessly. What a troubled time. Marine has decided to use Fire Fist Ace as bait to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. It would be unwise to be enemies with Oguro now. A message has been sent from 5 elders. The deaths of the 2 celestial dragons will be suppressed temporarily. Marijoa will also ban all Dracos from going out until the war is over. As for Oguro's threat to have them cancel the slaves, the 5 elders scoffed at this. Just a small country, but you were lucky enough to have a few strong men, so you think you can be on an equal footing with the world government. What a big joke. Once Roger's evil bloodline and the Whitebeard pirates are executed, the prestige of the world government will reach an unprecedented height. At that time, the world government will gather all its forces to completely wipe out the Holy Spirit Empire in one fell swoop. A country that does not abide by the rules of world government has no right to exist. Impel the city. After many applications, Garp was finally allowed to come and see Ace. As the bloodline of One Piece Roger, Ace is hung on the 6th deepest level of Impel Down City, Eternal Hell. As he got closer and closer to his grandson, Garp's face became more and more serious. At this time, Aizen Sosuke, who was following him, looked around with curiosity. Because of his steadfastness and ability, Aizen Sosuke became Garp's adjutant, handling various chores for him. At the same time, he did not relax in his fight against pirates. In just 1 month, he captured several pirates with a bounty of tens of millions, and was successfully promoted to major. The auras of these people are very powerful. Aizen Sosuke pushed up his glasses and sighed. Garp didn't talk to him because he was in a bad mood, but Hannibal, who was responsible for leading the way, smiled. Yes, those who can be locked up here are all notorious pirates. As he spoke, Hannibal pointed to one of the cells. Like this, Douglas Bullet, known as the Devil's Descendant, One Piece Roger's crew. In order to catch him, we launched a buster call. Even the Sengoku Fleet Admiral and Lieutenant General Garp were dispatched. Oh, that's really amazing. Aizen Sosuke walked closer to the cell and took a closer look. He seemed to be very interested in this pirate who once shocked the Great Waterway. In the cell, a strong man wearing a black military uniform and long blonde hair was concentrating with his eyes closed. As a felon among felons, Douglas Bullet was wrapped in several sea tower stone shackles. It can be said that there is no room for him to move at all. Z% 1% at. After all, for a strong man of this level, giving him a chance would turn everything upside down. Sensing someone approaching, Bullet opened his eyes and saw a thin man standing in front of him, with a look of contempt in his eyes. Buzz. A terrifying conqueror's domination swept over like a storm. Under Bullet's precise control, this conqueror's domineering power only enveloped Aizen Sosuke alone. However, Bullet was surprised to find that he was faced with a terrifying domineering force that could make 90% of the strongest people move. The frail-looking man in front of him was actually motionless, with an extremely friendly smile still hanging on his lips. After a long time, Bullet smiled and said, "You're not a bad guy. Douglas Bullet, you are dissatisfied with the world, aren't you?" Aizen Sosuke's glasses reflected the silver light and he spoke calmly. A lifeless world without any heroic spirit at all. Bullet frowned and looked at Garp and Hannibal beside him. As a result, he found that Garp seemed to have seen nothing and was walking towards the depths of eternal hell. And Hannibal was even more terrifying. He kept introducing the famous prisoners in eternal hell, but the target was a ball of air next to him. Don't worry, they can't see or hear our conversation. Aizen Sosuke looked calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Is it a fruit power? It's really scary. Even Garp was affected by it. Ha ha ha. Bullet laughed endlessly. Bullet was so happy to see Garp deflated. After the pleasure, Bullet said coldly, "So, what do you want to do with me? Are you trying to rescue me?" Aizen Sosuke said in surprise, "If you want to, it's not impossible." Bullet was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Ha ha ha. How interesting. You kid, do you want to make me your subordinate? It's a pity that Lousy won't engage in this kind of farce. Since Roger's death, Bullet has firmly believed that the most important thing is for a person to be the strongest. In his opinion, after Roger, no one is qualified for him to surrender. Aizen Sosuke adjusted his glasses and said in an incomprehensible tone, "Lord Spirit King is right. No matter how much you talk, it's better to give someone like you a beating first." Click. Bullet looked down and saw that the sea stone wrapped around his body had been cut off at some point. Then, let you take a look. The power that truly stands in the sky. Aizen Sosuke put away his smile. His cold eyes were like a god looking down at the ants on the ground. Chapter 119 Aizen Sosuke's Strength. Bullet touched his freed wrist, his face filled with excitement. Ha ha ha. Lousy is finally free. He looked at Aizen Sosuke and said in an arrogant tone, "For the sake of helping Lousy, I won't trouble you this time. Get out of the way." As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura like an ancient giant beast spread from Bullet's body. Don't look at this guy who has been locked up in eternal hell for more than 20 years. He has been concentrating on practicing secretly and constantly improving his strength. Now, he is almost done, and his strength is stronger than when he was first imprisoned in eternal hell. In his eyes, young people like Aizen Sosuke only rely on their strange fruit abilities to show off their power and are not worthy of being his enemy. Bullet strode out of the cell. Before leaving, he wanted to give Impel Down a good return gift. Let this place become a ruin. I said, can you leave? However, the next second, Bullet was frozen in place by Aizen Sosuke's words. Boom. Under Aizen Sosuke's cold gaze, spiritual pressure beyond the captain level poured out without reservation, pressing heavily on Bullet's body. By the way, there's this one too. It seems to be called Conqueror's Haki, right? Aizen Sosuke seemed to be talking to himself. But in Bullet's horrified eyes, dense red lightning flashed in the void. An unparalleled Conqueror's dominance swept out. At this moment, Bullet felt that the world was hanging upside down, and everything in the world was crushed and crushed. Only Aizen Sosuke stood on the broken sky. You actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. Bullet is incredible. He was very sure that Aizen Sosuke just now didn't know how to do this. Aizen Sosuke sneered disdainfully. Can't you tell this kind of thing just by looking at it? Ha, if it had been anyone else, Bullet would have thought he was mocking him by saying this. But Aizen Sosuke was really stating a fact. It's not a mockery, but the intensity of the humiliation is increased 10 times. In this world, there are always some geniuses who cannot be bound by common sense. And Aizen Sosuke, even among these geniuses, is the top one. HMPH, even if you are a once-in-a-century genius, don't expect me to surrender. Lousy will use these hands to fight it out himself. Bullet's entire body was enveloped in a jet-black aura of armament. Immediately afterwards, the domineering energy was deeply integrated into Bullet's body, and his body surface turned into a strange blue-purple color. Devil form. Bullet's signature fighting stance can greatly increase speed and strength. This is why he is called the descendant of the devil. Die. The bullet exploded out like a cannonball, leaving a white vortex of air behind it. Aizen Sosuke gently drew out the Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu, and the armed haki wrapped around it, turning into a black sword, and gently chopped it down towards Bullet's fist. Boom! The cell was instantly razed to the ground. Bullet looked at Aizen Sosuke in shock. It was obvious that the opponent's armed haki was much weaker than his own, but he relied on another strange energy to easily crush his own armed haki. That thin body is like a mountain, motionless. Is this the power you are proud of? It seems like nothing more than that. Aizen Sosuke's light words hit Bullet's pain points accurately. He is a man who believes in taking everything by himself. As a result, he was criticized in person for being too weak, no less than a flying dragon riding on his face. UBD, you have completely angered me. Bullet was furious. Even if you rescued me, don't expect me to let you go. Bullet's figure flashed, and his fists covered with armed domineering raindrops covered Aizen Sosuke's body. Eternal hell, known as the Iron Wall, is also constantly trembling under this power. It's really a violent force. Aizen showed a hint of appreciation, but he didn't even raise Kyoka Suigetsu, he just said softly. Bakudo no. 81 breaking the sky. A transparent barrier appeared in front of Aizen Sosuke. Bullet's countless fist seals all landed on Duan Kong. Boom boom boom. The dense explosion sounded as if it had suffered the most violent bombing. But the transparent barrier in the sky was motionless, showing no signs of rupture. With Aizen Sosuke's spiritual pressure, even Duan Kong, who gave up chanting, could still withstand Hado below number 89. Although Bullet is powerful, such a normal attack cannot be as powerful as Hado no. 89. What kind of ability is this? Bullet was full of doubts. If he knew the current situation on the sea, he would know that this is a special ability from the Holy Spirit Empire. It's a pity that he has been imprisoned for many years and has no knowledge of this information. Damn it! Don't underestimate me! Bullet roared angrily. The ground began to shake violently, and countless gravel poured towards Bullet. Paramesha combined fruit. Ability to fuse inorganic objects that are touched with one's own body. Not only can it be integrated with the body, but it can also combine inorganic materials and rearrange them to create new weapons. So once Bullet is allowed to activate the fruit ability without any scruples, no one knows what kind of monster he will create. A cold light emerged from Aizen Sosuke's lenses. Although you are allowed to fight, if you make such a big fuss, I will be the one in trouble. Aizen Sosuke raised his fingers coldly and began to chant the complete Kido. The turbid heraldry is faintly revealed, the unruly and arrogant talent, the surge, denial, paralysis, and moment, hindering eternal sleep. The crawling steel princess, the clay doll who constantly mutilates itself, combines, rebounds, and extends to the ground, knowing your own powerlessness. Hado no. 90 Black Coffin. The black spiritual coffin quickly enveloped Bullet, and the surging stones immediately stopped. Buzz. Black Coffin was shaking violently, and there seemed to be a faint roar of wild beasts. Black Coffin dispersed, and Bullet was half kneeling on the ground, with bloody holes on his body. However, this guy reacted very quickly and immediately protected his vital points when he realized something was wrong. Although he looks very embarrassed now, his life is not in danger. Bullet's vision was blurry and he said in a low voice, "Why would a strong man like you stay in Marine?" Aizen Sosuke showed a smile. Of course it is for the truth of the world. To make the world what it should be. Douglas Bullet, you have the power to change the world. Join us and make the world surrender to us. Bullet was also stunned. Make the world surrender. What an ambitious goal this is. The heart that had been silent due to Roger's death seemed to be beating again at this moment. Chapter 120, adding some spice to the war on the top. More than 20 years ago, the reason why Bullet turned the sea upside down was not only because of the grief over Roger's death. It's even more because he has the violent factor in his bones that can destroy everything. For a warrior like him, destroying a world and reshaping a new world is simply the most beautiful vision. Ha ha ha, do you want to change the world? It's not impossible for me to join you. Bullet laughed and stared at Aizen Sosuke with burning eyes. But I have a request. Aizen Sosuke's expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected it. What's the request? Bullet's eyes burst out with endless fighting spirit. I want to be able to challenge your rights anytime, anywhere. Roger is dead, but Bullet sees the shadow of that man in Aizen Sosuke. It can even be said that the pressure Aizen Sosuke puts on himself is even more terrifying than Roger. Roger is gone, but he has found a better goal. Aizen Sosuke smiled softly. Yes. As long as I am free, you can challenge me at any time. People who are determined to stand in the sky will naturally not care about the roar of wild beasts on the earth. Since Bullet wants it, Aizen Sosuke doesn't mind giving him the chance to relive his nightmare. Then come with me. Bullet walked out of the cell and followed Aizen Sosuke. Along the way, Bullet made a surprising discovery. Neither the jailer nor the prisoners in the cell seemed to be able to see him. At first Bullet was talking quietly to Aizen Sosuke, but in the end he didn't even bother to hide it, and went directly to the door of each cell to observe the prisoners. But he couldn't find any clues. What a terrifying fruit ability. Bullet thought to himself. Bullet thought it would be best not to challenge Aizen Sosuke for the time being until he could thoroughly investigate Aizen Sosuke's fruit abilities. Otherwise, after a good fight, you find that you are being played by others, which is not too social. In the deepest part of eternal hell, Garp is sitting in front of a cell, and inside is his grandson Ace, whom he misses deeply. Ace, why don't you listen to me? Why do you have to become a pirate? Garp, the legendary marine hero and the toughest of tough guys, cried bitterly in front of his grandson. It was also the first time for Ace to see such a fragile side of Garp, and he couldn't help but feel a flash of regret in his heart. But this regret was only fleeting. Although Roger was already dead when he was born, he, like Roger, had a heart for freedom. Moreover, Ace has always had a goal, which is to surpass his biological father Roger. Therefore, it was both accidental and inevitable for him to embark on the path of being a pirate. Tisk tisk, Garp's grandson is actually a pirate. This is really interesting. Bullet looked at Garp crying and couldn't help but smile. Garp couldn't see him anyway, so he could laugh at him as much as he wanted. Aizen Sosuke looked at Garp without any change on his face. It really took him a lot of energy to control Garp with Kyoka Suigetsu. His Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu will be complete hypnosis as soon as he sees the process of Shikai. All senses such as sight, smell, taste, hearing, and touch are completely controlled by Aizen Sosuke. It's quite a terrifying ability. He walked around Impel Down City and almost hypnosis-ed more than 90% of the people here. Tell me, if I kill Garp's grandson, will he go crazy? A flash of red flashed in Bullet's eyes, and he looked eager to try. Aizen Sosuke chuckled, if you do this, I'm afraid you will regret it. Regret? Bullet smiled disdainfully, why should I regret killing Garp's grandson? Aizen Sosuke said, he is not Garp's biological grandson, he is adopted. After a pause, Aizen Sosuke said with a meaningful smile, besides, doesn't the name Ace sound familiar to you? Ah, Bullet didn't react for a while. After he thought about it carefully, a wisp of cold sweat suddenly dripped from his forehead. Ace, isn't that Roger's sword? You mean, this kid belongs to Roger? Aizen Sosuke smiled and nodded, now, do you still want to kill him? Bullet paused, and his originally dark face suddenly turned red. That's Roger's son, how could he possibly move his hands? No, if Roger's son is caught here, the world government will definitely not let him go. We have to rescue him. Bullet reacted and raised his foot to break open the cell door. As a result, a hand was pressed on his shoulder, making him unable to move at all. Bullet turned around and saw Aizen Sosuke speaking calmly. Don't worry, this is a big event. If you cause trouble so casually, you will destroy many people's plans. Then, Aizen Sosuke briefly explained about the war on the top. Whitebeard can't just watch his adopted son being killed, so he will definitely attack Malinfando. When you appear again, whether you want to save Ace or do whatever you want is up to you. Bullet was keenly aware of the problem in Aizen Sosuke's words. You won't help me save Ace. Aizen Sosuke said calmly, first stay in Marine and have my own plans. The war on the top is the stage 1 I'm prepared for. As for Ace, it is not in my plan. Don't forget, my goal is to make the world what it should be. I won't expose my identity for an insignificant Ace. Of course, if you want to save him, I won't stop you. But you can only rely on your own strength. Bullet was silent for a moment and nodded, I understand. I will figure it out myself. He has a relationship with Ace, but Aizen Sosuke does not. There was no way he could force Aizen Sosuke to save people for him. Aizen Sosuke saw this and reminded him casually, Sabayati Islands, your former Vice Captain Rayleigh is living in seclusion there. Maybe you can ask him for help. Bullet's eyes suddenly lit up. If Rayleigh helps, we will be more sure of this. Garp and Ace talked for a long time, and finally left Impel Down with their exhausted bodies. Bullet, on the other hand, hid in a small boat in Impel Down City and quietly escaped from Impel Down City along with the team transporting supplies. As for Eternal Hell, everyone seems to have forgotten that Bullet's cell once existed. There, it became a place that no one cared about. Oguro was also stunned when he received Aizen Sosuke's communication. He just mentioned that there might be people in Impel Down City that he could win over or use. Unexpectedly, Aizen Sosuke gave him such a big surprise and won Bullet to his side. This is truly royal-level combat power. Oguro smiled and said, Roger's old crew, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, and us. This war on top will definitely be very lively. Chapter 121 Meeting Luffy for the first time. Around the same time, Luffy also arrived at the capital of Seven Waters. But what surprised Oguro was that Brook was also on Luffy's ship. The converging power of this timeline cannot be underestimated. Originally, because of Oguro's intervention, Luffy's adventure should have gone much smoother. But according to the investigation of the Shadow Dragon Guard, Luffy has encountered a lot of hardships along the way. Because there was nothing else to interfere, Luffy's love, Smoker was always chasing after him. Facing those with Logia fruit abilities, Luffy and others, who had not learned how to arm themselves with Haki, were beaten anyway. As a result, Luffy's strength is actually stronger than in the original timeline. However, as the war on the top entered the preparation period, Smoker was transferred back to Marineland by Marine Headquarters. Luffy and the others could finally breathe a sigh of relief and come to the capital of Seven Waters to rest. Luffy doesn't know the news about Ace being captured yet, but the news will probably spread soon. Oguro secretly watched Luffy, who was arguing with the boatman, mentally calculating how long it would take to fight. The elite marines were summoned, and the next step was to recruit the 7 warlords of the sea. At this time, there is no need to keep it secret, and there is no way to keep it secret. Those pirates won't be kind enough to help you, Marine, hide information. I just don't know how Luffy is going to get to Impel Down this time. Oguro was also quite curious at the moment. After all, in the original timeline, he beat up the Celestial Dragon on the Sabayati Islands and was slapped away by a bear. Later, he was able to reach Impel Down with the help of the identity of Empress Boya Hancock. Now that the Sabayati Islands have been severely cleaned up by themselves, the Tianlong people are directly prohibited from leaving Marijoa. It's probably unrealistic for Luffy to be photographed going to Nine Snake Island again. If it doesn't work, can I help him? Oguro thought, rubbing his chin. After all, how can such a big event go without the Son of Destiny participating? Impel Down may not be able to get it in, but Whitebeard can think of a way. At this time, Luffy was yelling at Barry in the dock. What do you mean there is no need to repair? Mary is our important partner. Barry scratched his head and said helplessly, it can be repaired. But the ship has been seriously damaged, and even after it is repaired, it will still be a ship full of flaws. You also said that you are going to New World, right? With the condition of this ship, it will fall apart in New World within a month. When the time comes, it will be you who suffer. After hearing Barry's explanation, the entire Straw Hat Pirates fell silent. Only Usopp still wanted to keep the Mary regardless. This ship meant so much to him. Luffy's new navigator persuaded, Usopp, the boatman is right. If you want to go to the New World, this ship will really not be able to withstand it. The best thing we can do now is actually to change a ship. This new navigator also has a familiar face. Long purple wavy hair, black dress. It's Kurina, the master thief who is as famous as Nami. He is indeed a child of luck. If he misses one top partner, he will immediately replace him with another. Usopp collapsed and shouted, what about Mary? Are we going to abandon our partners? At this time, a voice came from behind. If you are reluctant to part with it, why not rent a warehouse here and store the boat here? Everyone turned around and saw Oguro walking over slowly. Lord Spirit King. Barry and other boatmen immediately bowed and saluted. Brooke said happily, hey ho ho. Mr. Oguro, we meet again. Oguro smiled and said to him, Brooke, have you seen Laboon? Brooke nodded repeatedly, yes. Laboon was shocked at first. But he was so happy after he recognized me. Thank you so much for helping me escape from Moria's control. It's just a little effort, no need to be so polite. Oguro waved his hand and turned his attention to Luffy. It was the first time that he observed the Child of Destiny in this world up close, and Oguro didn't feel very special. So, what do you think of my suggestion? In fact, there are very few services like this kind of boat storage in the capital of Seven Waters. Oguro did this because he was very curious about the Melee. This is the only ship that gave birth to a ship spirit. Oguro wanted to see what kind of existence the ship spirit was. Let us discuss it. Luffy did not make the decision alone, but called his friends together to discuss it for a long time. As expected, Luffy and Usopp had a conflict. But in the end we decided to change ships. No matter how reluctant they are to let go, it is a reality that the Melee cannot accompany them into the New World, and they cannot avoid this problem. Luffy asked Barry, how much does it cost to build a new ship? It depends on your needs. If you use Atom Tree to build a ship like Roger did, the wood alone will cost at least 200 million belly. Barry shrugged. So expensive. Before Luffy could say anything, Kurina opened her mouth wide. She is responsible for the finances of the Straw Hat Pirates. All their treasures combined are estimated to be just over 300 million belly, which is definitely not enough to build such a top-notch pirate ship. Oh, can it be cheaper? Luffy asked with a silly smile on his face. Barry couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard this. No matter how cheap this thing is, it can't be any cheaper, right? That's where the cost lies. No problem, I can give you a discount. What Barry didn't expect was that Oguro actually nodded in agreement. Really? You're not from the shipyard, can you keep your word? Luffy looked at Oguro suspiciously. Hey, brat, show me some respect. Barry's eyes widened and he roared at Luffy. This is His Majesty the spiritual king of our Holy Spirit Empire. The entire Carrera Company belongs to His Majesty. How could he not mean what he says? Wow, King. That's awesome, Luffy said with eyes shining. What kind of discount can you give us? Kurina even hugged Oguro's arm and said coquettishly, Your Majesty the spiritual king. We really don't have much money. Please give us more discounts. Oguro smiled. It's easy to talk about other things. But you have to pay for Baoshu Adam yourself. After all, we don't have this kind of top-notch material. Ah, this is no problem. Although Luffy was very nervous, he was not indifferent to right from wrong, so he decisively agreed. Oguro nodded and said, For the rest, we can help you reduce some of the money. But in exchange, this ship will be designed and built by our people, and there will be some experimental structures in it. Although I think this will make the ship better, it is still risky. If you agree, we can help you build the ship. Chapter 122 Boya Hancock. Although French is now keen on the research of internal combustion engines. But the enthusiasm for ships and weapons remained undiminished. He had already prepared a set of ship designs. Oguro has seen it once. Although it is slightly different from his memory, he is certain that it is the Wanli Sunshine in the original timeline. Now that Luffy and the others are here, the Wanli Sunshine cannot be left in the dust. And it just allows Frankie to test some of his theories. Simply kill two birds with one stone. Are you trying to use us as guinea pigs? Zoro's tone was a bit dissatisfied. This is the ship they rely on to survive at sea. If something goes wrong, everyone will be buried in the sea. Oguro shrugged. Don't be so nervous. Although it is experimental in nature, it has been proven many times. It's just that your ship is the first complete prototype to be launched into the sea. The level of shipbuilding in our Seven Rivers City is known to the world. Even if it is a trial product, the level is definitely not low. Of course, if you are really worried, you can also buy a mature ship, but you have to figure out how to pay for it yourself. Looking at the expressions of Luffy and others who were interested but hesitant, Oguro decided to add fuel to the fire. He knows exactly how to attract Luffy's attention. Oguro sighed deliberately. What a pity. The new ship is also going to be equipped with air cannons, which can not only attack the enemy in an emergency but also speed up the escape. By the way, the new ship is also equipped with gliders, and with air cannons, it can fly for short periods of time. Have you ever seen a ship that can fly? That's so cool. Sure enough, when Luffy heard this, shining stars suddenly appeared in his eyes. Really? That's amazing. I want a boat like this. Kurina, pay for it. Kurina couldn't help but twitch her lips when she heard this. My own captain is too easy to fool. But she didn't object. After all, they only have so much money, and the new ship Oguro said is indeed suitable for them. Being chased by Marine all the way in the Grand Channel, Kurina knew all too well the importance of a good ship. Except for leaving some necessary money, Kurina took out all the treasures of the Straw Hat Pirates. A full 320 million Baileys. Kurina said with a heartbroken look, we only have so much money. You can't go back on your word. Don't worry. Oguro motioned to Barry to take the money and go to sign the contract with Luffy. Frankie was also very happy after receiving the notice. He always thought that his design might never be realized, but he didn't expect that the opportunity would come into his hands. Don't worry, I will definitely build the best ship in the world. Frankie put his arms together in his signature cheering pose. After successive warnings from Oguluo and Bingshan, although this guy's behavior was still a bit exaggerated, at least he was not so perverted. Oguro asked about the progress of the internal combustion engine by the way, and Frankie said that it was almost at the end. It is estimated that the first finished product will be available in 2 to 3 months. Oguro left the laboratory with satisfaction. This thing is a good thing that can change the world. The city of Seven Waters was prosperous. On the other side of the sea, a strange-looking ship was sailing at high speed, followed by a marine warship following leisurely. This ship has 2 cabins and is dragged forward by 2 huge snakes. The 9 Snakes Pirates, the Perfume Snake. The famous 7 warlords of the sea, the ship of Empress Boya Hancock. Sister, do we really want to go to the capital of Seven Waters? Sandasonia glanced at the marine warship following with some worry. Marine has forcibly recruited us to go to Marineland. Boya Hancock, who has long black hair and a slim figure and is known as the most beautiful woman in the world, glanced at her sister coldly and said sharply, "No one can stop me from going to the capital of 7 waters. Not even Marine. Anyway, no matter who it is, I will forgive you. Because I am so beautiful." The ability of Paramesh's sweet fruit, combined with Hancock's stunning beauty, created an unparalleled attraction for all creatures around him. Yes, my sister is absolutely right. Even though she was Hancock's biological sister, Sandersonia couldn't resist such charm and fell directly in front of Hancock. On the deck, Hancock looked in the direction of the capital of 7 waters and murmured, "I must see with my own eyes the hero who dares to kill the celestial dragons. If it were him, maybe my nightmare could end completely." Behind the perfumed serpent, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel stood on the deck, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He was ordered to recruit the pirate empress, Boya Hancock. As a result, this woman not only refused to accept it, but also turned all her subordinates to stone. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough and stabbed myself in the thigh with a knife to wake myself up, I might have been hit too. Fortunately, Hancock knew that he could not lose his identity as 7 warlords of the sea, so he untied Marine's petrification under the threat of the flying squirrel. But as for the recruitment, Hancock said that he was very busy and had no time to go there now, so he turned around and sailed away directly. Flying Squirrel didn't say anything immediately, but said that he would follow the perfumed snake before the deadline. As a result, as the destination of the perfumed serpent got closer and closer, the Flying Squirrel's face became more and more ugly. "Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel," the adjutant came to Flying Squirrel and said solemnly, "Ahead is the capital of 7 waters. That is the territory of the Holy Spirit Empire. The killing of the celestial dragons in the Sabayati Islands was claimed to be the death of an unknown pirate in despair. But these senior people knew very well that it was Oguro who took action. When they, Marine, went to Oguro's territory, God knows if the other party would think they were here to arrest someone. Once a conflict breaks out, it's a small matter if they die in battle, but it's a huge sin if it affects the deployment of the war at the top." The Flying Squirrel gritted his teeth and thought for a long time before saying, "Follow the normal procedure and contact the capital of 7 waters and tell them that we are going to rest for a while. Everyone on the ship will stay on the warship and will not cause any trouble to them." After saying that, the Flying Squirrel felt extremely depressed. Since when did Marine become so submissive? But he had to do it. If you let the perfumed snake go to the capital of 7 waters, what will you do if the other party turns around and runs away? As for monitoring from a distance, Flying Squirrel doesn't think that the 7 Rivers City will not be able to monitor the movements of his warship. It will be easier to cause misunderstandings if there is no notice hanging around people's homes. After much thought, this method is the safest. In the capital of 7 Rivers, Oguro received 2 applications for parking, and he was also confused. Hancock, what is she here for? Looking for Luffy. Chapter 123 Luffy's Request. Oguro's first reaction was that the constricting power of the timeline was working again. After all, in the original timeline, Luffy learned from Hancock that Ace was going to be executed, and used her ship to go to Impel Down to save people. As for the Flying Squirrel, Oguro doesn't care. With the current strength of the 7 Waters capital, they are not afraid even if they make trouble. Just make the normal arrangements. Oguro explained. At the port, Hancock rushed to find Oguro as soon as he got off the boat. The port staff couldn't resist Hancock's charm and immediately told him where Oguro lived. Knowing the address, Hancock walked away. The Flying Squirrel behind also heard where Hancock was going. After much hesitation, the Flying Squirrel still didn't dare to follow. The 7 Rivers capital's willingness to allow them to dock was already a huge favor to Tien. If you were to find Oguro himself, no one would believe you if you said you were not here to cause trouble. Fortunately, Hancock's ship and most of the crew remained in port. As long as you keep an eye on the ship, you don't have to worry about Hancock running away. Sister, do we really not care about Marine's recruitment? In this way, the position of 7 warlords of the sea will not be preserved, right? By this time Sandersonia had returned to normal and began to worry again. I never thought that someone like Fire Fist Ace would be caught. He is the captain of Whitebeard's second team. Before Hancock could speak, a voice interrupted suddenly. Ace. Are you talking about Ace? Who caught him? Several people turned around and saw Luffy holding a piece of meat in one hand and looking at them anxiously. Straw Hat Luffy, one of this year's supernovas, with a bounty of 200 million belly. Sandersonia actually recognized this newcomer to the pirate world. She replied casually, of course he was captured by Marine. They are going to execute Firefist Ace in Marineland. What did you say? Luffy threw away the water and flesh in his hands, grabbed Sandersonia's shoulders and roared angrily. How could Ace be executed? He promised me that he would help Whitebeard become One Piece. Sandersonia was startled by Luffy's actions. The next second, a slender beautiful leg flew over and kicked Luffy away. Ignorant person, who allowed you to approach us? Hancock had a scowl on his face. She doesn't like men and doesn't allow men to get close to her sisters. It hurts, it hurts. Luffy rolled around on the ground holding his head. Why does it hurt so much? I'm a rubber man. Hancock smiled disdainfully. You don't even know how to be domineering. Such a person can actually become a supernova. The pirates are really inferior to each other. Before Luffy could calm down, Hancock swung his skirt and walked towards Oguro's residence with his head held high. By the time Luffy stood up, he had long since disappeared. He could only ask passers-by while looking for Hancock. At Oguro's residence, he is exercising the ability of the magnetic fruit, using magnetic fields to interfere with the internal structure of coins. Reorganizing the structure of matter is not yet possible, but you can still try to disrupt it. At this time, there was a commotion outside the gate. Oguro stood up and looked outside, only to see a tall and beautiful figure walking in. Hancock. Why is she here? Oguro was a little surprised, but he still opened the door and welcomed the person in. Otherwise, the crowd of onlookers outside will probably grow in number. I have to say that Hancock, who is officially defined as the most beautiful woman in the world by One Piece, is indeed quite charming. Oguro's eyes were attracted unconsciously. But then, Oguro felt horrified and released his spiritual pressure a little, and then he felt back to normal. Is this the ability of sweet fruit? It's really terrifying. Oguro secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It would be really embarrassing if this was controlled. Seeing Oguro himself, Hancock couldn't suppress his excitement and said, Sir Oguro, I finally see you. Oguro was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, we shouldn't have any intersection, right? Hancock immediately shook his head crazily and said, although we have never met, I know your deeds very well. You are so awesome. You killed 2 scum in one move. At the end of the sentence, Hancock's voice was trembling, obviously recalling something horrific. Although he didn't say it directly, Oguro reacted immediately. This is because I know that he killed the Tianlong people, so I came to express my gratitude. He smiled faintly. They're just a bunch of scum. Just kill them. They're nothing at all. As soon as these words came out, Hancock suddenly felt that Oguro's whole body was shining with light. Really? This man is a real hero. He can save us from our nightmares. Looking at Oguro's face, Hancock's eyes gradually became blurred. Ah, why are there such heroic people in this world? Oguro noticed that Hancock seemed to be a little abnormal, so he tentatively shouted, Hancock. Upon hearing this call, the scene in front of Hancock immediately spun around and changed dramatically. When she took a closer look, she didn't know when she had put on a wedding dress, and Oguro was slowly walking towards her in a handsome and elegant dress. Hancock. Oguro's voice was so gentle. She saw Oguro slowly walking towards her and was about to take her into his arms. She felt as if she was going to get drunk on this sweetness. Oguro, are you here? At this moment, a sharp and high voice sounded, completely shattering this beautiful scenery like a soap bubble. Who? Which BD ruined my beautiful life? Hancock stood up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Luffy rushed in, his eyes lit up when he saw Hancock, and he shouted excitedly. Great, you are indeed here. Hancock became even more angry when he saw Luffy. You're such a rude person again. Let's see how I deal with you. Hancock jumped up and kicked Luffy with his right leg like an iron whip. Fragrant feet. Oguro was completely shocked by this scene. It's okay that these two people didn't become a couple, so why did they start fighting? With Luffy's current strength, if he were kicked by this fragrant kick, he would be crippled even if he died. In desperation, Oguro could only shout, "Hancock, don't do it." What Oguro didn't expect was that the moment he heard his voice, Hancock actually forcibly took back the kicked leg. "Since it is your order from Mr. Oguro, I will let you go for now," Hancock said coldly to Luffy. Although he didn't know what happened, Oguro was still happy that the two didn't really fight. He asked Luffy, "Luffy, why did you come to see me?" Luffy shook his head, pointed at Hancock and said, "It's her I'm looking for." "I want to ask, where is Ace now?" Chapter 124 Heading to Impel City. Oguro understood. "It turns out that I got the news that Ace is going to be executed." Although it failed to capture Hancock's heart like the original work, the source of the intelligence remained the same. Hancock heard this and said coldly, "Where else could it be?" "Impel Down, of course. All felons will be imprisoned there." "Impel Down. I got it. Thank you very much." Luffy bowed deeply to Hancock, turned around and left. Oguro rolled his eyes when he saw this and shouted, "Luffy, are you planning to go there like this?" Luffy turned his head and said very firmly, "Ace is my sworn brother. No matter where he is, I will save him." Hearing his words, Hancock showed a look of disdain on his face. "Don't be ridiculous. With your little strength, I'm afraid you can't even get through the gate of Impel City. The warden there, Magellan, is as powerful as General Marine. You, a rookie who doesn't even know how to be domineering, will have no effect other than helping them increase their performance." However, Luffy remained determined. "Even so, I have to go." Sure enough, Luffy is still the same Luffy. There are times when you are smart, but there are more times when you are wrong. If it weren't for the Son of Luck, he would have died on the way. Oguro sighed and pointed at Hancock and said, "If you want to enter Impel Down City safely, why not beg the person in front of you?" "Huh, what do you mean?" Luffy was stunned. Oguro spread his hands and said, "This is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Pirate Empress, Boya Hancock. Marine recruits her to go to Marineventer to ensure a smooth execution. You will pass through Impel Down City on the way. With her help, you still have a chance to sneak into Impel Down City." "Really? That's up to you." Luffy immediately knelt down to Hancock. Hancock frowned slightly and said to Oguro, "Sir Oguro, do you want me to go to Marineland?" To be honest, Hancock is a very willful person. She didn't want to bother with Marine's recruitment order at all. Oguro said helplessly, "You are the Emperor of Nine Snakes Island. You have to think about your own people, right? I don't recommend that you fall out with Marine before you have the strength to confront Marine head-on." Hancock nodded immediately after hearing this. "Your Majesty, Oguro is right. I don't know if she really listened to it, or if she agreed so happily because it was Oguro who said it." Hancock said to Luffy condescendingly, "As long as Mr. Oguro intercedes for you, I will reluctantly help you." "Thank you so much." Luffy was overjoyed when he heard this and kowtowed his head to the ground. "Sister, you are too messy," Sundar Sonia screamed. "It's okay on board, but it's impossible to get into Impel Down. There's no way such a big man can hide." As expected, Luffy then offered to hide it under Hancock's dress. After all, Hancock is 1.91 meters tall, which is nearly 20 centimeters taller than Luffy. Moreover, as a rubber man, Luffy can further compress and fold his body, occupying less space. However, unlike the original timeline, Hancock here refused without hesitation. "No, how can I hide another man in my skirt?" In the original timeline, Hancock agreed because she was devoted to Luffy. He doesn't mind even if he is held by Luffy. But now, she already has someone else in her heart, and of course she can't accept Luffy being so close to her. Looking at Hancock's fiery gaze, Oguro was no longer an inexperienced boy, so he naturally understood her thoughts clearly. In this case, of course he couldn't watch Luffy stick to his future woman. He thought for a while and said, "Isn't Luffy a rubber man? Just find a slightly larger bag and stuff him into it. Let Marigold carry it, and you can enter the Impel City." Among the 3 sisters, Marigold has the plumpest figure, and it is not unconventional at all to carry a larger bag. In an emergency, Hancock can also use sweet fruits to disrupt the scene and help Luffy buy time. Hancock said, "In this case, it is feasible." Several people discussed the specific details again. Oguro even revealed some information about Impel Down to Luffy. There is a demon king named Ivankov on the 5th floor of Impel City. If you meet him, you can seek his help. He is very familiar with your father. As long as you tell him who your father is, he will not reject you. Really, I remember it. Although he didn't know who Ivankov Oguro was talking about, Luffy still kept it in his mind. The Straw Hat Pirates soon learned about Ace. Zoro and others also want to go to Impel Down to rescue people, but Hancock and the others are at their limit by just sending Luffy in. Even if Zoro and the others are unwilling, they can only stay in the Seven Waters capital and wait for news. In the next few days, Oguro no longer paid special attention to Luffy's situation, but got in touch with Aizen Sosuke. As a potential newcomer highly recommended by Garp, Aizen Sosuke was also summoned to Marinefando, taking this opportunity to accumulate a wave of military exploits. Aizen Sosuke took advantage of the time before the war to have a good exchange with the Marine Mesozoic and Cenozoic. Smoker and Tina have a very good impression of him. In addition, with the help of Garp, he even became familiar with General Aokiji. As long as I perform well in this war on the top, there should be no problem for me to be promoted to colonel. Aizen Sosuke said confidently. Oguro laughed when he heard this. You are too conservative. In my opinion, at least you are a major general. Aizen Sosuke was shocked. General is the mainstay of Marine, how could he be awarded it so easily? But seeing how confident his Soul King was, Aizen Sosuke wisely did not raise any objection. Oguro also saw Aizen Sosuke's suspicion, but he smiled and did not explain. In the original timeline, due to this war at the top, Marine's top management changed drastically, it lost important combat power, and had to conduct a global conscription. People like Fujitora and Green Bull, who have no qualifications at all, can be promoted to generals. Aizen, as a meritorious minister, isn't it natural for Sosuke to be given the rank of Major General? If they are reluctant to even do this, those senior lieutenant generals will definitely not agree. In other words, Aizen Sosuke's qualifications are still relatively junior. Otherwise, Oguro really wants him to exert his strength and directly grab a general spot. By the way, be careful with Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. His devil fruit is blessed by the spirit of Buddha and will most likely have a restraining effect on your Kyoka Suigetsu. Don't perform hypnosis on him without being fully prepared. Oguro reminded Aizen Sosuke seriously. Chapter 125 Malinfando. Although Kyoka Suigetsu is almost a bug in Shinigami's original work, the devil fruit in the One Piece world is no less impressive. Oguro doesn't want Aizen Sosuke to accidentally capsize. Yes, I understand. In fact, there is no need for Oguro to remind him. Aizen Sosuke had seen this Marine Fleet Admiral once from a distance. He felt an almost complete soul in the other person. It is impossible for your own Kyoka Suigetsu to complete hypnosis on the opponent. However, I don't need complete hypnosis Sengoku. He is just an undercover agent, and he is not trying to turn the entire Marine into his puppet. The two ended the call. Not long after, Oguro also received a call from Hancock. The Straw Hat guy failed. Ace was taken away early because he made too much noise. There was a hint of regret in Hancock's tone. After all, if Luffy succeeded, she wouldn't have to fight the Whitebeard pirates. And you can also watch a good joke between Marine and world government. Unfortunately it didn't work out. Where's Luffy? Oguro asked. Hancock said uncertainly, disappeared on the 5th floor of Impel Down. He must have been hiding. Oguro's heart moved. The 5th floor of Impel Down City. Then he should have met Ivankov. Sure enough, I still need to jailbreak once. Oguro shook his head. It was not his turn to worry about the Son of Destiny yet. Now that Ace has been taken away, the war begins. It's time to make some preparations yourself. That night, Oguro received news that everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates wanted to go to sea. It turns out that Luffy contacted them after successfully escaping from prison to report that he was safe. After learning that Luffy was heading to Marinefando, they couldn't sit still. There was no way to push forward the city before, but now the captain is going to fight for his life, how can they turn a blind eye? Unfortunately, the construction of the Wanli Sunshine has just begun, so they can only drive the melee that I just repaired to Marinefando. I said, are you sure you want to go to Marineland? The newspaper said that Marine has gathered 100,000 elites there. If you go, you will die. In the dock, Barry was persuading the Straw Hat Pirates to put the Mary into the sea. "We are partners. Even if we die, we will die together." While Luffy was away, Zoro took up the banner of the team and said unswervingly, "That's right. We will definitely rescue Luffy and Ace." Usopp raised one hand in the air, looking fierce. Unfortunately, his trembling legs betrayed his true feelings. Although the other few people didn't speak, their eyes said everything. Barry sighed helplessly. Although the melee has been repaired, no one can tell how long it will last. "I can only wish you good luck. It's been a big help." Zoro solemnly expressed his thanks. Under night, the melee set sail. Oguro stood in the distance and watched quietly. He has already seen the ship spirit of the Mary. He is a very ignorant and pure soul. It feels a lot like a Zanpakuto to him. Oguro once asked it if it needed help in getting him out of the Mary and getting a new life. The result was rejected. Shipling's answer is simple. He was to stay on the Mary. If one day in the future, the Straw Hats encounter any trouble, he can also help them once. Now, as Shipling said, it's time for him to take action. Oguro knew in his heart that after this incident, the melee would not be able to escape the fate of being buried in the sea. Even if it can get to Malinfando, it can't escape the hail of bullets there. There's not much time left for Ace's execution. They can't make it, right? Barry said helplessly on the side. Oguro smiled when he heard this. "No. They can catch up. You underestimate the power of the boat spirit." The reason why Oguro feels that the ship spirit is similar to the Zanpakuto is because the existence of the ship spirit seems to make the ship complete the Shikai. The performance of all aspects of the ship has been greatly enhanced, and it can also sail with its own consciousness. The melee can definitely choose the shortest route and go straight to Wonglong. 5 days later, the day for Ace's execution finally arrived. In order to promote his strength and prestige, Marine chose to live broadcast the entire process. This incident caused quite a stir on the sea. But at the same time, some people are wondering, why is there no movement at all from the Whitebeard pirates? Many people began to speculate. "I guess I'm scared. After all, they are 100,000 elite Marines. No matter how strong the Whitebeard pirates are, they cannot be the opponent of 100,000 people. It makes sense. I heard that the 7 warlords of the sea were also recruited this time. If the Whitebeard pirates dare to go, they will probably be wiped out." A group of ignorant people mocked the Whitebeard pirates wantonly. However, those who really understand them are sitting on pins and needles at the moment. For example, Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. At the moment he is furious in the office. "What do you mean missing? Didn't I ask you to monitor Whitebeard's whereabouts the whole time?" A bitter voice came from the phone. "Whitebeard and the others planned it. All the surveillance ships were devastated almost at the same time. When we received the news and rushed over, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was gone. Waste. They are all waste." Warring States cursed loudly. Lieutenant General He on the side couldn't stand it anymore and persuaded him, "Don't blame them. If Whitebeard wants to do something, of course these little guys can't stop it. The most important thing now is to be prepared to deal with it. No matter what tricks Whitebeard is playing, he will eventually come to Malinfando." Warring States nodded. "Forget it. Now we can only do our best and obey fate. It's 6 o'clock, 6 hours before execution time. More than 50 battleships have gathered at the port of Marinafando. Densely packed Marine soldiers walk towards the port square. This is where Ace will be executed. It is also the battlefield of the top war." Aizen Sosuke stood aside with Smoker and Tina, looking at the crowd of people with solemn expressions. As the saying goes, the number of people exceeds 10,000 and is boundless. There are 100,000 elites gathered here. You too. Please be careful in this battle. Even those with abilities will die if they are not careful on such a battlefield. Aizen Sosuke pushed up his glasses and spoke sincerely. "Don't worry, I'm not a novice." Tina tossed her hair and her eyes were extremely firm. Then she looked at Smoker and said in a condescending tone, "It's Smoker. Don't think you are Logia and run rampant in there. It's hard for you to suffer being targeted by those division captains. No one will wipe your this time." Smoker suddenly had black lines all over his head. "You don't need to remind me. Although I am a little reckless, I am not stupid, okay? The Whitebeard pirates are not something he can handle alone." Suddenly, the turbulent square became quiet. Behind the square, several guys exuding a dangerous aura walked over arrogantly. Chapter 126 The Game Between World Government and Marine. Shichibukai is coming. China took a deep breath of cigarette, her face not very pretty. Walking at the front was Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was walking like a stranger. Followed closely was Bartholomew Bear, who was holding a book in one hand and was unsmiling. Behind them are the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, and the world's greatest swordsman, Jorakal Mahawk. Get away, Marine. Don't block the road. Doflamingo arrogantly scolded a Marine in front of him. This Marine holds the rank of captain, but at this moment he can only get out of the way in frustration. Several 7 warlords of the sea passed majestically through the Marine headquarters, not paying any attention to the 100,000 Marine elites. When Smoker saw this, he was not as polite as Tina, and said angrily, "Dear Marine, you actually have to rely on pirates to fight." How ridiculous. Tina immediately said, "Okay. Smoker." Shichibukai responded to the world government's call to help. "At least it can help us reduce some losses." Smoker smiled disdainfully. "Loss reduction. Thank God they don't hold us back. If it really came in handy, these people wouldn't be pirates anymore." Tina was speechless. In fact, she didn't believe in this group of so-called 7 warlords of the sea. However, because of Marine's position, she cannot openly question or object to the world government's decision. Aizen Sosuke had a thoughtful look in his eyes and whispered, "I guess, rather than letting Shichibukai contribute, the real purpose of the world government is to promote its own power." Facing the doubtful looks of the two people, Aizen Sosuke explained softly. With Marine's huge force under his command, he can also make a group of big pirates obey his orders, and use this to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, who are known as the strongest in the world. There is no doubt that anyone who sees it will be amazed by the supreme power of the world government. Speaking of this, Aizen Sosuke pushed up his glasses, and the lenses reflected a silver light, and his rich voice came out. More importantly, if all the credit for this must-win war falls on Marine, then Marine's prestige will be too great. At that time, even the world government may not be able to fully control Marine. But with Shichibukai, we can share some of the credit. And Marine has to rely on pirates to win the war, which will undoubtedly weaken Marine's prestige. Then, Marine will still be firmly controlled by the world government. For the world government, this is much more important than Marine's feelings and losses. Smoker and Tina were shocked. Is there so much emphasis on this? It may sound incredible, but after combing through it carefully, it actually makes perfect sense. Ta ta ta, a crisp sound of applause came. I never expected that there are such keen talents among the younger generation. The 3 of them turned around and saw an old woman with gray hair walking over with a smile. Marine Chief Advisor, Crane. Lieutenant General Crane. The 3 of them immediately saluted. Don't look at the fact that his military rank is only Lieutenant General. According to her position, she can give orders to the general in emergencies. Moreover, as a legendary figure of the same generation as Sengoku and Garp, Suru's prestige in Marine is no weaker than that of the first 2. He looked at the elegant Aizen Sosuke with satisfaction in his eyes. It's really hard on you for a talented person like you to stay with that old boy Garp. Aizen Sosuke said with a smile, "Thank you, Lieutenant General Suru. Lieutenant General Garp took good care of me, nothing was too hard for me." Hearing this, he just smiled. What kind of virtue can Garp not know? I won't say it here, just to save him some face. Lieutenant General Crane. At this time, the hot-tempered Smoker couldn't help it anymore. The world government is plotting against us Marine, are we just going to tolerate it? He looked at his appearance and sighed helplessly. Why do they want to be restricted by others? But Marine relies on world government for 90% of its military expenditure. What will happen if you don't listen to them? He said calmly. Some things don't depend on whether you are willing or not, but you have to do it. Marine cannot resist the world government, otherwise this sea will fall into complete chaos. She looked at the 3 people in front of her steadily and said, "What you have to do is to uphold justice and destroy the pirates. As for those bad things, let us old bones deal with them. Young people, it's better to charge forward with full energy." She patted Aizen Sosuke on the shoulder and said to the 3 of them, "If you feel dissatisfied, just perform well in this war. When you reach a high enough position, you can then think of ways to make changes for Marine. Smoker's expression suddenly became serious, and he saluted vigorously. Yes. I understand. Crane nodded with satisfaction and went to check the preparations of the square. Sengoku stared at Whitebeard's news in the office. The three major players will be recuperating for the upcoming war. Only she, the old woman, came to check. You mean Garp? That guy still looks like he's out of his mind. Let him check out who knows what. Aizen Sosuke looked at the Crane's back and thought to himself, awesome. In just a few words, he exposed the world government's suppression of Marine, and also boosted the morale of the younger generation. The response was perfect. Lord Soul King is right. There is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon on the sea. Aizen Sosuke adjusted his glasses and showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This is right. Wouldn't it be boring if we didn't even have an opponent? Suddenly, there was a burst of noise from behind the square. The three of them looked up and saw several giant lieutenants slowly walking over and standing in the open space near the 7 warlords of the sea. There are not many giants in Marine, but they are all carefully selected elites. Because of their physical talents, giants are not only extremely powerful, but also have tenacious vitality. It can be said that he is a born warrior. It's finally starting. Tina finished smoking the lady's cigarette in her hand and threw it into the trash can. All the lieutenant generals who had not appeared before appeared. Under the execution platform, 3 figures sat on 3 majestic and domineering chairs. In the middle is Akainu Sakazuki. On the right is Pelusalino, the yellow ape. The one on the left is Aokiji Kuzan. Marine's highest combat power. 3 generals. The mere appearance of the 3 people caused excited cheers from the 100,000 elite Marines below. The momentum of the mountain roaring and the tsunami made even the 7 warlords of the sea and others who were accustomed to big scenes change their expressions slightly. Foo. Is this the most powerful force in the sea? It really scares me, a pirate. Even so, there was no fear on Doflamingo's face. He already had a premonition that this war would definitely affect the entire world. By then, his goal will have a chance to be achieved. Chapter 127 revealed. Ace's true identity. Smoker looked at the cheering Marines and couldn't help but sigh. 100,000 elites. If something happens, Marine's prestige will be dealt a devastating blow. Tina said with relief, how can there be any surprises? This time the whole process will be broadcast live. Warring States Fleet Admiral must be fully prepared. The Whitebeard pirates are strong, but trying to compete with the entire Marine Corps on their own is undoubtedly a fantasy. No matter who it is, when they see an army of 100,000 people, they will be full of confidence. Smoker shook his head. That man is called the strongest man in the world. To be honest, numbers are actually useless in front of him. If he hadn't needed Ace the Fire Fist, I doubt if Malinfando would have been able to stay intact. Whitebeard's Paramesha, the quake fruit, can easily cause super disasters such as earthquakes or tsunamis. In the face of the power of nature, there is no difference at all between 100,000 people and 200,000 people. If Oguro were here, he would definitely applaud Smoker. In the original timeline, Whitebeard was responsible for a huge earthquake that destroyed half of Marine Vando. If it weren't for Ace's safety, Whitebeard would definitely kill you, Malinfando. Tina slapped Smoker hard on the back, hating that iron could not make steel. Before the war, what depressing words can you say? Sengoku Fleet Admiral is a famous, wise general. He must have considered various situations. You just need to obey the orders honestly. Smoker heard this and smiled. That's right. It seems that my practice is not enough. I am still nervous before the battle. Taking a deep breath, Smoker's face showed a touch of determination. Let's go. It's time for us to get ready. The 3 of them saluted each other and went to their respective positions. Looking at the backs of the other 2 people, Aizen Sosuke showed an imperceptible sneer. This battle will probably go far beyond Sengoku's plan. Faced with the surprise prepared by Lord Soul King, Sengoku Fleet Admiral, how will you respond? I'm also very curious. 9 o'clock in the morning. There are still 3 hours left before the official execution. Although the entire square is still busy, carrying various firearms and shells, etc. But there were fewer and fewer people speaking, and the atmosphere was becoming more and more depressing, as if a dark cloud was hanging over Malinfando. Is it finally here? Aizen Sosuke glanced back vaguely. A shirtless man with his hands tightly locked by seafloor stone handcuffs was escorted to the execution platform by 2 Marine soldiers. Portgas D. Ace. Many Marines looked at Ace's figure with doubts in their hearts. Although Ace is a big pirate with a bounty of 550 million Baileys. But among the pirates Marine has caught over the years, there are many who have higher bounties than his. Why did this man have to be publicly executed, even at the cost of summoning 100,000 elite Marines for this purpose? Apparently it was to deal with Whitebeard. But to those smart ears this is a joke. It's true that Whitebeard is the leader of the 4 emperors who dominate the New World. But how old is he? How many more years can he dominate? And what Whitebeard likes to do most at sea is to take in sons and play house with his sons. To say that his threat to the world situation is actually very small. Even because of his existence, he has intimidated many ambitious people. Otherwise, why do you think Fishman Island can fly the Whitebeard flag but Marine doesn't make things difficult for them? Don't say there are too many risks under the sea. Since Fishman Island needs the protection of Whitebeard's flag, it means that there are many people who can threaten them. Marine doesn't want to take action, isn't it because it's unnecessary? But now, why do we need to make such a big move? Behind the execution platform, as Ace knelt down on the execution platform, 2 figures came out. Marine's 2 Optimus pillars, Sengoku and Garp. Garp, I'm going to make an announcement next. If you can't accept it, just go down. Warring States said in a deep voice. Garp struggled with his expression, and finally said dejectedly, leave it to you. Watching Garp leave, Sengoku's tense spirit finally relaxed. He is really afraid that Garp will make a mistake at this critical moment. If this happens, Marine will become a joke to the entire ocean. Garp, don't blame me. Warring States silently apologized in his heart and strode onto the execution platform. Coming to Ace's side, Sengoku roared into the loudspeaker, everyone is silent. There is something that needs to be announced to everyone in the world. About the necessity of executing Portgas D. Ace. I believe many colleagues have similar doubts, right? Warring States' words silenced the audience, and everyone's eyes were focused on them. There is indeed a problem, China said with an incomprehensible expression. Smoker looked confused. Aizen Sosuke didn't care about this, he already knew the answer to the mystery. Sengoku faced Ace and said coldly, Portgas D. Ace, tell me your father's name. Marine was in an uproar. Isn't Ace Whitebeard's son? A few people immediately realized that this should be Ace's biological father. Ace looked gloomy and roared, my father is a Whitebeard. He will only be a Whitebeard. Wrong. Sengoku sternly refuted Ace's words. We received intelligence at that time and finally found the island, but because we had no definite clues, we missed your mother. But there's nothing we can do about it. After all, no one would have thought that a mother could actually nurture a baby for 20 months by her own will before giving birth. Your mother, Portgas D. Rouge, also exhausted her vitality and died after giving birth to you. That's why you were born 1 year and 3 months after that man's death, becoming a son who theoretically has no relationship. It's a pity that there are no eternal secrets in this world. When you went to sea as a pirate, we finally discovered the clues. It's impossible for you not to know that your biological father is One Piece Galdi. Roger. As soon as these words came out, the entire square fell into deathly silence. One Piece's son? Marine asked tremblingly, seeming to be frightened. This is really incredible. China couldn't help but take out another women's cigarette and started smoking. Not far away, the 7 warlords of the sea also looked shocked. Warring States continued, unfortunately, after we got the exact information, you have been protected by Whitebeard and are preparing to train you to become the next One Piece. No, Ace roared angrily, I came on board because I wanted to help Dad become One Piece. Warring States sneered, I'm afraid you are the only one who thinks so. If I leave you alone and are nurtured by Whitebeard, you will definitely become the top pirate like your father. For the peace of the world, you must be executed. Chapter 128 Big Melee. Ace's life experience instantly detonated the whole world. The ordinary people watching the live broadcast were all shocked and speechless. That Roger actually still has blood left in the world. This is big news. Hurry, send me an urgent issue. At the World Economic News headquarters, Morgans excitedly directed his men to write articles. Report. Warring States Fleet Admiral, there is a problem at the Gate of Justice. Just when everyone was shocked and speechless, a messenger hurried to Warring States' side. A cold light flashed in Zhang Guo's eyes. Gate of Justice. What's going on? The door of justice was opened for no reason, and the person responsible for guarding the door can no longer be contacted. Warring States frowned immediately when he heard this. They have been following the Whitebeard pirates for a long time, and they will not take the door of justice. Even if he leaves, it is impossible to open the door without any news coming back. So, besides Whitebeard, is there anyone else who wants to disrupt the situation? Sengoku's face became increasingly ugly. The feeling that things were out of his control made him uneasy. Before the Warring States period sent people to the Gate of Justice to check the situation, the sentries on the front line screamed. There's a boat! There's a boat coming! Everyone turned to look and saw outside the crescent-shaped harbor, a large fleet of 40 ships broke through the mist and sailed toward Malinfando. It's the Whitebeard pirates! The sentry yelled. Including its 43 affiliated pirate groups, the complete Whitebeard pirates are coming. Warring States looked solemn and glanced back and forth. These more than 40 ships look intimidating. But the most important thing is that Whitebeard's ship Moby DK never appeared. Everyone knows that the most critical aspect of this war is whether Marine can defeat Whitebeard himself. That guy can't hide behind others. Warring States was thinking secretly, but splashes appeared on the sea surface in the harbor like spring water. The next second, a huge pirate ship emerged from the water, a layer of crystal film exuding a charming colorful light in the sun. Behind, 3 smaller pirate ships jumped out of the sea. Seeing this scene, Warring States understood everything instantly. Did the coding come in? No wonder you can avoid our tracking. Whitebeard, you are really good at calculating. In the harbor, the giant pirate ship leading the ship is the Moby DK. Whitebeard's flag flew wildly at the highest point, and a huge figure stood proudly on the bow of the ship. Just seeing this figure, Marine's originally majestic momentum suddenly weakened. The strongest man in the world. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Beulah Lala, Warring States period, we haven't seen each other for decades, right? Whitebeard held the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunchi in his hand, and laughed proudly at the Warring States period. The 100,000 elite Marines in front of him didn't even enter his eyes. When I capture you into Impel Down City, we will have plenty of opportunities to meet. In front of 100,000 Marines, Sengoku certainly couldn't lose his momentum. Dad. At this time, Ace, who was tightly restrained, had tears in his eyes and rushed forward, being pulled hard by Marine on both sides. Ace cried, Why are you here? It's obvious that I acted without permission, and I deserve to die. What are you talking about? My silly son. Whitebeard gave Ace a kind look and said calmly, You obviously followed my orders. Ace was stunned, and the guilt in his heart became even stronger. Whitebeard is trying to silence others and take all the blame on himself. Sorry, Dad, I really don't deserve to be your son. Ace lowered his head, tears rolling down his face. Whitebeard whispered, Be patient a little longer. My son, I will rescue you right away. As he spoke, Whitebeard made fists with his hands, crossed them on his chest, and then pushed hard to both sides. Click. There seemed to be a crack in the space, and terrifying vibrations spread like waves in front of Malinfando. The earth trembled and the sea roared. Countless Marines shouted in horror, What is that? I saw 2 huge water pillars rising into the sky on both sides of Marine Fando, forming huge waves tens of meters high. Yes, it's a tsunami. In the face of such a huge wave, even Marinavando, the world's largest fortress, looks extremely small. Earthquake. Earthquake caused tsunami. Sengoku saw through Whitebeard's power at a glance. His loud voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Even if we have an absolute numerical advantage, don't think we can definitely win. That man has the power to destroy the world. At this moment, all the eyes of the world were focused on the live broadcast. Everyone knows it. The war has begun. Facing the terrifying tsunami, the faces of ordinary Marine soldiers turned pale. Although they are rare elites, they are no match for the power of nature. However, those truly strong men did not waver at all. Whoosh! One of the 3 chairs under the execution platform suddenly became empty. Aokiji's figure appeared in the air, and half of his body blinked to complete the elementalization. He opened his arms to both sides, and the terrifying cold air spread instantly. Ice Age. Click click click. The ice cubes expanded rapidly on the huge waves, but in the blink of an eye, the tsunamis on both sides were completely frozen into huge ice sculptures. Saved. As expected of General Aokiji. Marine cheered. Whitebeard looked at Aokiji of Sorazuka Guo, his eyes slightly cold. Aokiji brat, you dare to ruin my business. Aokiji's expression remained unchanged, but he raised his hand to attack. 2 thorn spear. 2 huge ice spears shot towards Whitebeard, who waved his arms slightly. The terrifying shock wave instantly crushed the ice spear and attacked Aokiji fiercely. Aokiji's body instantly became fully elemental. Bang! The elemental Aokiji was crushed into a pile of crushed ice in the blink of an eye and fell towards the sea. The moment the broken ice touched the sea surface, the sea quickly froze, and the broken ice condensed into a human form again. Aokiji's figure stood intact on the ice. After a few breaths, the sea surface in the harbor was completely frozen, making it difficult for both warships and pirate ships to move. We've got a place to stay. Attack. Get Ace back. The members of the Whitebeard pirates jumped off the pirate ship and rushed towards Marine Fando. Attack. Marine also started a fierce attack. The melee has officially begun. Aizen Sosuke moved his wrist, glanced at the battlefield and murmured. Start from the edge first, and slowly work your way in. According to the order, only Marines with a rank of Lieutenant Colonel or above can engage the enemy in the central area. But if Aizen Sosuke wants to accumulate merit, he cannot just stay on the sidelines. Chapter 129 Aizen joins the battle. Aizen Sosuke walked slowly towards the battlefield where soldiers were fighting hand to hand. A pirate happened to be rushing towards this side. When he saw Aizen Sosuke, he raised his sword and slashed him. Get out of here, thin man with glasses. Aizen Sosuke kept walking and only moved his right hand slightly. Kyoka Suigetsu danced a sword flower in the air, and the pirate fell down with a plop at Aizen Sosuke's feet. A-hole, die. The pirate on the side roared angrily and rushed forward to avenge his compatriots. Aizen Sosuke didn't even bother to turn his head. The Kyoka Suigetsu in his hand turned into several silver sword lights, knocking away all the pirates who tried to surround him. That's Major Sosuke Aizen. Many Marines recognized Aizen Sosuke. He is indeed a genius highly recommended by Lieutenant General Garp. His strength is at least that of a colonel or even a major general. Follow Major Aizen and kill him. Compared to Marines' excitement, the Whitebeard pirates' expressions were much uglier. Damn it, we are no match. Escape first. Go around. Our goal is to save Ace. Don't be obsessed with fighting. This group of pirates wanted to retreat, but Marine held them back. Want to leave? You will all die here today. The morale-boosted Marine killed the nearby pirates and drove them back. UBD. What do you want to do to our subordinates? At this time, 2 voices that almost merged into one sounded from the side of Aizen Sosuke. 2 cat-clawed fists struck Aizen Sosuke's vitals one after the other. Aizen Sosuke glanced lightly. De Kalbane brothers, captains of Whitebeard's pirate group. Although his strength is not as good as those of the captains, he is still a rare expert. Go to hell. The 2 are twin brothers, and their attack coordination is seamless. However, Aizen Sosuke's body seemed to be swayed slightly by leaves blown by the wind. In one step, he passed through the gap in the attack of the De Kalbane brothers. Wah! What? The 2 men's hearts trembled, and they turned around to give chase. However, they found out. No matter how hard I try, I can't take a step forward. Puff! Blood spurted out from both men. The 2 of them looked down and saw a long scar on their chests. How is that possible? I didn't even see him take out the knife. Before falling down, this thought flashed through their minds at the same time. No, this guy is very strong. Go and inform the captains. He is not something we can handle. Aizen Sosuke still walked forward as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. All pirates who dared to stand in his way were killed with one blow. Soon, the situation here attracted the attention of both warring parties. Isn't that Garp's adjutant? He seems to be very capable. Warring states touched his chin. There was another person worth cultivating among the younger generation. He seems to be a good swordsman. I'll meet him. Seeing Aizen Sosuke almost single-handedly penetrated from the outside to the center. The captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Beasta, couldn't sit still and rushed towards Aizen Sosuke. Speaking of which, both of them are captains of the 5th Division. This kind of confrontation seems to be a kind of fate. Storm of flowers. Beasta swung his 2 swords, and the fierce sword energy was like thousands of flowers lingering around, killing Aizen Sosuke. Aizen Sosuke raised his eyebrows slightly. This move is a bit similar to Byakuya Kuchiki's Senbon Sakura. It's a pity that it's just not as powerful. Aizen Sosuke lifted Kyoka Suigetsu, and thick armament-colored haki instantly covered the sword, making the sword extremely black. Clang! Aizen Sosuke stabbed the center of the sword energy flower with his sword. The flower instantly collapsed and the sword energy disappeared. Beasta's face darkened. The opponent could actually see through the flaws in his moves at a glance. No, maybe it's just a coincidence. Beasta is very confident in his swordsmanship. Otherwise, he would not want to challenge Hawkeye for the position of the greatest swordsman in the world. There are still more than a dozen sword energy flowers left, and he doesn't believe that Aizen Sosuke can crack them all. However, the reality is more cruel. Aizen Sosuke succeeded in one attack, which proved his suspicion. Next, he danced Kyoka Suigetsu with his right hand quickly, leaving only a blurry afterimage in the air. And those sword energy flowers of Beasta are like fragile soap bubbles, which were collapsed by Aizen Sosuke. How is this possible? Beasta was completely dumbfounded. He is a swordsman who has been famous for a long time. In the end, a little-known Little Marine defeated his favorite sword move. Oh, it seems there are good swordsmen in Marine too. Behind the battlefield, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, glanced here with an expression of appreciation. Both Beasta and Aizen Sosuke are rare and superb swordsmen. If I have the chance, I really want to play against them. Boy, no matter who you are, don't even think about hurting my companions again. Beasta raised both swords and launched a fierce attack on Aizen Sosuke. Rose Dance. Countless red roses completely enveloped Aizen Sosuke. Fancy. There was a hint of disdain in Aizen Sosuke's eyes. This kind of move may be very good for torturing vegetables, but for a strong person of the same level, this kind of move is full of flaws. Spreading the power seems to leave the opponent with no way to retreat, but in fact, every part of the power becomes a weak point. With the same strength, as long as you concentrate your strength on a single breakthrough, this move will be useless. Aizen Sosuke raised Kyoka Suigetsu, and the aura of armament on the sword became more intense. The haki of wisdom and color is turned on at the same time, looking for the weakest point in Beasta's moves. There, in an instant, Aizen Sosuke's eyes moved, and the Kyoka Suigetsu in his hand was slashed out with force. Stab! There was a sound as if the cloth was being torn, and Beasta's rose dance was instantly penetrated, revealing a small hole. Aizen Sosuke's body flashed and he got out of this loophole. Of course, I didn't use Shunpo, but Marine's shaver. After this move, Beasta's eyes also gained a touch of solemnity. He no longer dared to use those flashy moves, but instead competed with Aizen Sosuke one move after another. Aizen Sosuke also estimated that he could almost do it, so he controlled his strength and fought with Beasta. If Beasta is easily defeated again, I'm afraid Whitebeard will have to die personally. The real drama hasn't started yet, so he can't take the spotlight. On the high platform, after watching the duel between Aizen Sosuke and Beasta, Mihawk turned his attention to Whitebeard opposite. Sensing Mihawk's restless aura, Doflamingo sneered. Foo. What, are you planning to join the war? Chapter 130. Don't think about it. Mihawk's actions immediately attracted the attention of many people. Even Akainu, who was sitting on the execution platform, couldn't help but said, I didn't expect that. That Mihawk would actually take the initiative. Mihawk ignored these good-looking looks and stared at Whitebeard firmly. I just want to see how big the gap is between me and that person. As the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk is a pure warrior, with a passion to challenge the strong that is no less than anyone else's. Mihawk clenched the black knife Yi behind his back. As one of the only 12 supreme sharp knives in the world, it is the only one worthy of the Mihawk. Whoosh! Mihawk's movements were as fast as lightning, and he slashed down with one blow from a distance of hundreds of meters. There are no fancy tricks, just the purest slashing. The cyan sword energy instantly split the ground and flew towards the Moby DK like a swimming dragon. Along the way, both Marines and pirates hurriedly dodged. The world's greatest swordsman's full blow was something they couldn't defeat. However, faced with this massive blow, Whitebeard stood motionless on the bow of the Moby DK. There was even a hint of arrogant sneer on the corner of his mouth. "Ho, if you want to touch Daddy, you have to get through me first." A strong figure suddenly jumped out and stood in front of the Moby DK. Boom! The huge sword energy hit this person hard, making a deafening sound. Immediately afterwards, everyone discovered that the sword energy was firmly blocked in front of them, making it difficult for them to move forward even half a step. Roar! The man roared angrily, raised his hands violently, and the terrifying sword energy was instantly drawn into the air and dissipated into the horizon. Everyone looked intently and saw a man covered in shining diamonds standing firmly on the spot with not a single scratch on his body. It's Captain Josie. Woo-hoo! Long live Captain Joes! The Whitebeard pirates cheered instantly. The captain of the 3rd Division, Josie, is a Paramesha Shining Fruit user. Can turn any part of the body into diamond, gaining indestructible defense and extremely high attack power. Mahawk narrowed his eyes slightly. Diamond, Josie. He is truly worthy of the man who was known as the Diamond Shield. With him here, any attempt to test Whitebeard's strength would be in vain. Mahawk took back his black knife, knight, and walked aside silently. He is interested in Whitebeard, but he will not fight with Whitebeard for Marine. The scene returned to the brutal fighting between ordinary people. Sky Island, Seraite. This Mahawk is pretty good. It's a pity that he was blocked by someone, otherwise we could have seen Whitebeard's strength. Yoruichi looked at the live broadcast and commented with interest. Sui Feng wondered at the side, Lord Spirit King, why don't we set off yet? Oguro, who had been watching the live broadcast with great interest, laughed when he heard this and said, it's not yet time. Of course, important figures must appear at the critical moment. Oguro has never forgotten that he still has a systematic mission to make the Kingdom of God famous. Being on a stage as big as war is the perfect time to do this mission. It's just that the war hasn't reached its climax yet, so it would be a waste of opportunity for him to go now. Marinavando, with the attack of Josie and many affiliated captains, finally tore a hole in Marine's defense line outside the harbor. Kizaru tried to capture the thief first and launched the 8-foot Magatama directly on Whitebeard. As a result, they were all stopped by Marco and kicked out. Then I saw him uttering harsh words but not taking action. Sure enough, the old fish king is here. Finally Akainu couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at the huge ice block thrown by Josie, his right arm completely turned into a ball of magma. Big fire breathing. The huge lava fist burned the ice, and then turned into volcanic bombs all over the sky, covering the charging pirates. With just one move, the Whitebeard pirates, who had high morale, were completely suppressed. It's troublesome. Marco, who was floating in the air, felt his heart sink slightly. Facing so many elite Marines, it will be difficult for our side to break through in one go. The longer it takes, the worse it will be for the Whitebeard pirates. Boom. At this time, from behind the battlefield, a huge figure slowly approached. A warship was slowly lifted up by this figure and slammed into the harbor. Ace, I'm here to save you. A loud roar swept across like a storm. Oz Jr., a 38-meter tall descendant of the devil. Even the giants still need to look up when facing him. Wait, little Oz, don't be reckless. Whitebeard immediately shouted to stop. Little Oz is not weak, but he is still not strong enough to face those truly strong ones. However, little Oz continued to move forward regardless. With a simple mind, he only knew that he wanted to save Ace. The silver wire passed through little Oz's shoulder and cut off his left arm at the root. There was even more anger in Whitebeard's eyes. But little Oz's machete has been swung out, and it is impossible to take it back. At this time, a voice sounded like thunder from above. Blood rained down. However, he was still a step too late. The two of them had been fighting for so long, even his physical strength had dropped a lot, and he was breathing heavily. Aizen Sosuke raised his eyes slightly and smiled lightly, it's really spectacular. At another time, I really want to study this magical body of yours. Aizen Sosuke smiled lightly, who knows? But now, I can only say sorry. He didn't have time to think, and his body shot towards Aizen Sosuke like an arrow. Aizen Sosuke slashed his sword into the air. At this moment, he raised the huge machete in his hand and struck Aizen Sosuke. However, Little Oz did not see that there were two people fighting fiercely right in front of him. Beasta was horrified and quickly stopped him. Beasta has never seen this kind of almost perverted control. Whoosh! Marine! Get out of the way! Aizen Sosuke's body stood still, and a thick mass of armed haki emerged from the Kyoka Suigetsu in his hand. Give up. As long as I'm here, none of you can even think about getting there. The next second, a silver line rose from the ground and shot straight into the sky. Aizen Sosuke raised his head, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Clang! Damn BD! Beasta cursed inwardly, but looking at the other side, he still looked calm and calm. Beasta jumped back and distanced himself from Aizen Sosuke. Beasta looked up and saw that Little Oz had rushed behind him. Ace yelled in grief and anger on the execution platform. I thought I met a rival, but in the end I was simply being played with. A strong sense of horror arose in Beasta's heart. The power on the sword has not changed at all from the beginning to the end. Little Oz's machete was cut off instantly like butter cut by a hot knife. Oz. He looked at Aizen Sosuke with a gloomy face and said, You guys, are you hiding your strength? No, Little Oz, get out of here. Chapter 131 Bullet arrives. A-hole, go to hell. The enraged Beasta slashed Aizen Sosuke's neck with his sword. As a result, Aizen Sosuke's body flashed and disappeared directly from his eyes. Beasta, who had taken action in a hurry, was full of flaws at this moment. Boom! Aizen Sosuke kicked Beasta on the side and kicked him away. He is here to gain military glory. If this allows you to break through from yourself, wouldn't it be in vain? Therefore, Aizen Sosuke had to show some real strength. Oh, the young people brought by Garp are very good. The figure as big as Little Oz naturally attracted a lot of attention. Seeing him being repelled by Aizen Sosuke's sword, Sengoku also had a smile on his face. This hand is almost as powerful as an elite lieutenant general. It is precisely with the emergence of such an endless supply of young blood that Marine can keep suppressing the entire sea. Ace. What everyone didn't expect was that after staggering a few times, Little Oz tried to get close to Ace again. Aizen Sosuke frowned slightly. Since you insist on seeking death, you can't blame me. Aizen Sosuke swung his sword, and a sword energy suddenly slashed out, with white lightning dancing on it. This time, Aizen Sosuke's target is Little Oz's head. Buzz. At this moment, a strong shock wave rushed in, directly defeating Aizen Sosuke's sword energy. It even attacked Aizen Sosuke himself. You little brat with glasses. What do you want to do to my son? Whitebeard raised his fist and roared at Aizen Sosuke. Aizen Sosuke's face became serious for the first time. He could feel the destructive power contained in this shock wave. Warring States said that he has the power to destroy the world. It is not completely nonsense. Whoosh whoosh. Aizen Sosuke slashed out more than 10 sword energy in succession, which violently collided with Whitebeard's shock wave in the air. After a series of explosions, Aizen Sosuke finally blocked Whitebeard's attack. It will be very bad if I let you go. Kid. Whitebeard's face was gloomy. He clenched his hands into fists and brought them back to his chest again. This is another big move. Oh, we can't let you destroy our important junior. A beam of light suddenly appeared above Moby DK. Kizaru squeezed his hands, and countless light bullets poured down. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Whitebeard's face froze, and the shock wave that originally wanted to attack Aizen Sosuke had to turn to the air. Boom boom boom. The air burst, and all the light bullets released by Kizaru were crushed into pieces, and even he himself was completely shattered. Whoosh. Kizaru, who turned into light, flew to the other side and regrouped. Yeah, it's really scary. I almost died. Whitebeard snorted. Huh, what a boring trick. Although Whitebeard was restrained by Kizaru, the captains under his command were not. Marco, Beasta, and Josie rushed towards Aizen Sosuke, trying to open a breakthrough from him. Kizaru frowned when he saw this, shook his head and looked at Sengoku, and said to himself, Sengoku-san, are you still okay? In their eyes, Aizen Sosuke is the elite lieutenant general. There is no problem with one-on-one or even one-on-two with the captain under Whitebeard. But 1 against 3, and there is Marco among them, this is definitely not a good thing. Just when the situation on the battlefield was extremely tense, a scream came from the sky. Everyone looked up. I saw a warship falling from the sky. Our son of luck finally appears. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy's roar passed through the entire battlefield. Ace looked at him dumbfounded, completely in disbelief. The battlefield fell into silence briefly. BD Garp, it's your grandson again. Sengoku glared at Garp fiercely, turned around and ordered, let everyone retreat as planned and enter the next phase of combat. Suddenly, a large number of phone calls sounded in the battlefield. The Marines took advantage of this rare opportunity and began to retreat in an orderly manner. Great, Marine is scared, let's rush, a pirate yelled excitedly. Just as the Whitebeard pirates' large fleet was preparing to rush into the harbor, they heard Whitebeard's order. Destroy all the warships outside the harbor. Although they don't know why, these people still did it out of trust in Whitebeard. Seeing this scene, Sengguo's expression did not change at all. As expected of Whitebeard, he saw through our plan at a glance. But it's useless. Even if they don't come in, as long as we can eliminate you, we will be the victor in the end. If you fall into the trap, use firepower to cover them all. If you don't fall into the trap, send out your troops to block the reinforcements and concentrate your superior strength to eliminate Whitebeard. For Marine, with their absolute numerical advantage, they can handle any situation. This is the confidence of the Warring States period. Following the orders of the Warring States period, a group of warships firmly blocked the exit of the harbor. On the defensive wall, groups of pacifists appeared one after another. Not good. Dad is surrounded. Is that the rumored human weapon built by the world government? Don't panic. Dad's previous order obviously saw through Marine's plan. We just need to defeat these warships. After a brief shock, the Whitebeard pirates quickly launched an offensive. However, because the squad leader and most of the attached pirate captains are in the harbor, the peripheral personnel are not strong enough, and it will be impossible to break through the blockade for a while. Whoosh whoosh. The pacifist laser cannon began to pour out firepower crazily, and the pirates in the harbor suffered heavy losses instantly. Damn, there's no way we can save Ace. Luffy yelled unwillingly after being forced back by the laser cannon. Whitebeard's face also darkened. It seems he has to take action. Although from a tactical point of view, he should save his energy to prepare for the battle against the 3 generals and Sengoku. But if everyone under his command died here, it would be useless for him to save his strength. Whitebeard held Kong Yunchi tightly and was about to step onto the battlefield when a domineering voice sounded from not far away. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, you are really getting better and better. You are actually blocked here by a mere Marine. A burst of wild laughter spread throughout the harbor. How dare you mock Whitebeard like this? Everyone subconsciously turned around and saw a strong blonde man standing on the outer defensive wall at some point. The moment he saw them, Sengguo's eyes trembled violently. The devil's spawn, Douglas Bullet. Isn't he imprisoned in Impel Down? Garp's expression was even more solemn. It's not just him, Sengoku. Look behind him. Warring States' eyes moved and he saw 2 old guys appearing behind Bullet. At this moment, Warring States' face, which had always remained calm, was shaken violently for the first time. Chapter 132 Roger Pirates. At this time, Buggy, who was arranging his appearance in the corner of the battlefield and preparing to secretly start a live broadcast, also heard the commotion. He turned around dissatisfied and said, "What's wrong? Which BD is stealing Lousy's limelight? He wants to take this opportunity to face the war and show his face in front of the whole world. At this time, someone is trying to steal his limelight. Isn't that just grabbing food from the tiger's mouth?" Buggy, who turned his head angrily, didn't notice at all that the live phone bug was turned on. Ah, there is a picture. People from all over the world finally saw the scene again. Originally, before the pacifists appeared, the Warring States period had ordered all live broadcasts to be shut down. After all, the next scene is not suitable for the public to watch. They just need to know about Marine's victory. But Warring States never expected that there would be such a weirdo as Buggy at the scene. When the live broadcast screen stabilized, People from all over the country discovered that there was only a strange red-nosed clown in the screen. He had a distorted face at this time, his right hand raised high and pointing into the distance, and his whole body was trembling. Ray, Mr. Rayleigh, Mr. Jabba, and Brother Bullet, why are you here? Buggy's men subconsciously moved the lens of the phone bug over. 3 arrogant figures instantly fell into everyone's eyes. Some slightly older people were stunned on the spot, not even noticing that the wine glass in their hands fell to the ground. How is it possible? The young man who didn't know what was happening quickly asked, what's wrong? Who are they? The middle-aged man ignored him and just said in a trembling voice. One Piece's right wrist, Shilba's Rayleigh. One Piece's left arm, Scabbard Jabba. The devil's spawn, Douglas Bullet. They are, Roger Pirates. Boom. The world fell into endless turmoil. The Roger Pirates have reappeared in front of the world after disappearing for more than 20 years. Could it be that the world is about to go berserk? Weren't all the Roger Pirates executed? Idiot. They must have escaped. The world government just said they were executed for the sake of face. Can Marine still win now? Countless people are horrified. No one can predict the direction of this war. Malinvando. Looking at the 3 bullets who suddenly appeared, Whitebeard said coldly. Bullet, it's not your turn to tell me what to do with me. Bullet smiled disdainfully. The man who was once known as the strongest in the world is still old after all. It doesn't matter. Let us save Roger's son. Although Whitebeard was dissatisfied, he did not refuse. Marine is fully prepared, but its own combat power is obviously insufficient. It would be best if someone is willing to help. Warring State's face looked uglier than ever at this moment. What's going on over there in Impel Down? How could Bullet escape? And Rayleigh and Jabba, these 2 damn old guys. Just take it easy when you retire. Marine actually knew where Rayleigh was all along. It's just that this guy has been keeping to himself all these years, so Marine didn't touch him. I didn't expect that the other party would send such a big gift today. At this time, a messenger came in a hurry. Report Fleet Admiral, someone is using a phone bug to broadcast live. The situation here has been known to the outside world. What did you say? The Warring States period was furious. When the Roger Pirates return to the world and become known to the world, they will definitely cause a huge sensation and the sea will become even more chaotic. Marine has worked so hard to fight this war, not to make pirates more rampant. Go find them quickly and stop the live broadcast. Warring States ordered angrily. Not good. This is really troublesome. Many Marine generals' faces became extremely heavy after seeing the 3 bullets. A Whitebeard has asked them to use 100,000 elites. When the Roger Pirates come again, their chances of winning have dropped to almost 0. In front of these maritime overlords, numbers are just a joke. Some timid Marines began to move back subconsciously. No retreat. At this time, a majestic voice sounded. General Akainu stood on the high platform and looked at Bullet and Whitebeard with cold eyes. As Marines, we must practice justice. No matter what enemy we face, we must never retreat. Under our feet is the land of justice, and behind us is the name of justice. How can we be afraid of mere pirates? Akainu's speech calmed Marine's restlessness a little. At this time, Aokiji also found Buggy, who was broadcasting live, and completely froze the phone bug. The live broadcast was disconnected again. Rayleigh. Warring States took a step forward and roared at Rayleigh. Roger sacrificed his own life for your safety. Are you here now because you want us to reopen the wanted order against you? Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes instantly flashed with a cold light. He said slowly with a cold face, "It is precisely because Roger sacrificed his life for our safety that we cannot sit idly by and ignore it." Clang! Rayleigh drew out a sword that had not been used for 20 years and roared with murderous intent. "When you massacred pregnant women, it was just that we didn't know the news. Today, if you want to kill Ace, you must first ask me if I agree with the sword in my hand." Buzz. The terrifying Conqueror's dominance soared into the sky. Bullet and Jabba followed closely behind, releasing their own Conqueror's haki at the same time. In an instant, the air in the entire battlefield seemed to be drained. Countless Marines rolled their eyes and lost consciousness under this terrifying pressure. The pressure of 3 men who once stood at the top of pirates is not something ordinary people can bear. "Stop it!" Warring State's eyes were about to burst, and he immediately activated the giant Buddha form, and a powerful conqueror's domineering force attacked the three of them. Suddenly, there seemed to be lightning flashing in the air, and the clouds in the sky rolled upward crazily, forming a huge ravine. The whole sky seemed to be split open. Warring States clenched his teeth at this moment and looked solemn. The conqueror's domineering energy from three powerful men of the same level is not so easy to block. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly and immediately ordered, everyone below the lieutenant colonel level must withdraw from the battlefield. You can no longer intervene here. Marine, who was still conscious, immediately carried his unconscious colleague on his back and evacuated frantically. Finally, before Sengoku's conqueror's haki was completely crushed, most of the Marines evacuated to a safe area. The next step will be the most tragic time. He looked at the battlefield with a solemn look on his face. The low-end combat power has withdrawn, and now it is a direct dialogue between the strong ones. The enemies include the four top powerhouses, Whitebeard, Bullet, Rayleigh and Jabba. There are also three generals, Sengoku and Garp on his side, and they are worthy of facing each other. The only worry is Garp. Crane glanced vaguely at Garp. I don't know if this guy will let someone go and let Ace be rescued. Chapter 133 Peak Showdown. After thinking for a moment, he finally said, Warring States, you lead the three generals to meet the enemy. I will take command, and Garp will be responsible for guarding the execution platform. Warring States' brows moved, and he immediately guessed what he was thinking. Since there is no guarantee whether Garp will let go, let him be in charge of the last line of defense. At least this old boy can't do the treacherous act of releasing Ace directly. Garp, are you okay? Sengoku asked coldly, but in fact he was reminding his old buddy. Garp nodded gloomily, I'm fine. Then let's start the war. The giant Buddha form of the Warring States period unfolded again, and its figure instantly rose to tens of meters. Big Buddha shock wave. Sengoku's attack went straight to Whitebeard. At this time, there are no tactics anymore. Whichever side's high-end combat power can stand at the end will be the final winner. Gu la la la. Can't you bear it anymore? Warring States. Whitebeard didn't hesitate at all. His right fist glowed with white light and he swung it out in the air. Click click click. The air shattered and spread like a spider web in the direction of the Warring States period. Boom. The two attacks collided and immediately caused a huge explosion. The entire Malinfando trembled slightly under this power. Warring States took a big step and came to the harbor. He wants to keep Whitebeard out of the land of Malinfando. Otherwise, Malinfando's little defense would not be able to withstand his torment. On the other side, the three generals blocked the three members of the Roger Pirates. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Kizaru greeted with another AoE move. The result was obvious. Bullet waved his hand, and the other two used their weapons to easily deflect the light bullets directed at them. The remnants of the times should be turned into ashes in Impel Down City. Akainu stood in front of Bullet, and his huge lava fist hit Bullet's head. Dark Hound. Upon seeing this, Bullet showed a disdainful sneer on his face. Ha! What a boring move. Bullet stretched out his right fist and faced Akainu's Dark Hound. The rich-armed domineering energy instantly dyed his right arm purple-black. Boom. The lava fist exploded instantly. Akainu's expression suddenly changed. If he hadn't sensed something was wrong at the last moment and dispersed the elements of his body, this punch would have been enough to severely damage Akainu's right arm. Too slow. Bullet's body flashed, and his speed was as fast as Xiao's. The right fist hit Akainu hard in the stomach. Not good. Akainu's expression changed, and his arms gathered aura of armed domineering to block Bullet's punch. Bang! Akainu's body was instantly knocked away and slammed into the wall behind him. Ha ha ha! Bullet mocked mercilessly. Marine is really getting better with each passing day. The new general is so weak. Boy, remember, you don't have a good fruit to dominate the sea. This sea is not that simple. At the same time, Kizaru and Aokiji were also entangled by both Rayleigh and Jabba. 8-foot mirror. Kizaru tried to distance himself from the fight, but as soon as he turned into a ball of light, he was cut off by Rayleigh's sword and returned to his original form. Aokiji unleashed the Ice Age, trying to trap Jabba. Jabba wildly waved the axe in his hand, and the armed domineering force he unleashed chopped the spreading ice into pieces, and he couldn't even get closer than 1 meter in front of him. Although they are not at a disadvantage, it is almost impossible for Kizaru and Aokiji to win. In front of the opponent's proficient armed color and domineering, it is difficult for their fruit abilities to cause effective damage. On the contrary, if you are hit, you will be seriously injured if you are not careful. Hearing Bullet's words at this time, Aokiji and Kizaru's hearts suddenly moved. They had heard similar words from another person. Former Marine General, Marine Chief Instructor, Zephyr. When they participated in the Marine Elite Training Camp, Zephyr reminded them repeatedly. Physical skills are the foundation of being strong. Over-reliance on fruit abilities will not get you far. Unfortunately, as top Logia fruit users, the three of them were not very interested in Zephyr's teachings. Especially after they ascended to the position of general by virtue of their fruit abilities and crushed the entire sea, they became even more slack on training in physical skills and domineering. Unexpectedly, today, the boomerang of history will finally fall on me. Facing the Roger Pirates, a group of strong men who have honed their domineering and physical skills to the extreme. The three generals suddenly discovered that when their fruit abilities lost their previous crushing effect, they could not find an effective way to suppress the opponent. As expected of a descendant of the devil, he is so difficult to deal with. Aokiji and Kizaru looked confused. Because of his age, Bullet is now stronger than Rayleigh and Jabba. You know, his fruit ability is not used yet. Dog bites Gurren. At this time, a huge lava dog head flew out from the collapsed wall and bit Bullet fiercely. TCH. Bullet twisted his head and said scornfully, "You still don't have a long memory." "Then I won't be polite." The next second, the terrifying armed domination enveloped Bullet's body. The whole body glowed with purple light. Devil form. The speed and strength have been greatly improved, like an evil ghost from hell. Demon Emperor Fist. Bullet laughed proudly, and instantly blasted out dozens of fist shadows with his right hand. The terrifying armed domineering force almost formed a wave, blasting towards the lava dog head. Boom! The lava dog's head seemed to be hit like raindrops, and its head was instantly twisted and deformed. The next second, the lava dog head exploded directly into the air. Hateful! Akainu roared when he saw this, raised his hands to his chest, and poured out a large amount of magma. Go to hell! Akainu pushed hard with both hands, and the huge lava was like a hill, blasting towards Bullet with billowing smoke. Tisk! You guy who doesn't listen to advice. Bullet crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "Since you are so proud of your fruit power, then I will show you how to use the real fruit power." The moment Bullet finished speaking, the ground began to surge wildly. Countless pieces of soil, stones, and even metal plates on the defensive wall swarmed towards Bullet. Combined fruit medium Bullet form. In the original timeline, this move should have been performed in conjunction with his pirate ship catapult. But he hasn't got a boat yet, so he still uses local materials for this trick. All kinds of leftovers and waste seem to flow into Bullet. It is constantly covering and taking shape on his body. Finally, a huge armored giant appeared in front of everyone. You want to play ball, right? Let me help you. Bullet laughed wildly, and the armored giant's right arm was instantly covered with a layer of armed domineering energy, and he blasted towards the lava with great ferocity. As soon as this move came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. The surface of such a huge giant can be covered with armed hockey. How much armed hockey does this Bullet have? Chapter 134 Luffy's highlight moment. Boom! The explosive shock wave passed through like a hurricane, sweeping away everything around it. The huge lava stone was like fragile glass at this moment, being completely blown into pieces. Die! The armored giant's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of Akainu. His huge right fist was wrapped with majestic armed domineering force and hit Akainu's head directly. Akainu crossed his arms, covering them with armament-colored hockey, dyeing them black, trying to block Bullet's attack. Boom! The ground cracked, and Akainu's figure was smashed deep into the ground. Yeah, it's really scary. Kizaru, who was in a stalemate with Rayleigh, couldn't help but said. Rayleigh smiled lightly. After Roger, that kid should be the strongest. Even the current Whitebeard will most likely not be his opponent. Rayleigh's words are not nonsense. Within the Roger Pirates, Bullet has always been regarded as Roger's heir. But he didn't expect that he would eventually lose control because of Roger's death. It's really fate that makes people happy. Good opportunity. While everyone was fighting, Marco seized the opportunity, turned into a phoenix, and flew straight towards the execution platform. Don't worry, Ace, I'll get you out soon. Not good. When Warring States saw this, his expression changed. There is no one on my side who can fly, so there is no way he can stop Marco. Just as Marco was about to rush to the execution platform, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. An iron fist the size of a sandbag, covered with steel-like armed domineering force, hit Marco hard on the head. Bang! Marco was directly smashed into the ground, and his phoenix form was forcibly broken, and he grimaced in pain. Seeing that figure, Warring States finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy finally remembers that he is a Marine. Garp withdrew his fist, landed it next to the three generals' chairs, and sat down directly in the middle. If you want to pass here, kill me first. You little devils. At this moment, Garp's eyes were wide with anger, and he was on the verge of exploding. The double torture of family affection and responsibility made him want to vent his anger through fighting. The legendary Marine hero, Garp. The morale of the pirates plummeted instantly. This is the man who can push One Piece Roger into a desperate situation. He is the last line of defense, and no one dares to break through. Get out of my way. Dirty Grandpa. At this time, an angry voice sounded from the battlefield. I saw Luffy crossing the encirclement at some point and rushing into the depths of the battlefield. You rushed too fast, Luffy. Not far away, the Straw Hat Pirates rushed over with the assistance of a group of Whitebeard pirate captains. They arrived slightly later than Luffy. After learning that they were the crew of Ace's sworn brother Luffy, the Whitebeard pirates readily let them in. Everyone, you're here too, Luffy said with a hearty smile on his face. No matter what kind of difficulties he faces, as long as his friends are around, he is fearless. This BD boy, Garp almost yelled. On such an important battlefield, Luffy's strength is no different than cannon fodder, but he still dares to charge so far forward. On the other side, Warring States saw that someone had already rushed to the surrounding wall and decisively ordered execution in advance. The function of Ace is fishing bait. Now that more than 80% of the Whitebeard pirates have entered the encirclement, the bait has lost its value and should be disposed of. On the execution platform, two guards received the order and immediately picked up their spears and stabbed Ace in the back. Exactly the same as when Roger was executed. Not good. Marco's expression changed greatly. I wanted to stop it but it was too late. Whitebeard's pupils also shrank sharply. He never expected that the Warring States period would be so shameless. Just as he was about to use his own shock wave to interrupt the execution, the great Buddha of the Warring States period punched him in the head. Whitebeard had to turn around to face the enemy, and fought head-on with Warring States. Boom! The aftermath of the fight between the two almost shattered most of the ice. But Whitebeard also missed the opportunity to rescue Ace. A-hole Sengoku! Whitebeard roared angrily. Warring States smiled coldly. Whitebeard. Not only Ace today, you also have to stay here. Want to kill lousy? I'm afraid you Marines can't afford the price. Whitebeard said coldly. Kizaru said with a rare serious expression, this is really troublesome. This power is Conqueror's dominance. Hancock was beaten randomly in the crowd, and both pirates and Marines were petrified and injured by her. BD Luffy, how dare you? At this time, the closest person who can take action is Shichibukai. Luffy's mouth tightened and he roared angrily, Grandpa, BD. Don't stop me from saving Ace. But it was useless to say anything at this time. As his voice came out, a powerful coercion burst out from his body. Only one person among millions possesses the qualifications of a king. Good, good. The next second, the two execution guards seemed to have been hit hard, their bodies trembled violently, and then they collapsed and fell to the ground. Warring States glanced over, and his face turned dark instantly. Garp jumped up and stood in front of Luffy. Luffy didn't know this, but when he saw the guard fall, he was naturally surprised and immediately jumped to the execution platform to rescue Ace. About to fail. As he spoke, the rubber machine gun fired at Garp mercilessly. Ace. So close. Luffy stretched out his arms, pulled the edge of the execution platform and flew up. Garp blocked 2 punches and was suddenly hit on the side of his face, sending his body flying backwards instantly. With such a long distance, it was too late for the Warring States period to remedy the situation. Warring States' face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Does that brat actually have such qualifications? Ace, I'm coming. Luffy laughed and rushed towards the execution platform. Suddenly, a roar spread across the entire battlefield. Seeing that the guard's spear was about to fall, everyone's hearts dropped to the bottom. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Luffy. They will never admit their mistake. The only reliable bear is blocking Ozzy from destroying the surrounding wall. Good guys, Shichibukai and Mihawk, who were still watching the show, unexpectedly approached Beasta, and the two began to compete with each other in swordsmanship. In just the blink of an eye, you all have work to do, right? Doflamingo was hanging a certain pirate with a string fruit, playing a trick of killing each other. Stop it! Luffy glared at the execution guard. In the distance, the Demon King Ivankov showed an expression of surprise on his face. He is indeed the son of a dragon. He is indeed connected by blood. This poor acting skills instantly made Sangwo's face covered with black lines. Hey, are you kidding me? Aokiji said while sweating. Marco, the loving and dignified vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, is not as good as your grandson who can't even do domineering. Chapter 135 Marine's Trump Card. As in the original timeline, there is no key to the Sea Tower stone chain on the execution platform. Although there was no key to make Mr. Three's beeswax this time, Usopp, a handy little expert, was able to pry open the handcuffs in 3 clicks. Ace, let's go. Looking at Luffy's hearty smile, Ace felt it was so unreal. He was actually rescued in Malinfando. The group of people jumped off the execution platform and rushed outside of Malinfando. Gu-la-la-la. During the Warring States period, it seems that Laozi's sons are better. Whitebeard laughed triumphantly and shouted, "Everyone, get Ace." Good. The morale of the Whitebeard pirates was greatly boosted, and they rushed in the direction of Ace and others. At this moment, Warring States really wanted to scold his mother. Why is your son better? If Bullet and the others hadn't come out to disrupt the situation, do you think Luffy, that stupid young man, would have been able to get close to the execution platform? Stop joking. Okay, all high-end combat power has been contained, and Garp is pretending to be dead again. There was nothing the Warring States period could do. Whitebeard, don't think you're sure to win. How can you understand our marine background? Warring States' face was gloomy. He still had the last trump card. Although I can't direct my overall situation now, Xiaohei must know what to do. In the distance, Crane looked at the battlefield that was about to get out of control, sighed and took out the phone bug. From now on, it's up to you. Following Crane's command, 2 figures walked out from inside Malinfando. Luffy and Ace were discussing how to have a good party after escaping. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped their bodies. Get away! The 2 of them ducked to the side without thinking, while yelling to warn the others. Whoosh! A bullet grazed Ace's skin and embedded itself in the ground. A chop left a deep ravine where Luffy had been. Immediately afterwards, 2 figures appeared in front of everyone, blocking their retreat. Everyone looked over with solemn expressions. I saw a man and a woman wearing marine coats standing in front. The woman is tall and beautiful, and a beauty mark under her lip adds to her charm. The man looked slightly wretched, holding a cigarette in his mouth with a smile, a pistol in one hand, and a pocket in the other. Is it Marine again? Ace looked a little ugly. The woman raised her lips slightly and said calmly, "You are really good at forcing us as reserve team members to come out." Not far away, Marine recognized the 2 of them and immediately cheered. It's Lieutenant General Momoshige and Lieutenant General Kamado. Great. With them here, we can definitely stop these pirates. Candidate for General, Momoshige Gion, T. Dolphin Extra. No one expected that the Warring States period actually left such a strong combat force behind. Foo, is this Marine's background? It's really scary. Doflamingo, who had been secretly observing the battlefield, sneered again and again. There are people in the 3rd generation, old, middle-aged and young, who are capable of carrying the cauldron. This kind of talent reserve and training is far beyond what pirates can match. No matter who you are, Get out of my way. Luffy doesn't care about any candidates for general. As long as they are blocking the road, just knock them all down. Rubber bazooka. Luffy stretched out his arms backwards, and then used the reaction force to launch a powerful attack forward. Wait a minute, Luffy. Ace was shocked. He could faintly feel the terrifying strength of these two people, which was definitely not something Luffy could handle. Gion looked at Luffy's simple and crude attack and calmly took a step to the left. Luffy's fist immediately missed. Then she took out the famous sword Jinbulua with her right hand and swiped it. A sharp chop struck Luffy instantly. Fire fist. Ace didn't dare to neglect, and immediately punched with all his strength to meet Gion's chop. Boom. Ace's fire fist detonated the chopping wave, and the two sides fought in a draw for the first time. Bang. There was a gunshot, and Ace felt a pain in his abdomen. When he looked down, he saw a bullet wrapped with armed domineering force penetrated his abdomen. Tisk. Did I say you forgot about me? Jaji's joking voice sounded, and Ace's heart sank little by little. He actually didn't even notice when the other party made a move. These two people are really strong. Ace, are you okay? Luffy shouted worriedly. Ace shook his head and said to Luffy seriously, Luffy, and everyone, please run away separately. These two people are not something we can handle. Ace, what are you talking about? As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to knock them away. Luffy said confidently as he punched his left palm with his right fist. At this time, Luffy had not experienced a severe beating with absolute strength, and still thought he could get through it on his own. But Ace is different. Luffy's fist shot towards Cake like a bullet. Luffy thought for a while and felt that what Ace said made sense, so he called the others to disperse and escape. Shave. Please give me a 5-star rating. Omega. Second gear. Rubber jet bullet. Marco didn't even look at Kaido. Ace, you go first, leave this place to me. You are too arrogant to think of one person stopping us too, Marco. Jaji raised his hand and fired a shot, but Marco blocked it in his phoenix form. After being taught a hard lesson by Blackbeard, he deeply understood what it means to be someone outside the world, and there is a world outside the world. The blue flames burned and quickly repaired Marco's wounds. Kaji's figure disappeared in an instant, and then he kicked Luffy hard on the back with a whip. Bang! Another rapid-fire shot. Marco still wanted to stop him, but was forced back by Gion's crazy slashes. Damn, where did Marine get so many monsters? Marco cursed angrily in his heart. Gion appeared behind Marco, with the dark-colored Kinpira sword in his hand, entwined with armed domineering force, and slashed towards Marco's back. He angrily reprimanded, now is not the time for you to show off as a hero. Safe evacuation is our goal. Don't be obsessed with fighting, leave separately. Marco. Ace was overjoyed. On the sea, any underestimate of the enemy may cause irreparable consequences. Upon seeing this, Luffy immediately stopped and turned to face the enemy. Ace didn't react in time and was shot in the leg instantly. Ace fell to the ground. Shave. Thump. Don't even think about running away. Gion came directly in front of Luffy, and slashed Luffy hard with the gold pira in his hand. Marco tilted his body and barely avoided the vital point. At this speed, even Ace couldn't see clearly. A fiery figure flew towards him and blocked Gion's sword. Okay. Ace didn't waste any time and left immediately with Luffy and the others. Don't even think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Gion's figure disappeared from where he was. Unexpectedly, Gion gently shook his head, give up. As long as we are here, none of you can escape. However, with just such a moment's delay, Jaji instantly broke away from the battle circle and chased Ace and others. As long as Luffy is captured, the Straw Hat Pirates will naturally not be able to escape. Chapter 136 Escape. A powerful blow entwined with armed haki instantly kicked Luffy away. It hurts, it hurts. Why does it hurt so much when everyone here hits me? Luffy was beyond grief-stricken. I originally thought that Grandpa was the only one who could restrain him, but I didn't expect to see him everywhere now. The grandson of Lieutenant General Garp seems to have little knowledge. Jaji said with a smile. He had shown mercy on this kick. Otherwise, with his strength as a candidate for general, even if he can't be kicked to death, he can still knock Luffy to death. It can be said that if it weren't for Garp, Luffy would have died countless times in the hands of Marine. Fire Fist. Seeing that his brother had suffered a loss, Ace immediately punched Jaji. The huge flames instantly swallowed up Jaji's figure. Bang! Jaji kicked out, and his armed domineering force was released, like a violent hurricane, crushing Ace's Fire Fist in the blink of an eye. Shave. With the help of the dissipated flames, Jaji quietly came behind Ace. The strength is good, it's a pity that it's not enough. The sharp whip legs caused bursts of sound to break through the air, and struck hard towards Ace's head. Ace only had time to raise his arms and hastily block the blow. Like many Logia fruit ability users, Ace is extremely lacking in the cultivation of armed color hockey. The moment Jaji's whip leg covered with thick armor and domineering fell down, Ace groaned and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of cruelty in Jaji's eyes. If I let you run away, Marine will lose all his face. Please die here. Saying that, Jaji raised his gun with his backhand and shot Ace in the head. How can I let you succeed? Luffy used the second gear to the extreme, and his whole body rushed forward like a bullet. Rubber jet rocket launcher. The inertia of the forward thrust plus the reaction force of the rubber, Luffy's move is enough to penetrate gold-cracking rocks. Three swordsman style. The Great Thousand Worlds. Devil Wind Kicks. Zoro and Sanji had a perfect understanding of each other and launched attacks from both sides at the same time, completely blocking Kaji's retreat. Jaji's face turned cold and he said angrily, "A group of flies that are overestimating their capabilities, they are buzzing to death." Kaji turned around and kicked out, taking the lead in catching Sanji's devilish kick. Bang! The flames on Demon Fang's feet were directly crushed by Jaji's armed domineering force, and the whole person flew backwards in an instant. Sanji's face turned pale, and he clearly felt that his leg bone was broken. This was followed by Zoro's rapidly dancing three-sword style. Jaji just glanced at it with a look of disdain on his face. Compared to Gion, your swordsmanship is as crude as a child's doodles. Kaji raised his hand and fired a shot, and the bullet hit the spot where Zoro's three knives overlapped with great accuracy. Zoro's world suddenly stopped, and his body was completely broken. Get out of the way too. Kaji kicked Zoro in the chest, knocking him away completely. Finally, there's Luffy. Facing this stupid young man who was going forward in an indomitable way, Jaji also sighed helplessly. It is impossible to kill, but it is difficult to release. Why should he deal with such a troublesome guy? Looking at Luffy's moves, Kaji covered his whole body with armed haki. The dark body seemed to be wearing a thick layer of armor. Iron. Jaji conveniently added a layer of insurance to himself. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Cage stood motionless. On the contrary, Luffy's arms were numb from the powerful counter-shock force. You kid, you'd better leave it to Lieutenant General Garp to deal with it yourself. Cake grabbed Luffy with one hand, preparing to subdue him completely. 5,000-piece karate. At the critical moment, the fishman Jinbei attacks from behind. As a former 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei's strength cannot be ignored even if it is a plus. Having to let Luffy go temporarily, Cake turned around and punched Jinbei. Bang! Jaji took 2 steps back, while Jinbei dragged him a few meters away. Luffy, take Ace and go first. Jinbei didn't pause at all, and immediately rushed towards Jaji. Fishman Karate Same was shoken. Jaji could only fight Jinbei again. At this time, Luffy quickly evacuated with Ace and others. He finally understands now that in this battlefield, his little strength is nothing but a joke. This scene was clearly seen by he who was in charge of the overall situation. Finally, she said meaningfully, "Be careful not to die in battle. I'm going to play with these brats." Luffy's eyes turned white, and a ball of blood spurted out of his mouth instantly. A majestic figure rushed out instantly and blocked Luffy before Doflamingo could. Don't think that you are recruited by the world government, and we at Marine can't do anything to you. Not good. Second gear. Rubber machine gun. No, I can still fight. Luffy reluctantly opened his eyes and weakly stopped the two of them. Thinking of this, Doflamingo's whole body was shaking with excitement. Send Luffy out first. If he doesn't receive proper treatment, his injuries will be more serious. Chopper directed Zoro to carry Luffy on his back and follow him. You have nowhere to escape. It's a pity that Luffy didn't care so much and just bent his body and launched an attack. Puff. At this time, a cold voice sounded. Ace's expression changed. Okay. Stop talking. Leave this to us, and you can heal your injuries. Zoro would not let Luffy do anything wrong, and would immediately carry him on his back. Pressure cannon. It's 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Bear. However, Doflamingo did not wait for anything to happen. Really, you don't even know how to be armed and domineering, but you dare to attack a bear head-on. She shouted coldly at the few Shichibukai on the side. Whoever doesn't want the title of Shichibukai can just continue to be perfunctory. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates' hearts trembled violently, and they immediately rushed forward to help Luffy up. Doflamingo sneered disdainfully. Boom. The huge body, nearly 7 meters tall, was filled with a sense of oppression just by standing there. If you can drive Garp crazy, the direction of this war will be unprecedentedly chaotic. The atmosphere was instantly affected by the bear's palm, converging into a shock wave in the shape of a bear's paw, which directly broke through Luffy's rubber machine gun and hit Luffy's chest hard. When the time comes, how many of you will be able to leave safely in front of 100,000 marine elites? Sooner or later the war will end. It sounds nice, but in fact Doflamingo just wants to use Luffy to stimulate Garp. However, the bear didn't even move. He just gently raised his left hand, revealing the fleshy ball in his palm. When Doflamingo heard this, he smiled sinisterly and said, "Foo. If we let them rush over, we would be embarrassed." Luffy's fists came like a violent storm. After careful inspection, Chopper confirmed that Luffy's life was not in danger for the time being, and everyone felt relieved. Chapter 137 Defeat the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro pulled Luffy before he could. A huge figure has come behind them, and a long black shadow envelopes everyone, as if a mountain is pressing above their heads. 3 swordsman style. The Great Thousand Worlds. Zoro reacted the fastest and turned around without hesitation to use his strongest move. However, facing the swords that were slashing at him, Shang raised his left hand and blocked it lightly, and the 3 swords were instantly unable to make any progress. Then, the bear's free right hand pushed forward, and the meatball on it flicked on Zoro's body. Whoosh! Zoro's figure turned into an afterimage and flew directly out of Malinfando. Zoro! Luffy screamed in horror. His partner is missing. A-hole! What did you do to the green algae head? Sanji angrily kicked the bear in the head. As a result, the bear waved his left hand like lightning, and the ball of flesh in his palm bounced on Sanji, and Sanji disappeared. Stop! Stop! Luffy almost collapsed and yelled. However, the bear's movements did not pause at all. While waving their hands alternately, Kurina, Brook, Usopp, and Chopper all disappeared from in front of him. In just a few breaths, the Straw Hat Pirates completely fell apart. Luffy's eyes widened and his body twitched unconsciously. At this moment, the world in his eyes had completely lost its color. He went to sea with his friends confidently. As a result, let alone become one piece. He can't even deal with one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The next second, the figure of the bear appeared in front of Luffy. Ace stopped in front of him instantly and said angrily, "A-hole, what do you want to do?" The bear leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. Ace was stunned. "Why should I believe you?" Shang said calmly. "I don't need to lie to you. With my strength, I can kill you all here." Ace was silent. The bear took one step past him and came to Luffy's side. In this world, people without strength are lambs to be slaughtered. "Luffy, this is not the place you should be." Whoosh! Luffy's figure disappeared into Marinefando. In the blink of an eye, Ace was left alone at the scene. Foo. I thought you would take him away too." Doflamingo sneered. Both words imply that the bear rescued the Straw Hats without permission. Shang said calmly, "The order we received is to fight the Whitebeard pirates. I am free to deal with the Straw Hats how I want to." Bears are not stupid. After saving the Straw Hats, they can still argue. If he saves Ace, he is really dead. He still has his own mission. TCH. It's really boring. Doflamingo hit a snag and curled his lips in disdain. Ace turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Although I know that I am no match for the 2 Shichibukai, as long as I can break out, there is still a glimmer of hope. Foof. Where can you run to? Doflamingo waved his right hand, and several thin, almost invisible threads slashed towards Ace like swords. Crossfire. Ace crossed his hands and shot a cross-shaped flame, igniting Doflamingo's threads. Oops, you actually burned out my wire. You're pretty strong. The silk thread fell to the ground and was quickly burned into a pile of ashes. Ace also took this opportunity to escape for some distance. Crane's blood pressure soared in the dark. Is this guy fooling himself into thinking he is a fool? If his threads can be burned so easily, why should he be a Shichibukai? Doflamingo, however, didn't care whether his behavior would be seen through. In other words, what if it is seen through? Anyway, those guys from Five Elders won't trouble me for such a trivial matter. Hee hee. One Piece Roger's son. If he were allowed to escape alive, this sea would definitely be more chaotic and exciting, right? I wonder how those stupid Tianlong people are going to solve it when the time comes. Thinking of this, Doflamingo smiled with great anticipation on his face. You want to run away, have you asked me? A gloomy cold drink came into Ace's ears. I saw that Jaji had gotten rid of Jinbei and chased after him. Although it is 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei's home field is the sea. Facing the general candidate on land, it is good to be able to delay it for a while and a half. Damn it, it was just close. Ace is only the last bit away from the melee area, so he can only fight now. He turned around fiercely, and endless flames spurted out from his body in an instant, turning the surrounding area into a sea of fire. Immediately afterwards, Ace raised his hands, and these flames surged into the air, quickly condensing into shape in the air. Great flame ring will-o'-the-wisp. A huge fire dragon woke up in the air and swooped down with overwhelming power. Whitebeard forced the warring states back with a single blow. Lao Wai laughed out loud with great relief. He held up Kong Yunchi and roared. Gu la la la. Jia Ji frowned. This move was quite powerful. If it hit him head-on, he would be injured. However, in the end, Jia Ji's strength was still superior. Okay, Dad. However, at this moment, Jia Ji discovered. However, the next second, he turned the knife head and stabbed the long knife hard into Whitebeard's chest. They actually did it. A-hole. All the pirates responded and rushed to Ace's location. Whitebeard glanced at it and said with a smile, "It's Schoolyard. It's okay. Just warring states alone can't do anything to me." Boom. The fire dragon turned into flames flying in the sky and fell to the ground. You're here just in time. Go and pick up Ace too. I'll cut off the queen for you. Under the terrifying shock wave, the execution platform was directly crushed into pieces. All because of these 3 bullet guys. The Whitebeard pirates are extremely excited. This is stealing people from the Marine headquarters. As Jaji kicked out, the tyrannical Chop and armed domineering merged into one, forming a gray wild boar with huge tusks, charging towards the fire dragon fiercely. If they hadn't restrained the 3 generals, the Whitebeard pirates would never have been able to break through the encirclement they had set up. We've received Ace. Brothers, let's retreat. Josie led several captains to pick up Ace and said loudly. Lan Jiao Porpoise. The gray wild boar bit off the fire dragon's neck in one bite and roared to the sky in excitement. Roar. Ha ha ha. Good job, Ace. The warring states period was filled with rage. This is to leave a name in history. Skeward raised his sword. Ace actually used the shock wave of this fight to cough up blood despite being injured, and his body flew across the surrounding wall and fell into the crowd of the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, Whitebeard's subordinate Captain Skiyard came to Whitebeard's side. Everyone, clear the way for Ace and the others. Ha ha, thanks, Mr. Marine. Ahem. Armed domineering energy gathered on Jaji's legs like a tide. There was clearly no omission in his plan. Dad, are you okay? Chapter 138 The Terrifying Whitebeard. In an instant, everyone on the battlefield was dumbfounded. Especially the people from the Whitebeard pirates shouted loudly on the spot. How is it possible? With family ties as a bond, Whitebeard, who was least likely to be betrayed by anyone on the sea, was betrayed by his own son at this moment. When warring states saw this scene, his expression became extremely complicated. This was originally just a casual move suggested by Akainu. Whether Skuyard would really turn against Whitebeard or not, Sengoku didn't care at the time. Because with the power of Marine, it is enough to destroy the entire Whitebeard pirates. Unexpectedly, this idle move has now become the winning move that changes the direction of the battlefield. Warring State's eyes sparkled, and he was secretly happy. Whitebeard, you are getting old too. According to Whitebeard's strength, even a sudden betrayal would not be possible so easily. The only explanation is that Whitebeard is old and his strength is not as good as before. His strength has declined and his injuries have worsened. As long as he can defeat Whitebeard as soon as possible, Marine still has a chance to win this war. Over there, Skeward scolded Whitebeard for hiding Ace's life experience. Because his family was killed by Roger, Whitebeard knew everything, but was unwilling to explain it to him. And he was deceived by Akainu into thinking that Whitebeard had made a deal with Marine with those affiliated pirate groups. This made him feel completely betrayed. In response, Whitebeard did not waste any energy in retorting, but just hugged Skeward into his arms. Silly son, although you were deceived by Marine, I don't blame you. After all, I was also at fault. Boom. Whitebeard waved his right fist vigorously, and a terrifying shock wave cleared everything behind, opening an escape channel. Whether I have betrayed you or not is up to you to judge. If you are still willing to save Ace, come with me. Those who want to leave, retreat from this road, I will cut off your rear for you. After saying that, Whitebeard pulled out the long knife stuck in his chest and rushed forward. A dazzling white light appeared on Kong Yunchi, and a terrifying shock wave visible to the naked eye hit Warring States fiercely. Rumble. Even the Warring States period in the form of a giant Buddha was forced back by this shocking blow. And those pirates who were still a little confused were completely excited at this moment. Whitebeard's words not only did not make them think about retreating, but actually made their morale even higher. Skeward plopped down on the deck and cried bitterly, what have I done? At this time, Warring States looked at the Whitebeard in front of him solemnly. Although he was seriously injured, Sengoku's knowledge and experience told him that the person in front of him had become more dangerous. Have you already made up your mind to die? Warring States felt a little horrified. How powerful Whitebeard can be without scruples, even the Warring States period wouldn't dare to vouch for it. HMPH. Whitebeard. He's still not strong enough after all. Bullet glanced at the back of the battlefield with a look of disdain. The next moment, Bullet realized something was wrong. Akainu, who was beaten to the ground by him, disappeared. Witnessing the domineering look, Bullet's expression suddenly became strange. Marine, are you all so shameless? At this time, Whitebeard launched a fierce attack on the Warring States period. Air shock. Both fists were waved at the same time, the two shock waves merged into one, the air burst, and the sea set off huge waves, crushing them towards the Warring States period. Big Buddha shock wave. The best way to deal with shock waves is to use shock waves of the same level to offset them. Although the animal type, Renren fruit, phantasmal beast species, and Big Buddha form cannot directly control shock waves, the shock waves they emit can also play a similar role. Click, click, boom. The scope of the battle between the two was too wide. Not only was the ice shattered, but huge cracks were also created on the nearest surrounding wall. Big Buddha Vajra Fist. The Warring States period immediately launched a violent offensive. The huge Buddha's body instantly blasted out dozens of fist shadows, engulfing the white-bearded figure like cannonballs washing the ground. Whitebeard is already seriously injured, and a high-intensity battle will only worsen his injuries, which will be more beneficial to Marine. The devil fruit of the Warring States period can give those who eat it the power, wisdom, and spirit like a Buddha. Combining a huge body like a giant Buddha with a smart mind and perfect skills, you can become the ultimate person with both mental and physical skills. Therefore, even in a fierce battle, Warring States can still make the most correct choice in the shortest time. Gu-la-la-la. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Warring States, when did you become so naive? Whitebeard was so arrogant that he did not flinch at all because of the injury. Air shock. Whitebeard slashed out of Kongyunchi, and a huge shock wave poured out like an avalanche. Warring States' fist shadow only lasted less than 2 seconds before being completely crushed. This is the strongest courage in the world. Dad. Ace and the others walked through the battlefield with difficulty, looking at Whitebeard who was bleeding profusely, and shouted for him to go with them. Gu-la-la-la. Brat, Are you afraid that I will die here? Who do you think I am? Lousy has a white beard. Whitebeard's heroic laughter rippled across the battlefield. Even the Sengoku, their #1 enemy, had to admit that Whitebeard was a true hero. You go first, I will follow you later. Whitebeard looked at Warring States and Marine Fando behind him, with a sharp cold light flashing in his eyes. Lie my son and turn him into a traitor. Warring States, are you ready to bear my wrath? Only then did Warring States discover that during the fierce battle, the two men had unknowingly arrived at the edge of Marineland. Whitebeard raised his left arm high, and dazzling white light condensed in his hand, and even the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Whitebeard, how dare you? Warring States was keenly aware of what Whitebeard was going to do, and his body instantly jumped forward to stop him. Whitebeard just smiled coldly, sink into the sea. Boom. The left fist fell, causing a huge shock in the entire Marine Fando. Earthquake. Some people who didn't know the truth spoke in confusion. A-hole beard. Under the eyes of Warring States, the earth began to collapse, huge cracks continued to intersect, the surrounding walls began to collapse, and seawater poured in. The most terrifying thing is that this terrifying crack is rapidly spreading towards the Marine headquarters fortress. But in the blink of an eye, half of the fortress collapsed, and the Marine headquarters was reduced to ruins. Warring States, this is just a little interest. Whitebeard's eyes were cold, and he met Sangguo's cannibalistic expression without any hesitation. Big fire breathing. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the cracks in the ground. Whitebeard, today is the day you die. Chapter 139 Whitebeard's Captain's Order. At this time, Akainu's face was dripping with blood, and his right arm turned into lava, which quickly hit Whitebeard's head from behind. This scene shocked everyone. None of them expected that Akainu, who was fighting with Bullet, would come here. HMPH. It melted the stone and soil in the ground and got out. It is indeed a dog. It only knows how to drill dog holes. Bullet looked over here with a disdainful expression on his face. However, this disdain means nothing to Akainu. Compared to personal honor and disgrace, Akainu only cares about Marine's justice and goals. The purpose of this war is to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Because of the intervention of the 3 bullets, victory was almost impossible. But Schoolyard's betrayal gave them another chance. Akainu knows that this may be a unique opportunity and must not let it pass. Therefore, even if he is injured, he still has to break away from Bullet's battle. At this time, Whitebeard had just released a powerful shock wave, and his physical exertion was at its peak. Akainu's sneak attack can be said to have seized the best opportunity. Damn Akainu brat. Whitebeard wanted to avoid it, but his heavy body failed to respond to his thoughts. Compared with the original timeline, Whitebeard entered the war earlier this time, and his opponent was the powerful Warring States period. His physical condition will only get worse. Boom. The lava fist hit Whitebeard hard on the head. Horrible burns appeared on Whitebeard's face. The iconic white beard was directly destroyed in half. Whitebeard, you are old. Akainu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a successful attack. However, the next second, Whitebeard moved. He swung his left arm violently and hit Akainu hard on the stomach. The powerful shock wave spread instantly. Akainu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his whole body was falling apart. However, after this blow, Whitebeard staggered and almost fell down. Dad. When Ace and others saw this, they immediately turned around and came back to rescue them, but Whitebeard stopped them sharply. Come on. This is the captain's order. You guys, don't you even listen to my order. Everyone stopped abruptly, and Ace stepped forward and shouted, Dad, let us help you. We have to go back to the new world together. Whitebeard grinned when he heard this and said the classic saying, I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the new world that can carry me. Ace, don't you want to surpass that man? Then take my name and go make a big fuss. Create a new era of your own. As an old man, all I can do now is give you an extra ride. Dad. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates instantly burst into tears. Ace even strode forward to fight alongside Whitebeard, but was grabbed by Josie. Ace, what Dad said is right. All we can do now is to leave as soon as possible, and we can't let Dad's efforts go in vain. At this time, Marines rushed to Whitebeard's side like hyenas smelling blood. Whitebeard just looked down at the group of fierce Marines with contempt in his eyes. Dad. Ace fell to his knees with a plop and cried bitterly. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Blood flowed all over the white-bearded old face, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was only one sentence in the end of 1,000 words. Let's go. My silly son. Here goes, farewell forever. The entire Whitebeard pirates retreat. Rayleigh, who has been paddling with Kizaru, couldn't help but sigh. Whitebeard. Another legend is coming to an end. At this moment, an extremely disdainful voice sounded. The strongest person in the world is just a loser from the old era. Akainu stood up from the pit, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were fixed on Ace, who was running away, and he laughed loudly. Run away. Run away as much as you can. Become a failure like Whitebeard. What did you say, UBD? Ace turned around angrily and glared at Akainu. Akainu was overjoyed, but his face showed no flaws. Isn't it true? He claims to be the strongest in the world, but in the end he neither became king nor conquered the Great Waterway. As a pirate, his greatest reputation is actually having a bunch of sons. What is he if he isn't a loser? Although these were Whitebeard's own choices, when someone openly said it and ridiculed him, Ace instantly became angry. A-hole, I'll kill you. Josie and the captains knew something was wrong and immediately shouted, Ace. Ignore him. This is a way to provoke the general. But Ace couldn't listen now, and angrily waved his fist at Akainu. Fire fist. A huge fist of fire stormed towards Akainu. A disdainful smile appeared on Akainu's face. Big fire breathing. The huge lava fist instantly broke through the fire fist, and the remaining magma directly ignited Ace's body. Ah! Ace immediately fell to the ground wailing, showing severe burn marks on his body. How could it be? Isn't Ace the Flame Man? How could he be burned? A pirate shouted in shock. Hearing this, Akainu said proudly, my rock berries are magma that can even be burned out by flames. They are the superior fruits of burning fruits. He's of Roger's blood, he's just a brat with no authority at all. Just enough to leave you here completely. Half of Akainu's body instantly turned into hot lava, and his body rushed towards Ace like an arrow from a string. Not good. Bullet's face in the distance changed. He really didn't expect Akainu to be so shameless. If Ace died here, what was he doing here? But the distance between them was too far, and even if Bullet wanted to help, it was too late. Rayleigh also sensed something was wrong and was about to rush over to help. Kizaru instantly increased his attack power and blocked Rayleigh back. Yeah, just stay here with me, old man. Why are you meddling in other people's affairs? A-hole. Rayleigh missed the best opportunity and could only watch Ace in danger. Roger's bloodline, and Whitebeard. You thieves who endanger the sea, just stay here. The huge fist of lava blasted towards Ace on the ground. Can history not be changed after all? Boom. The huge roar made everyone's hearts rise to their throats. Whitebeard stared in Ace's direction with eyes wide open. Tisk, tisk, tisk. As the saying goes, a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. It has been fully verified by you. Akainu. After the smoke cleared, 3 figures stood quietly between Akainu and Ace. Akainu's lava fist was firmly blocked by a sword wrapped with armament-colored haki. After seeing the speaker's appearance clearly, Akainu's face suddenly darkened. What are you doing here? Sid Oguro.